Is Bound coaching? No, Bound's playing. No, that's the ref. Yo, is my shit showing up? Oh, okay, there it is. We're good, I think. Can we see drops on the stream, by the way? Does it say there's drops? Or no? Yeah, okay, no, there are. Good. What is Cold Havoc doing there? Are you making a joke, or do you actually see Cold Havoc? Just a joke? Well, it's funny that you make that joke because at Dallas last year, Nick and I literally sat next to Cold Havoc in the crowd. Like, he was just chilling in the crowd watching the Halo event. I think because he and Frosty are homies. I think. But it was a little bit weird, bro. Nick and I watched the DreamHack Halo finals last year with, like, we were sitting next to, like, Cold Havoc and the fucking FaZe CS team, like Kerrigan and all them. Such a weird moment to have arrived at, bro. Sitting there watching Halo with COD and CS pros. Am I watching the COD? Yeah, I have it up in another tab. I'm not like watching it, but I have it up in another tab. I'm gonna like check on it. Optic 1, map 1. Oh, they got the fucking main stage cam hooked up, bro. Alan going with the Pedialyte. They got a fun little setup, bro, at this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your 2050 Esports. It's your Titans of Orlando.
The shaky cam kind of hard to watch, though. This brother's shaking all over the fucking... Oh my god, is it like an earthquake? Can we hold the camera still?
A little bit of Shopify Rebellion. We're seeing a little of the appetizer, but the main course that is this winner's bracket final. So much implications on the line here. The winner of this going to the grand finals, guaranteed top 3 in the tournament, no matter what happens. But more importantly, having the advantage, being the favorites to win this tournament. On the other side of things, if you end up losing this matchup, you'll have to play at least one more series to try to get your rematch.
Yep.
And then when you get to the grand finals, you'll have to win 2 best of series. You'll have to actually go the gauntlet. It is, I'm gonna go out and say it. Whoever wins this matchup wins the tournament. I'm putting my 100% prediction correct. 100% I've been so far my prediction.
What is Legends fit today?
Whoever wins the winners bracket finals is winning this tournament.
That's the first prediction that you've made that has risk to it. That's kind of crazy, right? I mean, yes, there is a little bit more of a difficult road for whoever does lose this series. And
ooh, I like this map set. I'm not crazy about Recharge Ball, but whatever.
Wins, right?
This is going to be a fun map set, I think.
Playing in those online London qualifiers, obviously, performance, a lot of people said, very surprised after that fourth place at Arlington. They come in on land once again and they put in that work. They're preparing for London. They're bridging the gap. And we talked about this so much. LAN is such a different beast, right? So to come here to the Titans of Orlando and get that practice in is so very important for the squad.
I look at Shopify Rebellion, I look at the fans and the haters that they've shut up so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Like, literally right after Arlington, there was so many people that kept talking, oh, it was just a fluke. There's no way they can make top 4 again. And look how silly they look after what they've been able to do in these open series, including winning a tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just incredible. I've been a big fan of Shopify Rebellion. They have been my dark horse pick time and time again, and they'll continue going to do their thing. On the other side of things, I said Shopify Rebellion are probably my favorites to win the tournament, most likely.
Yeah.
But when I look at GBX, I look at the way that team is constructed. Bound, Legend, Renegade, kind of cut from a similar cloth. They're not afraid.
What did Hydra just do?
To get aggressive, to pressure the enemy. A lot of times when you have a pickup team, sometimes the play styles may clash a little bit. But when you have a threesome like that are willing to get in there, and then you have Tusk kind of on the backside, yelling a bit, giving off amazing comms, but also playing a very good back roll. I look at this GBX roster like, wow, not only are they super talented, but their play styles complement each other.
Absolutely. We got a chance to talk to Soul Snipe yesterday, and obviously they had predicted this matchup to happen, and I think a lot of people looking at the rosters of this tournament had this exact same prediction. Are they going to have enough firepower, right? We talk about Bound and Legend. We talk about Renegade. Is there enough firepower there with Tusk on that, in that quarterback position, as Gunny would call it? Is that enough to take out a Shopify Rebellion roster that just look really good? They did lose a Slayer yesterday to Kraken, which in that series was impressive by Kraken, but then you saw them kind of pick up pace. Then you saw like what they were really capable of in those objective games. They can't slip up here against GBX.
Here, I'll turn my camera off for a second.
It's not losing the Slayer, but you
can see the other team.
Some of the best Slayers.
The pickup team is Bound, Legend, Renegade, and Tusk.
We're the best Slayer team at Arlington, going 7-1, only losing the phase, and they lost the Slayer.
Shopify should win this, but like it wouldn't be crazy if this pickup team won the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, Shopify should win this because it's their like regular ass team.
They bleed, it's not going to be.
But also, like, this pickup team is a wild card, and it's got 3 of the best players in the game on it. So
Rebellion do have Coach Bestman, who's been there, done that, player behind them. But I noticed that GBX don't have anybody, and you know what I want to do? I want to be the first person to coach and cast at the same time. So every time that you're yapping about some kind of strategy and all this good stuff, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna run behind, I'm gonna give him some give him some timing, give him some comms, and by the time you're done, you're doing your yapping. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna commentate and give the people some valuable insight. Never been done before. We're about to do it.
Do I yap that much, Tony?
The spawns and the stats and oh my god, you color commentators, you're so annoying, bro. Oh my goodness. I'm joking.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean that would be amazing if you were able to.
I get the excited, I get to hype up the action, baby.
You do.
You talk about all the strategy.
Yeah, we talk about the boring stuff, right?
Oh my goodness.
What's not going to be boring is this matchup in front of you. I think. I want to go out on a limb, all right? Listen, I love the Shopify boys. I talked to Soul Snipe yesterday. I told him how he's been through my journey of casting. 3 years ago, I started with casting him. And now, obviously HCS main stage. My first main stage cast was also him.
Yeah.
But I want to play the other side of the fence. I want GBX to make this interesting for us, right? We love that as commentators, to get to that Game 5, to have like a hype series matchup. That's why I'm going to take the other side of things. I'm going to look for Bound, Renegade, and Legend to fire on all cylinders, and then Tusk to be that brain. Like was said, he's one of the smartest players in the game. If he can use his brain and be that anchor player, and then 3 players just running around the map with that firepower, I think they have a chance here.
Yeah, I feel like nobody's ever accused casters of being biased ever, but you know,
Oh, they said subbed LVT for no ads.
I talked about Suppressed and Soul Snipe and even Drunk and Tally back on that Native Red roster, or even formerly KCP. I talked to them about like how we've kind of grew up with these guys. We kind of you know,
W crowd, bro.
Parallel, similar line to them as far as our timeline. They've got, you know, obviously.
Yeah, our brother got the
started their
Sin City
professional
shirt from
career
Kansas
late
City
into Halo
a
5,
couple years
they were
ago.
doing their things. Well, that's also, you know, kind of where we
got that shit.
Our casting.
We got
come
that
up
shit.
as well. So, but on the other side of things, you know, Bound didn't even show his face until Halo Infinite Land.
I
You know, Legend, kind of a similar thing. You know, his come up as well was alongside SLG and the boys, and that Ascend roster at one point with Shady and them. So I feel like on the other side of things, it's kind of a similar story, at least with Bound and Legend. And obviously, huge fans of Renegade and huge fan of Tusk. I remember talking to I was in a stream one time, and then I just asked him straight, like what do you bring to the table? You know, and it's all I always talked about his long range shot. That's what everybody told me about. But out of his own mouth, said, "Well, hold on, I'm not just a long range shooter," which he is. He said, on top of that, you know, he has one of the best comms in the business, and he really has a great mind for the game, which makes sense.
I mean, shit, hopefully they get going here at some point.
Coach for FaZe.
Been waiting on this game for a minute.
To be a player as well, so to have that type of insight as a player, and to see the aggressiveness of the other 3 players, I would imagine that's just like a winning combination on this GBX roster.
Yeah, I 1000% agree, and that's why, again, you have Shopify, who, and I think it was mentioned yesterday, I forget the caster, so I apologize for not giving credit, but you mentioned yesterday that, you know, Shopify have done that VOD review against the FaZe and the Optic and done scrims against these teams, but then you have a mix now. Now it's like, you know, you potentially get thrown for a loop, not really expecting what this team's going to bring to the table, and with that, you might take game 1 of the series, and with game 1 of the series, that's maybe enough momentum to move throughout the series. And, you know, I think Shopify will read it quick, but I think maybe GBX take this first game.
I actually wonder what is that game 1 of the series that we're going to be playing now, because I know that's going to be really important. And
wow.
That's LVT for you. He's on it.
He's multitasking, by the way. He was looking at something else, and then he's like, oh, you want this? Okay, bam.
Well, game number 1 going to be capture the flag on Aquarius, and this is going to be really fun to watch. Again, the coordination, the aggression, the pressure that Shopify Rebellion are well known for. You know, obviously attacking that car side of the map most of the time. When Overshield comes up, we're going to see a bit of a shift. GBX, obviously a very good flag team, especially when you talk about what Legend's been able to do with his slaying and his flag running in combo with each other.
Yeah, I mean, Gunny was talking about this a little bit earlier, but, you know, depending on who's spawning first, we always talk about Bound and Legend. You know, one of them is always going to put that damage in, and because they move as a unit together on the map, they're going to be able to clean up those kills. And then, of course, you can't forget Renegade, right? He's going to have that roam route, I would assume, be the roamer on the squad. And then, of course, Tusk. We can't forget about him.
Oh my God, we're starting.
You know when that music starts? You know what's coming soon. Game number 1 will be on its way here real
Oh my God, we're not
soon,
starting.
What's hyper focus in?
No way.
On Aquarius.
I can't believe you've done this.
A little bit, you know, favoring that card side, getting into your opponent's utility and just being a nuisance, being that Pistola-like player can be so valuable when you're in that
Exclamation point,
side, but
420.
Now you have Overshield spawning towards P. You have Heat Wave in the bottom middle. There's a little bit more going on Aquarius that you have to be mindful of throughout the map. What are some of your keys to success when going to a map like Aquarius CTF?
I mean, so obviously you got the Heat Wave bottom center, but the big point for me is going to be that overshield, right? It's on the bottom of P, and there's a lot of scrap for that OS right at the start. There's so much that you know has to go into setting up and
boring
sure
rifle
to get that
Evo
execution on that overshield. So I think that's going to be a big factor in this. You can see, of course, the lobby getting prepared here, but I think that those beginning strats are one of the important things. And if I'm looking at GBX once again, you've just got to think about how fast this pace is going to be on this roster.
Yo,
right?
Two Strains, thank you for the follow. Love that name.
One of the fastest teams in the HCS on the side of
I'm smoking Two Strains right now.
And they even said it themselves. They kind of mirror their playstyle off of SSG, but you've got 3 very aggressive players on the side of GBX that potentially counter.
I like to think that I'm always actively thinking during the match, and I like to think that, like, you know, even though I'm a dumb play-by-play commentator, I like to really focus in on the micro and the macro of the game. But one thing I noticed in my game that I'm not taking advantage enough on this map specifically is the Heat Wave. I honestly feel like with some of those close range engagements that I find myself getting into, you know, when I'm trying to live on utility, when I'm pushing from car 3 to the high hall, there's such tight quarters, tight engagements. Even P side, when someone's trying to push up on P, I get into a lot of close quarters engagements. So I'm going to start focusing more on grabbing that Heat Wave. It's in such a non-advantageous position, you would think bottom mid, but even bottom mid at times as a support position could help a teammate get across there, help a teammate get to the flag. So I think I'm going to start focusing in on my own gameplay and starting to put more value in on that Heat Wave.
Hell yeah, Tony.
And we also heard Soul Snipe talk about this yesterday as well. He knows, you know, for instance, FaZe to be a team that always plays for those power weapons. And that Heat Wave's coming up. There's no delay. Directly bottom center will be a player to pick that up, potentially Renegade. And of course, the OS setting up for that early, making sure you've got that P-side perimeter, maybe a roamer on the car side or a roamer maybe in a base. And it's so very important. Taking a look at the winners bracket here, or the upper bracket, of course, it's played out pretty crazily here. Of course, you said it yourself. It was one game for both Shopify and GBX that got taken off by Kraken and Scion. We didn't expect to see those, but they were both Slayers. I mean, what do you have to say about both these squads and Slayers coming into this next series?
Well, I mean, for me personally, like, Slayer's always been that type of game mode where the underdogs really can come out and change the course of a series, maybe build some momentum. You know, Slayer, it can really swing either way. So we've seen that time and time again throughout Halo's timeline, not even just Halo Infinite, for Halo 5, Halo 4, Halo Reach. It's been like that when it comes to those Slayers. But I think in this matchup, I think it's going to be really important because there's a very good chance that we go to a Game 5 and Slayer will
Let's go, we're in this.
Between GBX and Shopify Rebellion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is what we've been waiting for. This is what a lot of people predicted. These two teams facing off here in the winners finals. And right off the bat,
what are the drops?
Rebellion 3 down for GBX. Mental with the OS.
There you go.
And Mental
it is the Astral Drift coating and the Mizraia Armory Charm.
Takes a lot of damage,
Or
but
the drops
still
today.
Still's in the utility side of the opposition. Maybe another round of slays needed because down to one-shot cycle goes. Mental somehow stays alive, gets himself a kill, but here comes Tusk. Here comes GBX.
Yeah, GBX really good off a spawn, right? They end up going a couple down pretty staggeredly, but off a spawn, very aggressive.
Is staggeredly a word?
To the 50, they're back in the base of GBX.
Okay.
This is the type of pressure
We should be
you expect
reconnected.
to see when dealing with Shopify Rebellion. GBX finally
My whole OBS just disconnected for a second, but I think we're back.
Space of their own. Can they live here on the 50?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
It's gonna get the
refresh
first one
the
on the
stream.
Soul Snipe, and it's been a lot of kills here for the side of Rebellion.
Okay, hopefully we should be good now.
Back. 3 down for GBX.
3 down and an overshield in the hands of Psycho and Shopify Rebellion without any timing loss whatsoever. A flag is pulled and Mental has it all the way halfway across the base. Rebellion have total momentum, but that flag was stopped. I'm not sure exactly what happened on the other side of things. Cycle's pushed up. Cycle's putting down pressure, but that flag, it hasn't made its way home. It's bound. That's still putting down damage and being the nuisance, but Cycle, he cycles his way back to his spawn. Now this flag should go in. That's 2-0 Rebellion.
Yeah, you got to pay attention about a Renegade when you're Shopify
Damn,
Rebellion. We
quick
talked
start
about
for
that
Rebellion.
yesterday as well. Keeping track of these players, making sure to take them out when they're in those positions like Bound was on the back of their base. Shopify are doing a great job of playing the process, right? Making sure to get these slays, get these isolated players, and get these kills when necessary. That first pick's going to open things up a bit, and Mental not missing a shot. This is what we love to see.
Renegade with the strafe, Mental with the shot again. Gotta love the level of competition that we are seeing here in the winners bracket final. Some of the best players in the world emptying the tank, leaving it on the line. 3 down, go Rebellion. This is GBX's opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, GBX have to push up, and they're going to do so here. Bound's going to pull the flag towards the utility side. They'll force the spawns on the back of flag and on the fridge side. They'll get this flag pretty far through. Not a lot of slays come up, though.
A double push by Rebellion through utility side. Renegade trying to find the best way to position himself, the best way to attack this, as the flag has not made it home. Stop just short. A goal line stands, but not going to stop GBX.
Okay, they do get a flag on the board.
And a triple kill coming out of the Demon. That's another 4 down.
That's what I was talking about. If Renegade can pop off along with Bound and Legend, we're going to have a game on our hands here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Rebellion are that high chemistry roster, but GBX, they have that firepower.
2-1 lead, still in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and it's Legend playing that forward position. Allows Renegade to grab a hold of Overshield. A great distraction, a great bait and switch coming out of them in a 2v2 scenario. Renegade and GBX have all the advantage in the world, and now it's Rebellion approaching the spawners. Or excuse me, Renegade approaching the spawners of Rebellion. Renegade's here, nades are down, damage is out. Renegade finds himself the kill, still has a bit of Overshield to work with. Suppressed.
Oh my.
Damn, bro.
It's GBX that is
This is going insane.
This is GBX's first Overshield, and I'm going to be honest with you, they got the value out of that 1 OS that Rebellion got out of 2 Overshields. So Renegade able to do massive amounts of damage. They have 1 cap on the board, trying to convert on this second one, but some more kills have to come through.
Plenty of time on the board for anything to happen. It's still just a 1 cap game at the moment here. GBX's Tusk has already pushed the top car side. Great positioning out of him, but it looks like it's Mental that's willing to trade out his life to make sure he gets out of that power position. Heatwave is out. Suppressed is here. Both teams fighting for that car side control, but Suppressed just doesn't have the shields to work with.
It's Rebellion with that little bit of sandbox control here. You see Suppressed with that heat wave. We talked about it being on the bottom center of the map. It's going to open up the play here. 3 go down for GBX. They're spawning on that fridge side. There's the process, the fundamentals that you see constantly played, but you got to look at both teams. You got to see what slays come out first, and right now it's a trade. Legend and Soulsnipe go down.
And mind you, Suppressed is already pulling. Meanwhile, Mental getting his. That's a reversal medal out of him, and a 3rd flag cap for Shopify Rebellion.
I mean, this is beautiful out of
that was not
Shopify
missing.
Rebellion. They're able to literally isolate players 1 by 1. They take those beautiful angles to make sure there's only 1 player in sight. And they take out that player, and it's just that process, again, that allows them to pull this flag continuously. Now they go bottom center with it.
Yeah, this is what we talk about that speed and aggression and pressure that they're able to create. Rebellion literally just captured the flag. There's no way, shape, or form they should have the resources that have that type of space to allow them to pull another flag, but they do.
Yeah, they don't. They not only have space to pull the
Should be
flag, they have
4-1.
space to get another overshield. That's the 4th flag going in.
I mean,
for
damn.
Shopify Rebellion, and they've got a little bit of OS maybe to work with in the hands of Cycle.
A balanced attack come out of Shopify Rebellion as well. 14 apiece out of Mental and Soulsnipe. Cycle puts his 16th on the board, but everybody doing their job as far as the slays department. Cycle still being a nuisance right now. I say it all the time, second youngest player in the pro scene, but plays like a savvy veteran does Cycle.
Yeah, I love his use of the overshield there. Able to do so much damage. A lot of the damage gets cleaned up. They pull another flag here. Couple go down for the side of Rebellion, so GBX has slowed down just a bit.
Good live from Mental, honestly.
That pull, but Rebellion looking to
how much he could do there.
And answer back, and again, they play slow.
And he gets caught.
They're getting caught this time. Bound gets a kill.
3 caps between the two. A little less than 5 minutes on the clock. Still doable here for GBX, but it is going to be tough, especially when you end up losing half the members of your crew. The other half right now trying to find a way to attack, still putting pressure right now. It's Bound behind enemy lines. This could be a huge
wow, what an aid.
He knows it's coming.
Yeah, it's about tracking those players. Okay, we don't see Bound on the map. Where is Bound? He's probably in the back of our base again. Bound does enough damage, though, to get 3 down for Rebellion, so maybe this is GBX's chance to push up on the map and get a bit of pressure, but look at Mental sneaking through again.
Yeah, now on your death cams, you can move 360. You can really not only know where the enemy has been, but know where they're going.
Finally, we have like actual death cams.
He was ready for that flame because of that great communication. Shopify Rebellion and now Mental.
I love that.
Gets the kill on one end, now is on the other, starts the flag run, gets his shield back. Bit of patience now coming in from Mental and Rebellion, and now it's time for him to bring the heat. Finds himself behind Bound, but Bound refuses to go down.
I love that right there, right? They slay through the pull, right? There's only one player that's going to spawn that fridge side because you don't really have the timing on that one player, so you end up pulling towards the fridge side anyway, get the slay, pull through that, but the flag is returned once again.
What feels like the first overshield that Renegade and GBX are able to grab. He gets himself a kill or two, gets himself a bit of damage, but suppressed with the double leads to a full squad wipe for GBX.
Yeah, Rebellion are just having a really rough time right now in terms of pulling this flag. They're going to end up pulling this one, though. Suppress is going to be on the back of the base here. This is beautiful, right? There's one player that's forward, that's Tusk. They're trying to take care of Tusk. Look how quickly he switches over to do more damage to more GBX players.
Legend being a distraction once again, this time to allow Renegade to try to get the return on the flag. Return will go in. Legend is here. So what the rest of GBX.
Shit ain't over yet, but there's only 3 minutes on the game clock. So.
Rebellion, but Rebellion's defense puts multiple down.
I don't think Rebellion chokes this.
Rebellion, they take back control.
Yeah, they do such a great job of getting 4 dead quickly. You can see these spawns. There's going to be 2 staggered here, but they'll wait.
I think this is looking pretty chalked for GBX.
Now they've got them trapped. They find the first kill on the Bound. That opens things up. You see, it's aggression out of Soul Snipe already pushing it to the base.
Another 4 down.
Wow.
GBX, this should be a flag
Holy
run.
shit.
No shields, no
Tusk
problem.
is getting
Ain't nobody
fried.
on the map to stop you. Bound does get a spawn over toward the P1 side, so he does have first step towards this flag, towards stopping it from going through, but you got 2 members of Shopify Rebellion that are looking to relay it through. Bound with max damage.
So much damage, bro. Oh my god, and they stop it.
That is massive. It's 3 down for
What
the
the
Rebellion.
fuck,
Chance for
dude?
GBX to get their second cap. There's only 2 minutes left, but another kill comes through.
And that flag has
That is
already
fucking
been started.
insane,
The
dude.
reset
They
should
have to
come through
relay this
by
shit
itself.
crazy.
The
And Shopify's
Suppress
on their
gonna be
base.
able to grab a hold of that touch, and
Shopify
we
should be fine.
see
That was
the
a crazy
second flag
sequence,
cap
but-
coming from GBX. There it is.
GBX have to be fast, though, off this OS pull, right? There's a player that's
Just I say that they die on flag. They gotta be careful not to get relayed.
Renegade sneaks through the bottom center. 2 kills come out for Rebellion.
Hang on.
Renegade about to put
This should be a double cap.
caps in for GBX, 'cause I don't see anybody in position for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh my god,
Are
and
we
there's
about
90
to see
seconds
a
left.
1 cap game here?
It looks like it is. Renegade puts it in. And now immediately look at him. He's
Hang
going
on
for
a
the top
motherfucking
center
second.
control. Bound is starting to heat up as well. 25 and 20 in this game. Getting pushed
Wait,
here.
they are
Suppressed
frying them all of a
ends up
sudden.
getting
That's
the
3
kill.
dead for
That's 3 down
Shopify.
Rebellion again.
Surprise was able to get past those grenades.
This is another pull. Oh my god, this is a cap. They're not even spawned up yet.
GBX,
They're gonna tie the game.
1-4, but they made
They're gonna tie the game.
a minute on the clock. Renegade just doing main slayer type of things. We got a tied up games, ladies and gentlemen.
What the fuck is going on?
Switch has been flipped here for GBX.
Oh my god.
A
As soon as I said they weren't gonna choke it, they choked it.
in the beginning of this game, and Renegade
And they're still going crazy.
40 seconds on the clock. We could see an overtime, or we
Oh my god.
4
4 dead. This could be a pull. That might even be game. They gotta watch the OE. What the hell is going on? Legend is there. That's game. That's game.
2 down for Rebellion. The flag's going through.
There's 2 members of Shopify Rebellion. They're just gonna throw some nades, try to get the cross map shots. Bound already has it on the pillar.
Oh my god.
That's a win.
Wow.
That's game 1.
A statement being made here. You see the main stage.
Oh
you see
my
the energy out of
God.
GBX. And again, what's interesting about this LAN is there's no white noise, Tony. They can hear it all. Usually there's earbuds. Usually you get that white noise. You don't have to hear
What
the
the
crowd or hear the other
fuck,
team, but
dude?
here,
That's one of the most
we're in
insane
the
things I've ever seen, dude.
grassroots, baby. This, you hear everything in GBX.
I cannot believe they just choked that shit. Oh my god.
So are we. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. This was a 1-4 game at one point.
With 3 minutes left.
Like,
Less than 3 minutes.
Should have ended it, and the way they were
They
playing,
kept
like
4 flags in like
GBX seemingly
in less than
coming out
2.5
of
minutes, dude.
What are the
It was 2.5 minutes or something like that.
That happens. That's crazy.
That's probably one of the biggest comebacks we've seen on C2.
I mean,
CTF
holy
We've seen
shit.
some big ones here, but we're talking about a roster in GBX, a potential, essentially a pickup roster, right? Shopify have to be moving on from that, though. There's where you
That's
have to like
fucking
toss the
insane,
game, right?
bro.
Okay, it happened. It is what it is. We move
Oh my
on to the
God.
Slayer. 7-1 in Slayers at Arlington, Tony. They're an incredible Slayer team. We'll see if they can close out this Slayer here and tie up the series.
Yo, Stoned IRL, thank you for the follow, by the way.
They told us that both of these teams ain't treated us like, a little pass.
Or the last 2 follows I've gotten today were 2 Strains and Stoned IRL. That makes me happy.
Like almost like that HS mainstay type of stuff with $7,500 on the line.
I'll take a blinker to that.
I ain't questioning it. That was one of my favorite games that I've ever had the opportunity of casting, and it was just
That was actually an all-timer, bro, low key.
Best of 5 series. Buckle up, stay with me, old man.
Hey,
I need your energy.
That was like a fire-ass game.
My bones be cracking when I get up, but I'm gonna tell you, if there's one thing to wake me up, it's that series right there. And we've got a packed house here. This crowd is beautiful. They're making noise. They're getting into the game as well. And how can you not? GBX coming through with the incredible comeback. And honestly,
What's up,
for me,
Jake?
Tony, it
I'm
was the overshields,
sorry,
right?
brother.
Making sure those overshields have value. We saw
What's up,
Renegade
Stoned?
put damage into like
Yeah, that
5,
was
but
fucking
literally
crazy.
4 different players, but a spawner
That's
is 5 different
no bullshit.
players
That's one of the best
with
games
that
I've seen in
1OS,
Infinite, bro.
and then they were able to
Crazy.
cap off of that.
I don't know how
They got
Bound
that
stopped
OS
this
for
shit.
that last 2 caps as well.
Renegade comes in to help
What
him.
was that play? There's no way that Bound gets even a
Goal line
kill
stop.
right there, let alone 2.
Renegade went fucking insane for like 5 minutes. Legend goes insane at the end.
At no point in time could I even dream.
I mean, my
to be as
God.
good as anyone on the stage. At no point in time could I even dream of being anywhere as good as these players that we're seeing on the main
Yes,
stage.
Stoned, I appreciate the follow, bro.
Your Titans
You doing well, man?
of
Welcome to the
Orlando,
stream.
Powered by LVT Halo.
You know what I love is that we got to play in this land, right, Tony? And one of the big things about that is not only that we got absolutely dominated because we are terrible.
Yeah,
but,
I don't know why I tell people that.
Right, but listen, but we got perspective. There's a lot more respect that goes into what these players are.
No, it's a
landline.
landline.
What these teams are capable of, because
like
you're
it's
in
like
the
an
game,
actual.
there's just so much to worry about.
I'm not-
There's so much to look at.
I'm not sure
so much
what
to think
you're
about.
asking.
And then you kind of get overwhelmed. And all these players are thinking these processes.
They're playing on
through.
land. They're
looking
playing
at
on
the map
regular
from
land.
a top-down perspective, and they're able to break everything down. It takes a lot to be a top Halo professional. It really does.
Yeah, obviously these teams do VOD review. And,
I think this is like the first.
What should we have done in this position?
like-
why did we do this? Or why
Well,
did we
maybe not
make
the
this
first. I'm sure there
mistake?
have been other
In the
lands
moment,
since this game came out, but this is probably the most like
hindsight, obviously, 2020. In the moment,
publicized
unless you've been in that position and you've practiced it and you've
outside of
gone
like the
over it,
majors.
it's very easy to make 1 or 2 mistakes that could cost you a capture. And as
Oh,
we
I
just
see.
saw in that game
Yeah,
number
I
one,
see, Jake. Yeah,
one
yeah.
cap
So
can
this,
really
but this
decide
is.
an entire
See, it's run
game
by
or an
LVT in
entire
2050.
comeback. Solid 2 Slayer.
And
It's
it's
going to be our game number 2.
it is the
Obviously,
Titans of
go
Orlando
to that Halo
tournament.
5 Plaza remake, a lot
$7,500
of
prize pool.
experience in the lobby.
Yeah, it's not a major or anything. It's not an HCS event. It's a 2050 and LVT event. But yeah, dope as fuck.
Talk to me a bit about Slayer
And
Solitude.
like the game that we just watched, that Aquarius flag was deadass one of the best games in all of Halo Infinite.
Both of them together. Okay?
One of the best games
So,
I've ever seen.
What we saw in the beginning of that game number 1 was a bit of passive.
All right, I'm hitting the Pine Park, sorry.
When you think of Bound, Legend, and Renegade, what do you think of right off the rip?
I might have to
Speed and
fucking.
aggression.
I might have to fucking
What we saw
upload
in
that
the
no
second half
bullshit.
was them holding forward, staying alive, doing damage. If we can see that here in the Slayer, they take this one as well. But again, it's Shopify Rebellion. 7-1 in Slayers. I would assume that, obviously we say they're one of the best Slayer teams in the game. I would assume they take this as well, but Kraken, they took a game off of Shopify. So we'll see.
Elgato,
if they're able
no
to come to play
signal.
here in game number 2.
I love when players and commentators talk about timing when it comes to the game, because a lot of these collapses are really well-timed pushes, and I feel like it's easier to do when your only gear is, forward. When you have players like we're seeing at Shopify Rebellion and GBX who are willing to hold forward, willing to be aggressive, you're gonna see great
What's up, Halo 2 the best Halo? Do I actually? No, that's not something I said.
And that's what happens when you're a team.
That's
like
a copy
Shopify
pasta
Rebellion,
because
your
somebody
structure team that
commented
goes
that on
over
one of my
through the
videos.
S-scripts.
That's just
Guess
like a
what's gonna
random,
be the
like a random
strongest thing
person
of your
said that.
gameplay? It's these starting strats, right? Being able to execute on them, being able to take angles that are not necessarily looked at. That's potentially what's happening. In this
I
game
actually like
one
the
thus
Bandit
far.
Evo
It's a
a lot.
5, make that 6-2
Whoa.
lead here for Shopify Rebellion.
Oh!
Just hit a triple like that to 3x the scoreline of the opposition and mental.
No, I
finishes
actually
off
like the Bandit.
Renegade. What a start coming in out of Shopify Rebellion.
And Soulsnipe, right? Soulsnipe's 5-0. What a way to start this game.
Yeah.
It's exactly what Shopify Rebellion need. I'm sure they're hanging their heads a little bit low after that game, but this is the start you're looking for. Soulsnipe with the shock rifle can really make an impact.
Right now, heads are high, and so is the reticle on Soulsnipe's shock. Looking to get some headshots here. We do see GBX starting to claw the way right back into it. Started off as a 2-7 deficit. Now just 3 kills between the two, but back-to-back out of Rebellion. 4 up for them, 2 down for GBX.
Rebellion are doing a really great job of finding the kills first and then executing on the players left on the map. This is just beautiful out of the side of Rebellion, and they've maintained this lead because of it. Legend, though, getting a couple kills of his own. 12-9, though, is the lead still for Rebellion.
Legend gonna back down. One shot at the moment, playing the center lane over toward the gold side. You got Renegade who's pushing up the C side, and Tusk supporting you from blue, and a beautiful shot that can deal with anybody that challenges you. GBX right back in it.
The Rebellion is holding this entire side of the map. They're forcing the spawns on that snipe side. So this next camo going to be very important. And honestly, Legend
Oh, really,
and the side of
Stone?
GBX
That's awesome,
are
bro.
in prime position for it right now. Rebellion
When
understand
was-
that, so they have
when
to
was the last
pressure through
Halo
here, and
you
the damage
played
comes
or
out from
watched?
Legend, but Bound is cleaned up. Renegade gets a trade, but a couple more trades have to happen.
Legend got some big
Also,
game
yeah,
on,
like-
playing like he's over 7 foot tall. I'm gonna call
Competitive
him
for this
Legend
game
Weapon
is-
no, it doesn't work. Sorry. Camouflage about to come up. Beautiful long range shot.
I mean, competitive Halo's
Reversal
amazing.
Out of Legend, which not only gets him the kill, but also gets him camouflage as well.
My favorite
We
thing in the
always
world
talk
for a
about
reason.
Pips. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a pivotal fight there for Legend. Able to get that 1v1, able to get the camo as well. My question is, what
Like,
is he gonna
obviously,
do?
I know
We see
Infinite isn't the most
pressure's
popular
coming
game.
through already. Cycle's going to be the first point of contact. The
like,
damage is
the
cleaned
competitive
up
scene
again,
is still
and 2 go down for Rebellion.
incredible.
Out of an 18 apiece, excuse me,
obviously.
making 19 for Rebellion as 2 members of GBX trying to clear out this perimeter, trying to play from the outside in, and this Tusk that goes right after suppressed, bound. Still putting down damage, a little bit of a 1-2 combo, a bait and switch happening right now. That's the way you fend off Rebellion.
What I'm hearing a lot out of GBX is their energy, right? They're getting loud on the main stage. You'll love to see that passion here, even at a local event. It's 3 down for GBX, though, and a chance for Rebellion to answer back. They've got to kill Renegade, and they do. Now they can pressure the map.
GBX currently down by 2 kills. We switch on board with them off of spawn. I want to go into a bit of a listening with GBX.
Ooh, listening. Let's go.
Spawning tramp. You want to swerve?
Played some MCC like 2015 to 2017. I was young for the OG games. Played Splits from shit. Word. But yeah, I will say like 2 and 3 is what I mean by OG. Word. Triple for Tusk. 4 dead for Rebellion. High game. Yeah, the pro scene for this game is amazing, dude. The tournaments are incredible. HCS runs some great events, and even this, like, this shit is insane. This is just a community event, bro. HCS in the league has no involvement in this whatsoever. Oh!
My God.
Casters aren't even muted. Wow, what a listen to noise shit.
36-31 lead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this
GBX.
is a community event. Like, there's no
Recently saw
HCS
the
involvement
inside, we
here,
saw the
nothing with the
flanks, we saw
league
the
or like with
timing,
343 or
we've
anything.
seen them now take
It's
back
just a community
control
event, bro.
of the
LVT in
game,
2050.
And they're about to run away with it. They ain't looking back. is GBX.
GBX just
What's
really
up, Psychodrama?
You can just tell in the comms, right? They just
I mean,
sound
sure,
good right now, and they've taken a 9-kill lead over one of the best Slayer
I guess that's fair to
teams
say,
in the
but like,
ACS. It's Renegade on
to
your
that
screen.
point, I think like the entire Halo community.
Will he win this fight?
Ooh.
Not gonna be able to do it. Cycle takes him out.
But I mean, they're up by
But that's
10.
3
Holy
down
shit, they're
for
getting
Rebellion.
fried.
I was gonna say, is that the first domino to fall, but they're still so far behind right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, to that
Shopify
point, I mean,
Rebellion,
like, the
I don't know
entire
how
Halo
they can
scene
make a
deserves a
massive
better game.
comeback. We saw GBX do
But, like, I say this a lot.
Yeah, it's
Like,
gonna be
obviously,
tough, though, 'cause
Infinite
GBX are definitely
as a
just going
product
for
is
trades
not
at this
like the
point.
best
Cycle
Halo
gets
game
a
we've
clean
ever
kill on the
gotten.
feed, though. That's exactly what you're looking
But
for if you're Rebellion at this point. This is not
even-
over by any
even
means
shit
right now,
Halo
but Renegade, he's trying
is
to
still
shut the
Halo,
door
you know what I'm
on
saying?
this game right now.
Like,
And Legend gets another trade.
still
That's exactly what
functions
they need.
mostly the same. We're playing a lot of the same game types and the same maps. And as long as that's the case, the community can thankfully find a way to make it sick.
Can't afford a single life to give right now. And there it is.
Wow, GBX are really.
This
you
is
can
insane,
hear them
bro.
popping off. They're looking. At
He
the
said, "You
other
guys are
side of the
fucking
stage,
breaking."
And Bound is getting loud.
Oh my gosh.
You love to see that. It's passion.
Yeah, I mean, like,
here.
on a
Just like we're
on a
back in
fundamental level,
2005
like, this is still
I
Halo.
got goosebumps here on the cash.
Like,
I don't
it's still the
imagine on
same
other
sport,
side
the
of
same
that.
game.
How must that feel?
Like, even though
And
Infinite,
you're down
and we can all probably
on
agree,
two.
like, Infinite is not the
Shopify
best
Rebellion,
Halo.
You got one of the best players in the world barking at you.
Exactly. We're all still here because
when
we
Bound's
love it.
feeling like that, you gotta be scared.
At that
right?
fundamental level,
Because you have
it's
to
still
think about
it's still the
GBX,
shit that we
they
all
have
love.
nothing to lose here. They put together the squad for this land, which is incredible. I'm so happy that they.
Sorry,
showed
I
up.
just
They're
ripped the
giving
card
us a
twice, bro.
show
I'm
right
struggling
now,
with how
but
to.
When you're on the other side of things, you're
how to
Shopify
word
Rebellion,
that,
an
but
established
hopefully you guys get what I'm
roster who's
saying.
obviously gone through all the
Yeah.
hoops and
That being
and
said,
learned the game.
I have very
and
high hopes
studied
for
your
the next
your
game.
VOD.
I hope the
I
next
think
game's very
it's-
good.
It's just when you
And
showcase
because
that
if
energy
we
and
have
showcasing that
the level of
dominance,
community
Shopify
involvement
really have to
and
dig deep into their mental and say, okay,
production,
you know,
it was
we've
a W
been
blanker,
there, done
I will
that.
say.
We can get through this together. Like we can.
But
make
if
this
we have
reverse
like
happen.
the level of
I feel like this is
passion
one
and
thing that
creativity
Shopify
and
Rebellion
community
are gonna
involvement
take,
and all this stuff that we do now
We talked
in
about them having that
and
massive
we have like an amazing game,
even in game 2,
and like
they had control for it. Up until maybe like, what,
I don't know,
that
sky's the limit, you know what I'm saying?
mark, they had a lot of control.
What's up,
over that
Ultraman?
game,
I hope
but
I said that
now,
shit right.
Maybe they have to find a better way of closing.
Also, bro,
out even
Shopify
against
better
the
not get
best in the
fucking
world,
3-0'd after that
like,
shit.
Like these players are on GBX.
You got to shut these players down on GBX. I talked about
They're gonna be talking
what,
crazy
what they
shit.
bring to the table individually.
Ultraman
You
sounds
give them
good.
A little bit of energy when you give them
That's
a
good,
little
brother.
bit of
It's good to see you in the
something
chat.
to talk about, like a 2-0 series lead so far.
That being said,
you got to quiet them up. That's the only
I
way
appreciate
this
y'all
happens,
being
right?
here, man.
You win this next game,
Appreciate
obviously,
y'all
that
chilling with
starts
me.
to reverse
Appreciate
when you
y'all
start
watching
to
the
get
games.
energy under your belt. You start to get a little bit of confidence,
I
which
mean,
is
like
what
we've
you
been
should
talking
have.
about.
If you're Shopify Rebellion here, you should have confidence.
I still
in this
enjoy
series
doing this
still.
shit.
Even being down.
I appreciate
2-0,
y'all
you
being
should
here with
still
me.
have confidence that you can bring the series back. You are Shopify.
Very
Rebellion.
excited for London.
Game number 3, Oddball on Recharter. Just one
Fun
map
to see
that
the
I think
passion,
really
absolutely.
Change the pace, especially coming off of a super fast map.
Oh, yeah, I
like
love the shit
Solitaire.
talk.
I think of
I love it.
Oddball Recharter. I think of like
Y'all know
you not
me,
having
bro.
control coming off a spawn.
Yeah.
You have to find the way to take space, get a perimeter kill, break the setup of the opposition, and then once you get that 3 or 4 down, then you have to instantly take space on yourself.
Yes,
You have
yes.
to control those spawns, and now you get into your own setup.
For the
and you
love
get
of
to
the game
see,
and shit,
not
you know
only
what
the
I'm saying?
speed and coordination and efficiency in which you play at on the offensive end, but then you have to show off how good you are at defense. Otherwise, you're probably not getting any points. You'll just get a lot of kills.
What's
I
up,
love that
Count
you
Duke of
mentioned that
VR?
too, because like that.
Welcome
talks
to
about
the
how
stream.
important timing and
Republic or
positioning are,
Separatist?
right?
Republic.
You push in to get that 4-kill sweep.
Or the
to
Republic.
Get everyone down, but then you got to worry about. Okay, wait. They're gonna
watch
spawn.
those wrist
That
rockets.
First kill we got is going to be a spawner
Motherfucker.
coming up here. We have to block those spawns as well. And then if you're too far up, you don't have the timing to run back. Let's say towards elevator to block that A spawn and force some C. So there's so much that goes into this, and I think if I'm thinking of both of these rosters, I'm thinking of Shopify being a lot more structured in this situation in this game number 3.
Yeah, it's definitely a Republic.
We will be finding out soon here. Not only we talk about the actual game type and what strategy that lends to, but then we talk about
It's just
obviously
not like the
sandbox
simulations
and
for Kismet.
shock rifle. No matter who gets it on the map, man.
Nothing like the
is
simulations back on
crazy.
Camino for Kismet.
I want to use the word easy. It's crazy how easy it is in the hands of these players. Like, obviously, players that are maybe at my level, low Onyx or high Diamond players.
What was the
we're
score
good
of
with
the hard
shot,
point?
But
I saw
different.
New York was up
The
2-1, so
professional
I assume they
players
just
with
lost
the
game
shock,
4.
It is a true power weapon. It is a true game changer, and that's what I think.
Oh,
about it.
that
You also
I
have
agree, Count
camouflage to
Dooku.
work with,
Yeah.
so
250,
it's
100,
very interesting to watch the
damn.
dance that's going to happen, not only on the
yeah,
offense side, defense and offensively, but how
ultimately, like, what allowed
strategies change
the Emperor
when
to
Camo and
take
Shock are
control
starting to pull you towards the
and all the
center
shit was
Really
because
well
like
said.
the
I
Jedi
think
and the
those
Republic
power
were
weapons, you know,
ultimately super
even me,
flawed,
you know,
and that system was
I guess
flawed
higher
and needed to
Onyx is
go.
not really high Onyx, but higher Onyx, it's the same thing for me.
Because like the whole point
don't
of the
take
original
value
6
I
Star
should
Wars movies
with shock rifle, but
is
you see a shock,
Anakin
like, let's
brings
say,
balance
you know,
to the
Renegade's
Force
time in the shock, you see
by
Renegade
getting
pick up
rid
that shock rifle,
of
your
everybody.
whole game plan changes.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, we need
The
to make sure to
Jedi
take
and the
him out.
entire
We need to
Jedi
make
Order
sure to
have to
cut the
go,
angles that he's
but
watching
also the Sith
and-
have to
and-
go
and make sure
in
he
order
doesn't
for
do
there
a
to be
lot of damage,
balance.
'cause it is game changing.
Because
I agree.
ultimately
Yeah, I'm
they
not
were
gonna lie.
both
If I see
flawed,
you grab the shotgun,
and they were
I'm gonna
both just
challenge
driving
you
the
all day.
conflict,
Oh, wow.
All day, every day.
Oh,
I'm
man.
taking the
Okay.
shot. Renegade.
creating war in the
I'm
galaxy
probably
and
gonna
shit.
hide, backseat or something. I ain't
So, you know, the
getting
whole
this
shit in
man's
Return
way.
of the
Let me tell
Jedi
you, I'm gonna
is
strategically jump off
all
the
the
map,
all
try
the
to
Jedi are
myself a better
gone.
spawn. I'm gonna ride noob it up a little
Anakin turns back to the good side and gets rid of the
GBX,
Emperor.
ladies and gentlemen, up 2-0 in
And then
the
he
series
dies.
off of
Then
one
there's
massive
balance.
comeback and one very good one in game number 2. GBX, no stranger to
That-
playing
that is
off
a,
of their
that is a
back
choke
foot and
slamming, though.
having that mental fortitude to be able to hold on to, it's okay. Take it one kill at a time. Take it one step at a time. I know you're big.
I talked
on the
about it. I
mental
talked
of
about it
the
a little bit, and I think I talked about it on my
Talk to me a little bit
podcast.
about that when you find yourself
but
down, whether it's a massive
bro,
1-4.
Watching
or down
Phantom
4 or
Menace in
5 kills in a
theaters,
big game in
it
a
was like a
Slayer.
week
How
ago at
do
this
you
point,
hold on
was
mentally?
so much
It
fun,
takes a
dude.
lot of mental fortitude to just take a step back and take a deep breath, because it is really easy to tilt. And I was actually talking to Eddie
No,
about this
there was
earlier
balance
today.
because
It's like,
Luke and Leia are
you know,
motherfuckers.
He ended up losing
but
the Slayer game when they were
they-
up by
they
a lot,
weren't
and
part
he
of
was saying,
that
you know, if this was
Jedi
going 1
Order.
year
Like,
ago,
that specific
the whole
version of the
series
Jedi
would've been
Order
over. He'd be
was
on a
what
plane back home,
was
because you
corrupt
can get
and
tilted
flawed.
really easy. When you're at this level, when you're playing at this
The
level,
prequel
you have
era
to shake
Jedi
games
Order.
off, but also, like you said, moments of
That
games
version
off.
of
You
the
just gotta
system
be
had
like,
to
okay,
go.
how do we break this? You know, take a step back. How do we break this setup? What is the process we have to take? And do that. You know, a lot of players
yeah,
will
Count
just
Dooku,
kinda
he probably-
like, oh, no,
he probably
they're getting
would've.
so much ball time. Let me just charge top center. That's
And then
me,
him,
by the way. Let me just charge top center.
and then him
and
essentially
count
being
everybody on the map.
nerfed
But no,
by
it's
having
a
those
process.
injuries and
It's a
becoming Darth
step-by-step
Vader
process. It's
is
essentially
what
chess.
I'll take a look at some of the
let
damage
Palpatine
here
keep
as,
control of him.
Man, Suppressed was a dealer on there. And I've been telling people time and time again, I do the stats when it comes to these HS events. I've been doing it for a while, and I'm always looking and always impressed with how this man finds that damage on the map. And I think to myself, like, I feel like as a player myself that maybe I'm a slower player, I'll be honest with you, but if I have a player
I mean,
like
maybe,
Suppressed on the
probably
team
is.
that is
If you, like,
putting
believe
down
in the
damage, it's
theory that,
creating
like,
avenues or creating lines of sight
that, like,
I can
people
then
are
use 'cause
always
the enemy team is weak. They probably have to
corrupt,
force back
and, like,
down
the
get their
thirst for
shields.
knowledge
Now
is, like,
that's
always
when we
gonna-
can start to get aggressive. I think of how
always gonna lead down,
valuable that is. When
down the
when
path of,
oftentimes
like,
when I talk about
darkness and
Suppressed,
shit.
Get a little unicorn.
Oh, it's a little unicorn. If Carolyn was watching, she would love this unicorn.
Because, like, the
Carolyn,
knowledge
you're not
itself
watching, but this unicorn
isn't
is
the problem.
So let me tell you one thing. This unicorn's been on here for maybe 4
It's
or
when it
5
starts
seconds,
being abused.
and it already has way better analytical breakdowns.
But I see the point.
than you have
And
ever
technically,
had
I mean,
in
that's
your
the entire
entire career.
point
just trying to
of
make me hit a
The Last
unicorn.
Jedi, is it
You're
not?
trying to make me
Episode
Pass
8?
the headset.
Fine.
Because Luke, like, sets fire to the tree and burns all the sacred texts and shit. And they basically get rid of, like, all the knowledge
I don't
and
know what I'm
history
talking
of,
about,
like,
to be honest with you.
Force
That's
and, like, the
that
Jedi
threw
Order
me
and
off
shit.
A little bit here.
for that purpose.
Up 2-0 right now in the series are GBX. Is there something that you were seeing specifically out of these players?
But yeah,
here
and also,
today
like,
that has
it-
lent,
yeah, to that
has
point, Count
lent
Dooku,
to
like-
the reason why they're up by so much.
One thing. Confidence.
Everything
Bound
is
looks
made up of the
like,
Force.
You said you'd be scared if Renegade had shock. I'd be scared if Bound was screaming at me across
Force
the stage
exists
like
in
that.
all things,
I don't care who
so
you are. That is
a lot of
player
that probably
is-
would have come to light.
I gotta, sorry. That is a player that is in the state of flow. And
What the fuck is this?
him,
Wait,
you
what is
gotta
this
do-
brother
you're
Tim
gonna have to
talking
do it.
about? I'm
And it's
sorry.
Renegade too,
That just checked
and
me.
I think Tusk is outputting that damage as well. Everyone's playing the role that they need to play, but with confidence comes aggression. And when you're winning
Damn it, man,
every
y'all got
single
me
fight,
talking about
you've
Star
got that
Wars.
aggressive gameplay, that aggressive play style. It's up to Rebellion to stop and say, okay, How are they playing in this series?
Recharge ball, man.
Kind of,
I will say they're taking a long time to start this game, and it's an oddball, which is a long game type. So if there is any chance, if there is any chance for Shopify to get back in the series, this is a good game type for them to get back into it on. If they played Rig Holds Map 3, this series would be over 3-0 piss slamming, because they would just run over their shit. Momentum is a hell of a thing.
I'm gonna stay in that battle for an extra second, extra shot or two, because I feel like I'm gonna win this every single time. If that player's
Rebellion's icing, look at this. Rebellion's icing, and they're gonna play a 20-minute oddball right after this.
So I love that you brought that. That's a big point right there.
Well, we'll see. Of course, it's GBX. Smiles on Legend's face, ready for the next game. Look like on the other end of things, Shopify might be having an issue with something.
This is a good chance for Shopify to get back into it.
If they can get that figured out, the admin there, of course, helping. We'll see if they can figure that out. It's
brother got the dum-dum, bro.
That's having trouble with the PC. But
eating
regardless,
the sucker?
we'll get this started as soon as possible. I'm sorry, suppressed. I apologize.
What, so I'm
bro, everybody knows it is. Nobody cares.
Some
part of the game. It's just how it works.
Next. What is your favorite game type that you're seeing?
Everybody does it.
Okay, in this series?
And why?
Recharge oddball. You know why? The oddball games always go so long.
Next.
Well, it's just it's just interesting because oddball games go so long, but you can really kind of either like stop a flow in between rounds, or someone could dominate a round and you get that little bit of reset time. I kind of like the change of that. It's been where the
you'll definitely catch me icing.
You'd play through the entire score, but now we get the round-based game, and I like that for the competitors because it gives them a chance to kind of reset and have a chance to the other side of the map.
My favorite game mode and map combination, which I know we're going to see a game.
I think we know about some of the other 65 orders. I don't think we know about all of them, but I think we know about some of them, right?
Okay.
Aren't they referred to in like expanded media?
I'll be honest with you. When I first heard that the remake was coming in, I wasn't big on it. I was like, it's not going to play well with Halo Infinite. It's grown on me a little bit. It's not my favorite map, but it's definitely grown on me a little bit.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen.
What it looks like on
especially
the
because
level.
the Jedi games are going crazy right now.
On land, nonetheless. That's a good point. This is the first time we're going to see
Fallen Order
and
Survivor.
And, I'm excited to see how it plays, but it looks like we are.
I think that's probably going to be.
Recharge oddball, and we're on board.
That's probably going to be what we're going to get for the near future.
Taking a direct route over to I thought he was going gold. Actually,
less hack and slash,
towards the
and more like
catches a stray grenade that forces him back. Now we see the double
for the
back.
Souls game RPG elements.
Gets himself at least one turn it into a double.
Seems to be
the side control now for GBX.
The way of the gaming industry these days.
I absolutely love that you saw Rebellion send a player
Force
on the
Unleashed is
bottom
fire
of the
though.
elevator
I love
to
Force
try and
Unleashed.
make that push happen, but again, it's the speed of
You should play that on stream.
Tusk inbound, pushing through.
I don't know when,
Tusk
because we
Legend,
have 9 million games
towards that tower side, getting those cleanup kills, and now GBX getting a little bit of ball time all the while. It's 3 down for Rebellion once again.
Renegade bringing that shot towards the tower side.
Oh my god.
Make sure everything is working well, making sure that everything working well. As far as technical wise, we don't want any. If a team is going to win, we want it to be obviously legit. So
yes, sir.
We're going to pull out. We'll pull out for a little bit there, find out exactly what's happening, and we get to yap some more.
Yeah, I love to hear myself talk. That's what I do. I've gotten pretty good at it, and
I have not
one thing
played.
to talk about is
I played Fallen Order a couple years ago.
What Shopify are going to do to answer back in the
but
series.
I have
even
not
in that
played
game, obviously, there's probably some
Survivor.
technical difficulties, but having that 0-2
I bought it
right now,
a couple weeks ago because I was able to pick it up on sale.
I just feel like that all stacks up, Tony. It all stacks up
but I have not played it
a little bit, and you're built up.
But I think I'll wait
until
we play it on stream.
The more it's tough. It's tough to be in this deficit and have these things happen as
and
well.
so we'll probably play Fallen Order because I haven't played it in a couple years. Or I guess since like 2020, whenever it came out.
Double-edged sword. Like I think back to Capture the Flag Aquarius.
So we'll probably play Fallen
yes,
Order and then
we'll
play Survivor.
But there was also 5 minutes,
like I
6
said,
minutes
there's
on the
so
clock
many games we gotta
that
play.
you left. You almost were too good.
Shit's crazy, bro.
Like, you gave your opponent time to be able to mount the comeback. Like maybe you need to go towards the center map, get towards 50, and just maybe slow it down a little bit, play a little bit more for slays, so that time works against your opponent. Like I don't know. It sounds crazy that I'm thinking about that, but You were too good too fast.
Yeah, I mean, pace change is so important though, Tony. Like, you have to be able to,
Yeah,
to change
dude,
pace in
I
the
saw
middle of
the
the game
I saw
because
the
it throws your opponents
Mandalorian
off.
mod
They're
for
expecting you to be
Starfield.
aggressive or maybe expecting you to play
Last
passive,
night.
and then all of a sudden you're
Bro, that
firing all
shit looks
cylinders.
fucking crazy.
Love that.
Shit looks sick.
So, obviously, we've already talked about recharge plenty. I do want to talk about interference, especially because in this case, it is our first time that we're going to be seeing it on land. So, you know, at least, excuse me, in Halo Infinite. I got my start in broadcasting Halo 5 as far as, so I know a lot about the rig.
Yeah.
Obviously, you started, you were casting a bunch of Halo 5, you as well. Talk to me a little bit about interference. Be honest.
Yeah.
Don't lie to people at home.
Okay.
Do you like interference? Okay, lie to people. Don't.
I haven't
Do you
played.
like
I haven't played it enough. I want some more time on it. Obviously, I do remember Halo 5. Lots of hours in Halo 5. Definitely playing the rig time and time again. But I haven't played it enough on this game to really see it manifest. And I'm actually unsure of the community's thoughts on it. I think at first, like you said, at first, you know, people were like, but then people grew into it again. Like a lot of maps. There's been a lot of maps like that. But yeah, I want to see it on land. I think that's going to be the big test for me, like seeing both of these teams go at it on land. If we get there, I would love to see that play out.
That definitely would. One change I would like to see happen with interference.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Mace Windu's whole thing is
and
that
it's
he's
so
like,
funny because I hated this
he sort
in
of
Halo
balances
5.
the light and the dark.
I hated it. But somehow I feel like it's kind of missing a bit in Halo
So
Infinite.
yeah, to that point,
Being
maybe
able to
like
shoot down that
if
camera.
he's more in touch
Yes.
with like
For some reason,
with
like
the
that,
dark
I
side
mean,
of the
I guess it's
Force,
different. For obvious
maybe he
reasons, that was
confronts
a game
those darker
changer.
things with
How
Anakin
you
more
would
head on.
approach camouflage, whether you were at
Instead
an
of
advantage or even
in the
at a
prequels,
disadvantage.
Anakin feels like he can't
that
talk
was
to
a
Obi-Wan
game
about
changer.
certain
It's so
things,
funny 'cause
which
I
is why he
hated
goes
it
to
on Halo
Palpatine.
5, and now playing with that, I was like, I think this map needs it a little
Yeah.
bit.
Maybe a lot of
It's
those things are
interesting.
avoided.
You could
But also, I don't know,
as
because
the
like
enemy
Mace
player was
Windu
jumping
and
for it, you
Anakin
could-
are clearly at
you could
odds the
shoot
entire
them down,
time
and then
in the
they'd have to
prequels.
be on the, you know,
And never
on the
really get
bottom
along.
of basement or whatever, and they,
Or maybe
they
it's
wouldn't
worse.
be able to be in the position that they would have liked. They
But I
would have
see the
liked to
point.
just jump on the camel platform and then jump up, like, and survive that way. And now that's not a capability. So I think that does change the game a lot.
It's an interesting question.
I'm not sure. It's probably a thing where they couldn't do it mechanically.
Yeah,
with
I
the
mean,
game,
like, from the jump,
in Forge at least. So. But
'cause
regardless, I mean,
he didn't
I think
want
the
him
map's
to
gonna
become
play
a Jedi
really cool,
and be trained in
with the
Phantom
Bandit,
Menace.
and of course, you know,
Talking
on
all that shit
Strongholds,
about how he
very
was too
fast-paced.
old.
That's exactly the way it was in Halo 5. Very fast-paced game type, and I'm sure it's going to be the same.
They
here.
just never really got
Well,
along.
you know, speaking of maps coming back,
Yeah.
To that point,
let's talk about some other things. We got a
Maybe
little
if he
bit
was
of
his
time on our
master,
hands
maybe
here.
he
Let's talk
irons
about
out
what things should come
those
back.
qualities
What
in Anakin.
weapon do you think that's not in Halo Infinite?
Maybe
Give me
Anakin
one
ends
or
up
two
with
if you
a
want
different
that
attitude.
you think should come back. What weapon would you want to see in Halo's beautiful history?
The grenade launcher.
Of course, you pick a noob too. Oh my.
It's
Yeah,
so
you
cool.
disgust
Like the skill expression with it was fun. I mean, I don't know how much ammo you'd couple with it, but I'd love to see that. I think that was cool. I think the beam rifle's cool as well because of how fast you. I know we have snipers as well, but how fast you can shoot the beam rifle. You can double body shot someone very quickly, and that's again the first pick in a game, and that opens everything up for.
Hopefully,
I don't remember the grenade launcher.
This game
on
starts
Halo
sooner
Reach
rather than
not
later.
only would obliterate the shields of the opponents, but also with EMP vehicles, right?
I didn't know. I didn't know that.
And I'm sure somebody in chat will correct me if I'm wrong. To
I'm sure
my
they will.
knowledge, if you shot a grenade launcher at, like, you know, a Warthog or a Ghost, I believe it EMP'd them, similar to what the plasma pistol would do, and you were able to maybe get that hijack off or get that kill. So grenade launcher, it's an interesting choice. I'm gonna pick a grenade launcher, but I'm gonna go a little bit different. I'm gonna go the sticky detonator. And because I feel like the sticky detonator was as deadly as the grenade launcher was, but there was also so much cheese you could do with it back in Halo 4. Like, you can stick your teammate.
I don't know if it's better than
with
the Pro
sticky
Pipe, bro.
Run into the enemy team and then let it off.
Hey,
you can kind of set mine it similar to like a Claymore or a C4 attached to the vehicle. There was so much cheese that was involved with the sticky detonator. I'm gonna go sticky detonator. You gave me a second one. Beam rifle's good.
Yeah.
And this is
oh,
for
bro,
my
there's.
local
It's funny.
folks.
I still get in my YouTube recommended.
Carbine. For someone like myself who
Like,
is a little bit,
bro, there will be like a
little
half-hour
bit headshots. I
compilation
like to put down damage and like
of
maybe stay
just
alive
like
with my
war
teammate,
crimes
finish off
committed
kills.
in the Clone Wars.
Carbine has always been that weapon that just shreds the shields of your opponents. So give me the sticky detonator. Give me some carbine action as well.
I like the carbine in Halo 3, but I loved it in Halo 2. And it's because we saw so many 1v1s, like Karma, and just being a nuisance on Warlock, and having those spawn traps and having the BR and the carbine to use at the same time. I loved the carbine in Halo 2. I thought it was a viable weapon to use, and it was interesting. It'd be interesting to see it in Halo Infinite, 100%.
I wonder what Chad is saying right now. Hey, Chad, let me know what weapons you want to see. I want to know what the Chad is saying. Let's see. Let's go. Best weapon equals the CE Shoddy. Hey, the Bulldog is
that
cool.
thing was nuts.
Oh, but the pump,
Dude,
the pump.
that thing was.
Shout out to the pump,
That thing
bro.
was absolutely nuts. Way too strong.
Oh, soon says the railgun.
Oh, the railgun.
Oh my gosh, I was terrible with the
In Halo
railgun.
5, that was, and it took a little bit of skill to use.
Halo 5
Did
railgun
they-
was sick.
Did they end up speeding that up, or is it just me? Like when it first launched to I would say.
No, they slowed it down,
sped up.
actually.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I liked
It was
it
more
slower.
deadly.
I liked it slower because it took a little.
They
again,
slowed it
skill
down
expression.
actually.
took
It
a
was
little more
it was
skill
way
to
faster
kinda
in the beginning of the
line it
game.
up,
These brothers are
while it
tripping
charged up.
respectfully.
Someone says the Saw. Now that's a man with great taste right there.
Oh,
Say,
gosh.
again,
Goodness me.
all of you competitive players think I'm so accurate, I'm so good, I'm precision based. You know, some of us are aim, we're a little aim deficient. We need a little bit of help, and that's Saw. Or it's sure. Oh, if everyone Saws right now, I would destroy you. 15-0. You wouldn't stand a chance.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. You would absolutely destroy me. Do you think GBX are going to destroy Shopify Rebellion here?
Bro, Saws
I
and
don't think this is gonna be a
competitive were
3-0,
so
Tony.
grossly
I gotta ask
unserious.
you, on Recharge Oddball being the next game, do you think GBX
Bro,
3-0?
we as a competitive game type in Halo 5 played Empire Strongholds with storm rifles, assault rifles, and a saw on the map.
Back and didn't watch the tournament are going to look at the results and say, "Oh, this was, this was destroyed." But if you know type, and if you actually watch the games, if you actually watch the tournaments, you know that Shopify Rebellion were up 4-1.
Right.
Like, you know that they were up in that mid game on Slayer. You know for a fact that this was not just one-sided.
Oh my God, we're
entire
finally
time.
in the
This-
game.
at-
We're not in
at
the
one
game.
point, looked like Shopify Rebellion were gonna win game
Now we're in the
games.
game. Let's go.
Well, here we go. Game 1 and 2.
Tony really does
Done
want
and
the answer on the
dusted. Now
map,
we
bro.
go over to game 3. It's 3 down for GBX. A bit of a different start than what we saw.
They just have
And that
Count
last- the
Dooku.
last time this game
Apparently
came
there was
out,
like
the
an
reset,
equipment
it's
issue on the
Shopify
Shopify side.
that
We
are
think
taking immediate
Shopify was
control.
just
And look
icing.
at how
Renegade
much
just
pressure
absolutely
they're
pissed on
putting
Cycle right
onto
there.
top right. It's very important to get this glass, and it's suppressed with the camo trying to make things happen.
Camouflage is getting burned. So do 3 members of Rebellion. You know GBX gonna take advantage of that every single time they get aggressive. They push the gold side. Legend wants to get rid of
No! He missed.
How did... What?
Yeah, there's some plays being pulled off right now that are very different than how this series has gone on. And honestly, it's a testament to a little bit of a break here for Shopify, a little bit of time to reset, rethink the strategy. My goodness, the snap off that grapple.
Okay,
Mental.
okay.
Legend's gonna take him out. That's a big kill by Legend, but he's got to live now.
Yeah, Mental being disrespectful right now. He's not respecting his veterans.
I love it.
Renegade's been doing this for quite some time. Even bound as well. Yeah, it definitely tough. Mental, you respect the veterans that have been doing this in Halo.
You know what I'm seeing? You know what I'm seeing, Tony? I'm seeing a lot more 1v1s won by Rebellion here, and honestly, that's what needed to happen. You're talking about Mental not respecting. Mental's the type of player that I see. He's multiple championships in Gears of War, has that LAN experience. He knows all about confidence. He knows all about these situations. Legend, though, answering back. 2 down for Shopify.
It looks like GBX are going to advance that ball away from the battery side over to where the gold and the A side right now are. GBX and the Legend has some great positioning here on tower. If they want to cross, whether it's through the tower and C side or through the opposite side, they have to go through Legend. Looks like Shopify Rebellion will do just that.
And
Optic beats New York.
Next point of contact here. A lot of damage was done by Legend, but the force play ball comes through. 3 down for the side of Rebellion here. It's Renegade now with the camo. We'll see what he's able to do. We'll see what play he's able to make, and he gets the first one on the Mental.
27-16 lead in favor of Rebellion. And I'm not sure exactly where that grenade came from, but I ain't mad at it. both suppressed and mental. Hit the black screen here, and Legend continues.
I don't think it was very close. Optic kind of just slammed him. I think it was like
Legend
6-2.
looks good right now, and GBX
I wasn't really
first
watching,
couple of kills are gonna take
but I think they
potentially the
6-2'd
lead here.
him.
They tie it up, but Legend getting that 1 kill, 2 being down for Rebellion. They've got a back Hydro hold. That's 3 dead. Cycle, the last player alive.
How much can you do if you're Cycle? Best thing he does do is just wait for his teammates to come off a spawn. They're gonna mount a new
So that
point of
sets
attack
up.
right now. Meanwhile, GBS continue to get points on the board. They sent multiple members through the gold side of the map. And
Has Toronto lost to FaZe yet? Does Toronto have to go lose to FaZe, and then Optic has to play Toronto and lose to them, and then we have to get FaZe and Toronto in the finals again?
Could be it, and Legend wins it once again on Suppressed.
Again is right. He's winning so many 1v1s that are so important here. Renegade's going to be able to play this ball. Mental's going to try and stay alive.
Yo.
Inside the trap string somehow does.
I like
Finally
that.
gets cleaned up there, but it's a 59-27
I like that
lead here
attempt
for GBX.
at a mental.
What a massive job by them to stop that very decisive push by Rebellion.
59-27 lead right now, but GBX trying to play that ball a bit early. Shopify Rebellion, they're on them. They're here, and that's 3
Come
down
on,
for GBX.
easiest overkill of your life.
Out of cycle. If we would have got that overkill, I would have screamed.
It would have been a nasty overkill, but a lot of damage comes out. Although those players went down for GBX, the damage was done, so gonna be able to clean up a little bit of that damage. Is the other members of GBX. Legend 11-6 thus far. You see the rotation coming through towards that elevator side. Camo is up though. And it's gonna be GBX trading that camo for some ball time.
The setup was seemingly locked in by GBX, but Rebellion find themselves.
Whoa, what a grapple.
Critical kills.
Oh,
now
and then
the
he
third,
dies.
and that ball still sitting on the A side. There's no play ball that happens there, but Bound, I think he was sitting behind enemy lines. He was
What the
hiding in
fuck?
elevator and takes down multiple members of Rebellion. Rebellion, they had the break, but
What the hell, man?
right there.
That could have been massive, right? Tusk is the one that played the ball, but then they grappled the ball back up, and I was like, oh
You
no.
can't
this
keep
could be
getting away with
Rebellion.
this.
It's going to be Rebellion with the setup on elevator, but no, Bound was hiding, gets a double, and now they
I also, bro, my faded ass. Tell me how I did not realize that was mental in there.
Pull off plays like that when hiding and just waiting for
Just
the
hanging
right
out with the
time
other
and the
team,
right
bro.
Opportunity. Bound and GBX giving them a taste of their own medicine. An 82-32 lead. GBX. They're about 10 seconds away from taking this round number 1, and mind you, they're already up 2-0 in the series. We're seeing a massive
That's round, bro.
rotation from Legend out
What
of
is
ball,
this
and this might
slammage,
just be
man?
all she wrote.
This is beautiful. This is so beautiful. You see Tusk on the top of glass putting
Whoa,
in as much
wait,
damage
hang
as
on.
possible.
It's
They
not
do
over.
break here, but only 3 seconds is needed.
Oh my
And
god.
so last
What the
player
hell? How did Rebellion go 3 dead?
No, and he gets the last couple of seconds. Round 1 go to GBX.
That's unfair.
Oh my
That is
god.
just unfair. You're Psycho Rebellion. You know that GBX gonna be playing for a kill, playing for damage.
And
There's
they are
no
talking
way Renegade
crazy
is gonna
shit.
sneak that ball away until it happens.
I love that Pound is chirping right now. If he continues this, we have an entertaining series already on our hands, but this is just massive out of GBX. Tusk, you saw what he did on top glass, right? That's his job, doing that cross damage. 4 down for GBX, though. A chance for Rebellion to get their very first, I would say, structured setup of this game thus far.
Psycho taking a lot of space here. They know that GBX spawned up over toward the long haul side, and Psycho's confident enough to push onto C, onto Hydro. But the first 2 kills do end up going down, so I'd imagine they're going to retract back and try to work together now with Suppressed and Psycho. Suppressed down to 1 shot.
I'm so impressed by Suppressed to try and live there inside of batteries, right? They're always going to search for that gold player, that player that's playing on top of glass. That is always the first point of contact on these pushes. They take him out at the end of the day, but great job by him to try and stay alive. Renegade will lose that fight there. Legend, though, gets his own onto Mental. Oh my goodness, that's 3 down once again for Rebellion.
Legend gonna rotate this ball into another GBX gold side setup. Bound, he's behind enemy lines once again. Another flank come out of him, but maybe a step behind here because Solstai makes it through.
What is this BR?
Bound never step behind. When you can curb slide and move like that, you right in the fight.
Some of the best movement in the game, never a step behind, always going to get there as fast as possible. I love the selflessness, gets that kill as well, but it's, I mean, the trades are all that's necessary right now. Again, look at Tusk playing that anchor position, gets the spawn there for Renegade, gonna stay alive. Mental's in a 2v1 situation. He ends up getting one though. That's gonna be a good trade. It'll be 2 down for GBX, so no ball time being had right now. 10 seconds for Camo.
26-8 lead now. Still in favor of GBX at the moment, but Rebellion, something has to change for them. You're down 0-1 in the game. You're down 0-2 in the series and in danger of being swept and knocked down to elimination bracket. What can Rebellion do?
They have to kill Bound here.
Wow.
That's a big kill on the Camo player, right? The only Camo that's coming up next is the, well, in another 2 minutes, of course. But 26 points on the board. There's a lot of time here to work with. Suppress is going to try and do his best to suppress the push from Renegade. At this point, you maybe open up a rotation towards the seaside. It's Soulsnipe already there, so they've got Hydro control.
Oh no, but they die.
The side of Rebellion, though. This rotation comes through. Another kill comes out from Mental.
Yeah,
Mental forces a team kill, I think.
So it's gonna be a play ball situation here. So not thinking of the world, you maybe got a few seconds of time that you weren't supposed to. You forced GBX out of that gold side. Now you just need slays. Tusk is already pushing down long haul. The grenade does the initial damage. Tusk still confident, pushes forward, knows that player is one shot, finishes him off with the BR, and now he's going right through batteries, a direct route toward that ball.
Yeah, see, that's so risky by him, but he knows that if he can get the ball towards long haul, they have all of Hydro. Yes,
good throw, and honestly, this is a good time right here.
Again, it's selfless play out of Tusk, gets that ball towards the rotation, but Rebellion
7 or 8
so
seconds
very
there.
quick once again to capitalize on that. They push through towards that white tower side. And now they've got ball time of their own. They've got to set up
honestly,
here.
though, that results in a lot of time
to
for Rebellion,
if any pressure comes in.
That might actually be more unfortunate for them.
Down to one shot. Does end up playing more of a back roll and allows Bound
Play ball,
to be
tie
that
game.
shield, that forward shield, and take the damage and a nice bait and switch little Batman and Robin on a Renegade and Bound. We haven't seen that in a little while now.
We haven't. It's good to see them on the same team here. That ball gets rotated towards the blue pipe.
Jesus,
so
bro,
although
so many
Rebellion
nades.
had that control of the pipe side of the map when that ball was played, it's once again GBX that come through and rotate through, and now more ball time for them. A double for Bound here. Get the triple as well.
Oh no. You can't give
Camo's
Bound
up.
ammunition. You know he's been loud.
This BR is crazy, dude. I saw it on Twitter today, I think.
And you know he's gonna try to get in your head. And Renegade, he wants to get some headshots with this shock and camo combination, the most dangerous combination when it comes to professional play. Renegade with the wingman. Not done just yet. We have players on your right on the A side, and a player has snuck through gold. How does Renegade plan to attack this?
Tusk ends up going down early, so now Renegade.
Ooh. Oh!
And he don't need no help. It's
Oh my God.
a massive double from him. Suppressed also taking a lot of damage as well, but Suppressed a massive kill.
Oh
He's going to be able to
my
reset the map now, and now Soulsnipe has ball time.
Shopify Rebellion bringing him within 2 points, and may just take the lead here. GBX losing out on numbers despite the excellent kills come out of Renegade, but now Renegade is here.
Renegade's been going fucking crazy, dude.
Right through the gold side, no hesitation whatsoever in that push. Squad wiped the Rebellion.
That's a huge 4 dead here, and they've got a setup locked in. All the spawns are coming out on that seaside. You see the rotation.
This is such a sick team, too. This is like
they get
just...
split spawns on A as well, so it's up to Legend.
This team
to be
is
the
just the
forward player
grinders,
here
bro.
To defend Renegade, who's getting that ball time.
The Hall of Fame
21-17
World
out of
Championship
him.
Money
30
AIDS
seconds of
team
ball
right
time
here.
As well. You wouldn't expect all these Slayers to have all this ball time, Tony.
It looks like Rebellion are trying to find a way to navigate through the gold side. It's going to be a double push out of Mental and Soulsnipe. Beautifully played there. Leads to a 3 down for GBX. That 3-1 split going to work out well, and Cypher gets himself yet another double.
Really love that Shroud Screen usage right there. They kind of delay. Tusk delays with that Shroud Screen so we can get a little bit more ball time exposed in the open, and he ends up playing that ball. But Shopify are very quick to get that ball back, and now they're looking to take the lead here in this game, in this round. I'm sorry.
Rebellion showing some life once again here. Cycle, 27 kills. 15 assists, having one heck of a game. If you want to give him a shout out, I'll tweet him Soulsnipe a shout out. He just got a triple.
Oh.
There's an overkill potential.
Oh!
He drops the stick. What a life out of Soulsnipe.
I mean, that's exactly what Soulsnipe needs to do. We know he's a confident player, and that confidence is
Rebellion's getting a
starting
shit ton
to
of
shine
time here.
It's Rebellion that can play off of that. You see, they've got the setup locked in. It's Cycle on top of Red, Suppress with the ball on the back ledge side. Suppress gonna play that ball just in time to go down. Legend, though, traded out.
Oh, just 15 seconds needed here for Shopify Rebellion, but they go 4 down. GBX
Oh, no.
advancing
Oh,
that
no.
ball toward the seaside. Don't tell me we're about to see another crazy comeback in the late
All right,
game.
they forced. Oh wait, no, they don't play it.
Not to play the ball, drops him, then drops him.
Oh my God!
He's not going to play the ball. It's 3 down for Rebellion. A massive 3 down that could potentially win them the game.
Oh my God!
10 seconds left.
Last push for Rebellion.
Soul Snipe, Cycle, Mental trying to move in position, but Renegade is watching the cross. Suppress ends up hitting the black screen. Mental may just get
Oh my God, that's game. Oh my God, that's game.
Get your shield back. You have to attack.
Oh my God, dude.
There it is.
Rotates it. That's a 3-0.
That's an incredible out of GBX. What is just massive about this roster, Tony, is there's 3 firepower players on this roster. Tusk is the brains of the operation, of course, but there's 3 players that are so individually talented, and guess what? They all had ball time. They all did what they needed to do. And you know what I love at the end there? Tusk knows that if
They just
look
got
at him,
shit on
they're
so
not
hard,
going for
dude.
the ball player. He jumps out, doesn't care, puts his body on the line, does as much damage as possible, allows his team to clean up the last couple points, and a 3-0 sweep from GBX.
That's a high IQ play.
They blow a 4-1 flag lead in game 1 with 2.5 minutes left.
A lot of good players will play their life constantly, but the
Lose
best
the game
players in the
2.
world, they
Get
know
2-0
when to
spat
do
on in the
both.
oddball.
They know when to stay alive, when to play their life. But
I mean,
they know
damn.
when you have to just be the distraction. You have to be the shield to your teammates.
I don't know how
Secure
bad of a
big
look it
swing in the
is.
events, or in
'Cause,
that
like,
case, secure
It's tough
you.
because, like, obviously,
That
like
is
Rebellion should have won
GBX
that.
putting
That's
off
their
a-
regular.
putting on a
That's their whole ass
massive
regular ass
performance.
team.
Although it was a 3-0
However,
sweep, those, if you know, you know. If you
Three
actually
of the
sat
best
there
players in the
watched game,
world
you know it was
on that
anything
GBX team.
but easy.
Yeah, it's just
So
very
that's
close.
not a
And you saw
surprising
Soulsnipe
win,
starting to
you know what
pop
I'm
off
saying?
Towards the end there, that's kind of what I wanted to see the entire game out of him. I think what he's capable of and what we saw there are 2 different things, but there is another chance. That, like you
I mean,
said,
I don't
the
know,
road
that's
is
tough.
very tough
That's
for
tough.
the side of Shopify Rebellion now. Going into the lower bracket,
It's
you can
a
see
little bit not a good
GBX
look.
make it to that grand finals in the lower bracket.
I'll
We've
agree.
got Shopify Rebellion versus, of course, Gunny's team and Kraken.
Good Boys Extreme making it to another grand finals. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion will have to go through Crack in order to try to get their revenge. And in that grand finals, you know you have to fight an uphill battle when you come out of that elimination bracket. Renegade, got some words for the camera? Oh, someone get this man the mic. I need to know what he's saying.
He looks happy. He's happy.
I have the MLG
I
drawstring.
love the confidence. I love the chirping out of bound. I mean, it's so important to have that type of energy, especially
That game
against
one-
a
that game
team
one's
that-
gonna
that
live
you
in
know
fucking
is
infamy, bro.
capable of beating you. You guys are a pickup roster. You know, you put together 4 incredible players, of course, and you got to come out with confidence. You got to come out with that type of energy. And like I said, normally at these HCS events, you have
Game one's
they have
gonna
the
live
right
in
noise,
fucking
but
infamy.
here it's grassroots, man. You get to hear everything that's going on, and we love that.
I want to put myself out there a little bit.
Oh no, okay.
You know, I want to apologize for the first time in Halo's history, as far as one of my predictions.
Yeah.
I may have been wrong, and so I want to put out a formal apology.
Yeah.
Renegade, Bound,
Yeah.
Tusk, Legend. Apparently, I wasn't familiar with your game. Apparently, I was outside of my mind to doubt that GBX we're going to be winning that winners bracket finals. We're going to be making it to the grand finals, and now
Hey,
are
shout
the
out to Tim and
favorites
Tony, bro.
to win this tournament. I apologize.
And for
I
the
love-
first- and
I
for
love
the
that they're-
millionth time. I'm
they're
right
just
and
a
you're
duo
wrong.
now.
So you know it's all working out. The
Oh,
way it
no,
should
bro.
work.
They got Tusk throwing away all the trash.
Mikowski. All 3 of us have
Good guy,
Shopify
Tusk.
Rebellion.
That is true.
Hold on, the tournament's not over yet.
Yeah.
But I will say Mikowski is the one that's looking very right now.
Yeah.
Because all 3 of us did have Shopify Rebellion as the favorites right now. GBX are the favorites to win going into that grand finals. Did anybody have? Nobody had Kraken. What if Kraken?
Oh man, don't
win
get
this
me
elimination
started, man.
finals and make it into a grand final? Hey, nobody had Kraken.
Don't get me started. That would be insane.
That'd be huge.
They obviously
I ain't
played.
counting out breaking shot and gun.
I would not count them out either.
I don't, man, they fun to watch.
Yeah, and
little Rhett the sweat. You saw good.
Dude,
This was playing this. Yo, oh my.
And Rhett's playing incredible too. And he was chirping himself. You'd love to see that.
Oh,
but I think we may have a couple people joining us here, ladies and gentlemen. But like you see on the elimination finals there, it's going to be Kraken versus Shopify Rebellion. But we've got Renegade joining us. Hey, man, what's going on? How you? This is a really vanilla question, but you got to be feeling good after that series, right, against Shopify. You guys have to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely the team I was prepared to play at this tournament leading up. So to get a 3-0 against them is like very good. But I don't know. I'm hoping they could bounce back and make this grand finals interesting.
he wants to go at him again. I ain't mad at that. I ain't mad at that whatsoever. Talk to me a little about the series. Talk about that game number 1. Down 1-4. I think maybe a little over 5 minutes on the clock.
Nope.
And somehow
2.5 minutes.
Put in 4 caps. And I don't believe we had overtime. I believe it was the 5th cap within that 40 seconds to end it. Talk to me a little bit about that game 1.
I mean, I think they, off the rip, like they were beating us pretty good. Like they were getting the weapons, they're getting their kills, getting control. And I think the moment we had some light and got control of the game, like we were just able to snowball them. And I don't think they were ready to like get snowballed that hard. So it's kind of a both. Like they didn't have really good defense, and we were just also super snowbally. So.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm seeing is just a lot of aggression. Obviously, you three, you've played with Bound before many times. I started casting you guys in the Money Tuesday, so
yeah,
you've got that chemistry. And then, of course, Bound and Legend have that chemistry as well. Talk to me about your team breakdown. Obviously, I would assume Tusk is like that back player, putting in the damage, maybe the IGL of the squad, and then you guys are just kind of pressuring. When you started to pressure confidently, they just couldn't handle it. So talk to me about that team chemistry.
I mean, honestly, we've been playing like a lot of Money 2s against each other, like leading up into this.
Okay.
Like we all just switch teams, alternate. Like sometimes I'll play with Legend versus Bound and Tusk. Sometimes I'll play with Tusk. So we'll just like alternate. So I think that helped our chemistry. But honestly, like, we're not really an actual team, so we're not really overthinking it. Like we're just playing how we like want to play, and it clicked.
Love to hear that. Now, you said you want to see Shopify Rebellion in that grand finals. Now, obviously, you've played them a few times. What makes Shopify Rebellion, that good of a roster? They've been doing their thing. Top 4 at Arlington, obviously doing their thing during the Open Series. What have you seen in this Shopify Rebellion roster that you just played?
I think it's a mental thing when it comes to them. I think they like started to believe in themselves. You can just tell they started to have that confidence and belief in themselves. And in my opinion, like a lot of these pro teams are very similar. That's what separates them. So as long as they have that confidence and belief, like they can actually go out and win a tournament, I think they're gonna play just better. But I mean, this tournament is kind of a breeze so far. So I need them to lock in.
I mean, Bao was chirping on the other side, and you guys don't have white noise. What is it like playing in this environment where there's no white noise? You can hear everything. I mean, it's got to be a different sort of dopamine, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, I love this. Like, it's very Bound hopped on the desk,
there he is.
I love just local vibes. Like honestly, like I haven't been to one in years.
I agree.
Yeah.
Shout out LVT for hosting one, obviously, and it's been a blast.
So I know we kind of talked a little bit about that game number number 1. Obviously, that was one of the craziest comebacks that we saw in Halo Infinite. And then that game 2, what was there any gameplay? Was there anything that kind of memorable to you? I know you were down by a little bit in the mid game, and you just came back and kind of never turned back from that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we've been playing a lot of Money 2s, especially on Plaza. There's 2 Plazas in every series, and I think we all know how to play it. I mean, I think SSG is really good on that map just in general, so having Bound and Legend, to like help guide makes it very easy.
I believe we have Bound's mic activated. We obviously had to ask you about. Oh, hello. Oh, working on it real quick, and there we go.
Hello.
There we go.
Looks like we're good now, and
I was just saying, I don't lose solitude. We don't lose solitude on here. It's our map, so.
Simple as that. Keep it nice and simple. Yeah, we saw you getting loud, but we didn't get the chance to hear it too much. What were you saying over to the other side of things?
Basically, something to quit fucking choking. I don't know, like when you. I mean, basically, I mean, we're down 4-1, got a couple minutes left. You know, it's pretty much the only way we can win that is if they start choking and just like basically let us win the game. And like once you win a game like that, you pretty much have to say something. If it feels wrong not to. So, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say that you know, Renegade was
I
talking about
agree.
confidence playing a major part. I mean, I'm sure coming in with this roster is kind of like a pickup roster. You guys have been playing twos, but I'm sure you came in with that massive confidence. Like, I think that in Shopify, like he was talking about their mental. Like, do you think that maybe they're a little bit shaken by the confidence that you guys are bringing to the series?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like kind of a lose-lose for them because, you know, they're a real team, not a
Right.
fake team. So
Right.
we kind of got nothing to lose.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
we're just playing like it.
Yeah,
so,
to that point,
yeah,
like,
nothing much they can do about it. And, I mean, why not have the confidence? You know, if we lose, it's not like everyone's getting dropped.
Exactly.
I mean, we're not even a real team. So.
Exactly.
yeah, it is a lose-lose for Rebellion. That's a good point from Bound. Because, like, from their perspective, it's like,
obviously we got FaZe.
obviously, we're not going to care about all that. We're just going to
One of the
play
most-
because this
it
is
was
a LAN
dominant
event 2
teams
weeks
in the
before
league and
London. This is
whatnot,
great practice,
and
whatever. This doesn't really
maybe we
matter.
slipped a little bit, you still
However,
FaZe.
it's a lose-lose. Because, like,
Y'all
if you
still
win,
top
oh well,
dogs
you
in the
just
league,
beat some
and now we
pickup
got
team. And then if you
PlayStation
lose, you
Gaming
just lost to a
coming
fucking
in.
pickup team.
Now we're looking good. Arlington, first place, still looking good, still doing your thing. I guess I'll swing it to you first.
Yeah, it's
Who's
not
winning
that
in London?
serious.
I need to know.
Listen, me and Bound and Legend are on the same team right now. You know, maybe after this, maybe if we win this training after, you know, then we can like butt heads again. But right now, I
We're
mean,
teammates for the weekend, all right? That's
right now,
that's
job's not done yet, and we're just trying to win this tournament.
I tried.
How does it feel playing against each other again? I know it's been such a long. Playing with each other again. I'm sorry. How has it been playing with each other again? I know it's been so long. The questions for you, like since Halo 5, you know, you guys have obviously played twos recently, but how is it
I
playing?
don't think me and John have ever played fours together.
Yeah, I was gonna say is it different?
always
Is it
been
different?
twos, yeah.
Is it a different environment you think, or is it just kind of just hold forward and destroy?
Yeah, pretty much just hold forward and destroy and just hope we win. I mean, Legend's good as fuck at that too, and then Tuss is just like playing his role too. So
Yeah.
it's just working out. And
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know how to play like this, so it's gonna just win the game. You know what I mean? Just win the fucking game.
They definitely do,
Love it.
Ease. They definitely do.
I love that. So going into this grand finals, I mean, there's a very good chance that we are going to see Shopify Rebellion coming down. Although I will say, Kraken,
They had
darn
really
good-
close games yesterday.
darn good team. How do we feel? Talk about this Kraken roster. What did you see out of them?
I watched the series yesterday between them and Shopify. I thought they could have won every single game that they played. They won one, but I mean, it's hard to beat a pro team until you actually beat one, you know. So they have to prove it to everyone and themselves that they're able to do that. But until then, I still think Shopify will get the dub.
Fair.
Yeah, man, I feel like they're in the same boat as us. Like, I don't think they're a real team, so it's pretty much just like you got nothing to lose. Like, you're not getting dropped if you get shit on, so I might as well just go out there and just try to just take over and just win the game. So yeah, pretty sure they're just playing like free and flowy, and I don't know if they probably won't beat Shopify, but I'm pretty sure they'll probably make it close because the games yesterday were super close and definitely could have won game 5.
Is there any player on that roster that you've been looking out for, and why? Like, what do you see out of one of the players?
I mean, I've been playing with this Gunplexion, this, you know, matchmaking. He streams all the time. He's super passionate. Like, that guy wants it. So I think that's the player to look out for, honestly, on that team. He needs to bring the fire, you know, show up, and I think he has enough to be a pro.
Yeah, I'd probably say Gunny or Birkenshot. I think they're both pretty good. I'm not too familiar with Leader Innocent Red all that well, but I feel like those two are pretty good, and I know they definitely have confidence for sure.
Yeah.
Love that, man. Titans of Orlando.
Nice.
I'm so happy that you guys came out and showed some love here. The fans obviously love it. We saw some of the best games that we.
Oh, were
seen,
they really
especially
Ease?
Steph Aquarius, honestly, really.
I wasn't looking at the chat.
Yeah,
funny though.
I got one. So, like, you guys obviously coming to this Shopify brought their whole team here.
That's funny.
What value, I'll start with you. What value do you think this brings to you as an individual player going into London, cutting that break a little bit from Arlington to London? You're sitting here on LAN. Obviously, the game's way different on LAN. You're very vocal about that. So what kind of, like, edge do you think this gives you? Is there a reason you came here to this event? Is it because you want to prepare for London?
I mean, the reason for the coming to the event was just to, like, you know, just have a vibey team. Just you know, try to. I think we knew Shopify was going, and we were like, fuck it, let's just go for fun.
That's
I mean, I asked my full team, like Eco's been doing this shit for too long to come. You know, he's been doing this for like 10 years. He's like, I can't go to this, and then because London's a week later, he's like, I'll save my energy.
Right.
But I guess the biggest thing looking at it now is probably just playing the new update on LAN, the update that dropped after Arlington with the removing the desync more and just getting more blanks.
Network update, yep.
Yeah, the game definitely feels way better on LAN in terms of just like the jiggle peeking doesn't feel as broken. And whenever people are just going behind the walls, I notice my shots are just regging like way more. So I feel like I definitely have an edge like over I guess people who haven't played on LAN coming into this, going into London, just because I know the game is like it feels real again. If that would be the advantage,
yeah. What about you? What would you
Sorry,
say?
I didn't realize
Say
I was
about the
kind of
same
blocking bound.
Yeah, I would say about the same thing. We just
You're
came
not
in,
missing
they
much.
did
You
a little
honestly can't
YG
even
squad,
fucking
you
see
know,
him.
Just assembled a team. As I said, we saw Shopify, so we're like, you know, like this is a good chance to play Shopify. They've been really good online. They've beaten us, like my team at least, like a lot online. So it's like, I just want to prove to myself, and obviously it's different teammates, but just prove to myself that I could beat them.
I know you kind of talked about the vibes a little bit. Is there any plans to do anything outside of the event and whatnot? Y'all plan on going to a little bit of Universal and whatnot, or kind of going back home and getting ready for London's coming up soon? Ain't there anything fun?
I actually got to scrim tomorrow, so I got an early flight.
Wow.
I got an early flight morning, so
Back to work. Lock in.
yeah, I've already been to Universal, Disney. I've been there when I was a kid and when I was an adult too. So I've already been there, done that. So I just gotta stay locked for London and just going home after this.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's like I bought my flight. I don't know. I did not plan this out because I wanted tomorrow to be like Disney because I've never been to Disney World. I'm from like California, so I've always had Disneyland, but I've never been to Disney World. So like I always wanted to, but it's just kind of weird timing just because London's right across the corner and like my team, his team, every team needs to like, get on scrim. So
it's
just kind of like we go here, you know, have fun, play Halo, and then we just go back home and just get buttoned up for London.
All right, well, I don't want to take up too much of you guys' time, so before we send it to break, any final words for people out here, people at home?
I mean, shout out to LVT for hosting this, always. Like, these guys have been putting on for Halo, as always, since Halo 5. Yeah, hopefully we can make this a good grand finals. Whoever wins and losers, let's make it a good grand final.
Love that. Any final
shout
words?
out LVT. I know my mom's probably watching my dad. Shout out my parents, my girlfriend too. Shout out to them. Shout out Stellar. Stellar's probably watching. Shout out Stellar. Yeah, there we go. I don't know.
All right, guys. That was your winners bracket finals. We still got more action ahead of us. Elimination bracket finals. And, of course, we got to find out who's going to that grand final. So when we come back, we're going to have some more Titans of Orlando action. Thank you so much.
And we go into a break and shit. Crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom real quick during the break. And then hopefully we'll have this Losers Final series. Be right back. Wait, what did I just come back to? Alright, sorry about that. I was also talking to my brother for a second. But it's all good. We still in the break. Ooh. Wait, our brother's ripping the vape? Oh, I guess I owe a hit as well. I guess. Chat seems to be pulling for Gunny here. Understandably.
Hello, everyone, and a very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Titans of Orlando LAN powered
Whoa,
by LVT
music.
Halo and man, Eli, I was getting pretty excited just on the side watching you play Halo, but on the main stage, there was even better Halo being played. What an electric winter final.
That was insane, man.
It actually
Be
was.
Down 4-1 and then come back and cap 4 in, what, a minute and a half? That was... I mean, the only other time I can even recall that, something like that, was Optic versus Quadrant. When they finished third at that tournament, that was like their breakout, and they did the same thing to Optic on
That was Salt Lake City. That was the SSG major.
Flashbacks to that, but these guys are here to play.
That's also what I was thinking of.
Squad, I imagine at that point, legend on the main stage there, running flags.
Bro, that Aquarius game.
Got to be one of the best
that
objective
they were
players in
just
the game,
talking
which
about.
is wild because
The
you look at his
Optic
shots,
Quadrant
you look
game.
at his stats, and you think he's a main slayer. Speaking of
Was-
main slayers, main characters in the HCS, we had an opportunity to sit down with one.
Excuse me.
Last week in
I think it was like the
Formal. Oh my
only
gosh, you don't usually see him
game
on
that entire
podcasts
weekend that
outside
I
of
watched in the
ones on
crowd.
Optic Gaming.
Because I had a
think we
streaming
have
setup that weekend.
The game starting, so we're gonna plug the podcast a little bit, get a promo going, but I think we'll save that for a later date.
That was like the first game of the day, Sunday morning, I think.
And
Like
why
nobody
not
was in the
back
venue
on
yet.
mic? And we'll join you guys here in a little bit.
That game was so sick, dude. That shit was cinema. Also, what did they just say? Did they just say BRB, bro? Did they just show up and they're leaving? What happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
Excuse me.
It's Kraken versus Shopify Rebellion. Tony,
They got
the rematch.
They got Timothy and Tony back
yesterday.
on the cast.
Excited to watch these two go at it. It's pretty
mean, not that I don't like them.
obvious that Shopify Rebellion, they're the favorites going in. But I don't know,
We're actually
man,
getting
the
mad
People's
nasty
Champ
iced
and the
today.
crew, they may just upset some people. We saw obviously Renegade and Bound had some great words.
Others
for
are already
deflection
screaming.
and breaking shot that we've seen what Luminous and Red have been doing all tournament long. I'm not counting anybody out, not at this stage of the tournament.
Well, they're taking some lessons from Bound here, getting a bit loud. Maybe a bit of confidence being built up here for the side of Kraken, but Shopify already a little bit of hill time. It's Gunplexion, though, with the shock rifle in his hands. Cycles goes down pretty quickly. That was 3 down for Rebellion.
This is a great start for
Shock in the hands of
Kraken,
Gunny.
actually.
Long range shot not going to connect, but the second one looked deadly. You have two members of Shopify Rebellion pushing through the tower side, making one. After the
Oh.
Gunplexion shot connects, takes down Soul Snipe. Excellent nade. That's a triple out of Gunplexion.
Gunplexion's locked in, man. You know, you heard Renegade talk
a good
about,
read.
right? This is a pickup squad.
Sees
There's
his
nothing
teammates
to
spawn there.
lose in this situation. And Gunny knows that, and he's trying to make things happen here. Cycle versus Gunny. There it is. 2 down for Rebellion. This could be the hill.
Cycle tried to give him the wiggles, but
Oh my God.
Gunplexion keeps a steady shot. Finishes off that one. That's a 1-0 lead for Kraken.
Whoa, audio, what the fuck?
Now it's a little bit of belief here for the side of Kraken. Belief.
That shit was
Every
crazy.
bit of belief will get you through this series. We'll see if it's enough, though. They get the first hill. Looking for more as Leader Ness stays alive in the back of Hydro. Their process, they're playing it really well. You see the bait and switch. You see the damage being done. Leader Ness not able to clean up that kill.
I don't know about that one right
Punch
there.
gonna shoot his way toward that camo. Looks like it's going to be burned, just about able to get away with his life there. Rebellion had firm control over this blue side hill, keeping Kraken out. Red trying to find an angle, finds a couple of shots onto Soul Snipe, not the kill, maybe the switch though. Mental hits the black screen. Leaderness gets his. That's half the members of Rebellion that are wiped off the face of recharge.
3 down for Shopify Rebellion once again, and I'm going to be honest with you,
That's hell
Kraken
time.
looking really good here. The bait and switch is good. The chemistry seems like it's on another level. We saw this series like we talked about yesterday. Kraken were able to take 1 game away from Shopify, and it was in the Slayer. But oh my goodness, I mean, it's 3 down again for Rebellion. Kraken, they're looking to get their second hill, Tony.
Kraken not only able to break the setup, but now have one of their own. If they can survive, they can stay alive, they could go up 2-0, but Rebellion are here. So is Leaderness. Couple shots, Leaders trying to go in for the flank. Melee connects, but Soul Snipe gets himself 2. I think that might have been a triple out of Soul Snipe there, leaving Gunplexion by himself.
I love Gunny though right there. He gets
Ratty
the
play.
trade. He's able to at least make things a bit uncomfortable. But this is the first time we've seen Rebellion in a full setup here. A lot of control in the back of Hydro. Soul Snipe trying to take out breaking shot. Mental and Suppress get a kill in the feed, but 2 trades come out.
3 down, go Kraken.
But these Kraken brothers are making them work
just
for it.
about done with this one, but Kraken
I like
not
this.
too far behind. It could be 2-0 still. As Red with the
Oh
shot.
my God.
Cycle survives. Now we're seeing Soul Snipe trying to catch up over toward the seaside. Kraken taking a direct route towards that hill. Leaderness
Oh my God, bro.
another clutch double kill. The man is 9-5.
Oh my God, bro.
After the reversal.
Rebellion last hit.
Just hold on to
Wow.
it. Oh my.
That is, I mean, this is the start that you're praying for if you're Kraken.
Ooh.
You're finding Shopify Rebellion.
Bro, he almost shit on
maybe
him.
a bit weary here. I want to hear what Kraken sound like. Let's go into a listen-in with Kraken.
Ooh, yes. Cinema.
These needles. No, yeah. Mid-bridge. Mid-bridge drop the camo off. Hell, come on, watch out. Do that. How you get? Watch out. Long. Nice. Right. I got one. One's long.
It's a good time.
He's red.
Good thing for Rebellion is there's a lot of time on the game clock still.
Nice, I'm looking across. Go back down. Top red. Let's go on me right now. Another one fight. Game out. Third point, guys. Get on me, Red. Get on me. Top eight stairs. Help me. Johnny. Try to live. Keep moving. Pushing him. One top turbine. One top eight. Above you guys. One top turbine above you guys. One shot A. Yo, I'm in now. Top eight. Turbine, one shot. Slow down. Stay alive there. Try for one here. There's probably a kid here. Yep. There it is. Excellent. Yo, Needles, one shot. Needles, Soul Snipe, one shot. This guy's gonna white's gonna pinch. They're probably gonna get this hill. Just wait for the C flank. One shot, Needles, Soul Snipe, guys. See, guys, when you push them out, I'm here. I'm here, gold, guys. They're playing, they're already rotating. One shot, top gold. Give me a second. One shot, red fight. Absolute I'm staying C.
2-1 lead in favor of Kraken. And you saw them in the comms, or heard them in the comms talk about, we're not getting the seaside hill. We gotta rotate. We gotta stay over toward the opposite side. We gotta play blue. And as camouflage coming up, it could work in favor of them. Camouflage
Ooh.
on the ground. Looks like Rebellion gonna be able to grab a hold
Nobody's
of this
not
West
not able to
drop.
get away
I'm
with
not
it.
sure if that was activated.
No, it's not. It's still there, and it's the Shroud screen that comes out for Leader Ness. This is a massive camo
Big
for
play.
the side of Kraken. They've already got a lot
Big
of this hill
play.
as well. They've got to fend off a push, though, from the long haul side. You see how pressured Rebellion is. It's up to Leader Ness to make a play.
It's
No.
a three-man push coming out of Rebellion through
What
the
the
long haul
fuck
side.
was
Leader
that?
is not able to trade out his life. That's a quick 3 down. Nobody falling for Rebellion. Mental, though, doesn't win his 1v1 against Complexion, but not sure that's going to matter
Yeah,
much.
hate to see
Eventually
that
4 down
shit.
for Kraken, and some good time for Rebellion.
Yeah, Kraken were looking for that camo to do work at that point, and unfortunately, Leader Ness had a little bit of a rough timing there, ends up getting taken out really quickly. They're not able to utilize that camo to get space and get control of the map. So now it's Rebellion in a bit of control, but Rebellion have done a good job of getting these
nice
slays
win.
here and there to allow them into this hill. Now the pressure comes through the white. It's a very important couple of kills here. 3 down for Rebellion. Make that all 4 dead.
Another great timing, another great collapse coming out of Kraken.
Yeah, great push.
They're able to break the setup of Rebellion. Now look at all of this time that they're going to accumulate because of it, and they're immediately
That's
taking
so much
space
damage.
right now. Is Red onto the tower side, but not looking all that comfortable. Nades and damage coming in left and right. That's your perimeter side player, and with that, the rest fall like dominoes.
And then they just
Rebellion
break right back.
over towards the hill.
Yeah, I love how Rebellion are not giving up on this hill. They get all 4 dead for the side of Kraken, and now they've got control. You see pressure potentially coming on that A side. It's Cycle, the first point of contact. They decide to take a lower route here. Leader Ness can end up going down pretty quickly. Rek gets a kill, but again, it's Rebellion that get Kraken 3 down.
And we saw a great collapse out of Kraken, a great offense out of them, but eventually Rebellion was
Rebellion
so
ties
quick
the
to
game.
break their setup. It's almost like
90
they
seconds
didn't
on the
have
game
it at all.
clock.
It felt like, look,
And this is
really
good
any
initial time right here as well.
Being drained off the clock, 1:30 now.
It's going to put the pressure on
Both
Kraken.
of these teams to put in the next cap, and it could be the last one if they play their cards right.
Yeah, this is generally what you do with camo here. It's, of course, Rebellion with this camo. And the value that they're getting out of it is getting that hill time and being unseen. Grapple in the hands of Cycle as well. I'm not sure if he's going to utilize that to get out. No, still 3 grapples to work with. And he's got some information that he's going to play off of here. This is great. Leader Ness, beautiful by
Nice.
Cycle to clean him up. And he'll get the reversal.
About 25% done with this hill are Rebellion, but it ain't over just yet. Kraken trying to mount some kind of offense. Well, they put some pressure in towards long haul, but they're taking space, trying to find some avenue, some way towards this hill, but they need kills at the moment, and apparently it's not coming. A killing spree out of Cycle. He finished off the one-shot player, turns into a double, and another squad wipe. Rebellion
And they
will
are
finish this
getting
3-2 here.
armed.
Well, with this 3-2, I want to hear what Rebellion sound like. They've regained their confidence, and they're playing like it.
60 seconds on the game clock.
Kind of. Hang on for a second. Two held a red. Mikey. Two there. Red bottom maker, one bottom maker. Red's one tall. Red. You gotta stay alive red if you can. Lane pipes. Nice. Red was red too. Let's go top A. Top A, Donnie weak. Coming Donnie. That's good kill. That's one. Let's get red control. We're good, right? Yeah. They might play blue here. I'm done. One's red. Look after red. Top right up. I'm shooting red. Two red, one's on it. They're gonna go balance the hill. Battery, the needles. Needles. I'll two guys. Guy needles. I'll two. Top A cat. What's that a cat? Top A. I want it. Two batteries. Camo orange on one shot. Camo orange on me. Camo one shot. Just turbine. What's up, turbine? And bottom A, there's 2 bottom A, guys. 2 bottom A. Bomb blue as well. 2 bottom A. I love Danny. Yeah, it's wait for Mike. Did I try to get help from bottom blue?
3-2 lead in favor of Rebellion. And only 13 seconds for Kraken to try to make something happen. And with a 3 down, Gunplexion led by himself, and I'm not sure exactly what he could do. He's gonna catch a new angle, hop in towards the hill, but Rebellion know exactly where he's going. And they're probably gonna try to drive him out for the last 3 seconds here, but it's a good time. Kind of like Gunplexion. Some great time.
3 dead, and that should be it.
There's the collapse. That's gonna be it. That's
game 1.
For Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, they started off really strong to Kraken. They looked really good, and honestly, I was expecting them to carry that momentum through, but it was almost like Rebellion kind of read the process. We saw these two play against each other yesterday, Rebellion coming out on top with that victory. I'm going to bring on Eli here. Eli, what did you see in that game that Kraken did wrong towards the latter half of the game that didn't allow them to get that
Slayer and
victory?
Forbidden Flag.
You
could get farmed right here, I'm not going to lie.
They were kind of
That's a tough map one to lose.
They knew that Shopify had just come off a loss. It's almost like kicking
because that was kind of your grueler game.
Advantage of this, but the problem is they started getting maybe a little bit too overconfident about after those first 2 hills.
And these next 2 are game types that are a little snowbally.
Plus the pressure from Shopify was just a little bit too strong for them to deal with.
Seeing over here on when we flip it toward the opposite side here, I mean Shopify Rebellion, I'm seeing a little bit in the kills department. 24 out of Soulside, 23 out of Cycle. I love that 13 assist on top of those kills coming out of Cycle. But I mean, obviously a full team effort. Why don't you talk a little bit through Shopify Rebellion and what are some of the things that you liked out of them?
I mean, despite being down, they maintained their confidence. They did not falter. They said, you know what, let's just play our process. Let's rotate for next. After the first 2 hills, you could hear it in the comms from Complexion's team. They said, oh, they're already rotating for next. They had even recognized that it was happening, and I love that process from Shopify. They're not worried about going down by 2 hills. Like, yes, they were going to fight for them and try to earn them for themselves, but they still have a backup plan, right? They've been together for so long. They've been in these type of positions hundreds of times. They said, let's just rotate for next. Let's set up. And their setups were very strong. There was multiple times that they just quickly identified where Complexion and the boys were spawning and were able to cut off any possible route that they had to get to a sight line to kill the hill player. And the hill player just sat there for free, essentially, while the rest of the squad is set up perfectly around the map.
I love that. Tim, is there anything that you wanted to add to that, whether it's on the Shopify or the Kraken side?
Just the mental side of things real quick. We got to talk about the pressure that Shopify are under, and obviously being that squad that is solidified, that is placed really high in these HCS tournaments, that placed 4th at Arlington. Coming into this, it's like, yeah, you know, GBX had your number in that very first series, and then you come into this one, you start off a little bit shaky, but I love their ability to come through and play what they've practiced. You talked about, you know, all the plays that they made in order to make, you know, that victory happen, and that comes with being a team and having that chemistry. On the other end of things, Kraken, like Renegade said, have nothing to lose here, right? They're a pickup squad, and I think that should give them enough confidence to say, okay, let's just put it all on the line. But Shopify have stopped them in that game 1.
That was one of the benefits of coming as a pickup squad. You just come in vibing, come in have a good time. And hey, if you happen to make a deep run, you happen to do your thing, there's some nice $7,500 on the line. Eli, I want to direct this question towards you. Game 2. Going to be a Slayer. You know, historically, we've seen, you know, some of the underdogs really step it up in Slayer and really, you know, come in with that Game 2 win, changing the momentum a little bit. Is there a reason for that? What is it that lends to the Slayers that the underdogs come out on top? Show a little bit.
I think it's just it's a very momentum-based game type. So, like, even if you're quote-unquote worse than the other team, if you can get that early momentum, and then now you have the sandbox, now you can spread up on the map, now you have map positioning, you can start to spawn kill. And these teams that know how to play off that momentum are going to spawn kill, and that's going to build greater and greater leads to the point that the quote-unquote better team, it doesn't have any time left to catch up. You know, you start playing for trades, and then before you know it, you've won the game. So I think that's why we see underdogs win Slayer so much more frequently, is because all it really takes is a good start and then knowing what to do with it to close it out.
I'll start.
Well, we're gonna wait for this Aquarius Slayer to come out, and with me, I love the addition of Overshield.
Oh, here we go.
Map, man. I love grabbing hold of the Overshield and just putting down some damage, because you know me with regular shields, I just tend to die too much. How do you feel about Overshield, or is there maybe some kind of change that you'd like to see?
I think it's interesting. I'd like to see it maybe top center if possible, but for now, you just got to play your best with the game type you're given. I think maybe to move it to another spot's a conversation for a later date.
Well, both of the teams fighting for this Overshield right now. Over toward the P side of the map, and Complexion no longer bottom mid. That was some excellent shots coming out of Psycho and crew, and that allows Mental simply grab a hold of that OS, and now some big time advantage. A 2-pronged attack out of them will lead to a 4.
Well,
a couple of picks on the side of Kraken on that P side.
Yeah, you got to be
to
careful not to get snowballed here. Although there
force
might
spawns on the
already
back
not be
yellow,
much
and that
they
just
can do about
allows
it.
Rebellion to come in and shoot fish out of the water, right? It's just really difficult now. Rebellion's kind of firing on all cylinders at this point. It's going to be, of course, Red that gets a kill there. 3 down for Rebellion, and what was looking to get out of hand, Tony, is now 11-6.
We saw Kraken win in this Slayer literally just last, yesterday.
Oh.
Was it last week? Literally just yesterday we saw what Kraken do in the Slays department, but right now, it's Rebellion. Over double the scoreline of the opposition at the moment. Momentum looking good. Looking
got him staggered
well in
as
their favor.
fuck.
And so is this top card control. But hold on. They're flying. They have identified exactly where Complexion and crew are, and they are quick to pounce.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that intel, right? It's all about understanding that there's a player on the backside of Fridge. You take him out, then you can be aggressive on the rest. But Rebellion being that aggressive, they ended up going 3 down, suppressed. And try and do his best to stay alive. Overshield coming up in about 13 seconds or so. So Suppress having this top center control and being on that P side, now transferring over to Car. It's going to be up to Kraken to push through this defense.
Suppress playing this Car side. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, you see a couple more members
Go
of
get some trade.
Rebellion, but Suppress ends up going down. All just a distraction. All it's just a decoy for Mental to put in his second overshield in a row. Double-digit lead here for Rebellion, and it ain't gonna get any easier for Kraken if you're not able to grab a hold of overshield.
Yeah, what happens is you keep getting stuck inside a base. You're spawning inside of the base, and of course, it's Rebellion to take control of that top center like you saw with Suppress, but they create enough space where they trap you. They get that overshield for the second time now, and now it's a 12-kill lead, 24-12. Rebellion really running away with this one.
25 kills here for Rebellion, and on the other side of things, you know, Red hasn't even found his first kill right now. Things just not looking good for Kraken at the moment. We've seen some major comebacks. We saw one earlier by GBX on this very map, obviously very different game type. Maybe we can see one here. Leaderness. First step, taking down Suppressed and Cycle. Now taking space right now. They know the Rebellion's over toward the P side, attacking it with the heat wave is a pretty good way to break down the defenses of Rebellion. But what a grenade out of Suppressed.
Yeah, Leaderness is on a little bit of a run right there, but he gets stopped pretty short. Gunny getting a little loud on the main stage. They're down by 10, but that energy is exactly what you need
There's a lot
in this
of
situation.
damage.
A couple kills come
Like
out.
Gunplexion
Rek
right
gets
there.
his first kill. That breaks the ice a bit, but again, it's Cycle with 10 kills in this game thus far, 10-6.
Yeah, they're just getting fried.
Even just trying to find the exit route. Tough. Rebellion finding multiple angles on him, shredding the shield, shredding the opposition, and shredding this entire game. Have been Rebellion holding on to a double-digit lead for what feels like they started from the beginning. It feels like at this point.
It's just a massive teamwork here. Again, that top control, but they're finding a lot of staggered kills. And honestly, you end up being staggered like that, spawning on the Fridge, the back of base, and you just get pressured by 3 different members of Rebellion. Your job is to do that damage, to get those trades. And this is another OS this is the 3rd OS in a row for Mental. I mean, you can't allow that to happen if you're on the side of Kraken, but this is why Rebellion is touted as one of the best Slayer teams in the league, is just their ability to be aggressive when they need to be. Look at Rhett, all by himself inside the Fridge. What do, right? They get the first couple
the
kills,
brothers
they're able to
1-9.
isolate the last player, the 3rd player, and then they take it from there, 43-26. A massive score line here for the side of Rebellion.
I'm not good at math, but 7.5 minutes on the clock. I'm pretty sure we've only seen 3 overshields, and I think Mental's actually got all 3 of them.
Oh my God.
He's running 100% right now for overshields, and he also has a massive amount of assists, 12 assists to his name to go along with that 8-6 score line as Rebellion. One squad wipe away from ultimately going up 2-0 in this series. Kraken can find himself way too far behind to believe there's any chance of a comeback here.
And it's unfortunate. Rhett having a little bit of a rough game. We talked about him so much this weekend, right? He's been such a big player on this team, but this one just couldn't find his stride, and that's kind of Aquarius for you. You have games where you're on that flow. You have games where you're not. Rebellion definitely flowing
Brother
right
just
now
went
as they
1-10.
take a 2-0 series lead versus Kraken, looking for that rematch in the grand finals.
I don't know. I like to think about it. I like to think about it like this. In a lopsided game like that, sometimes you're the bait, sometimes you're the switch,
tough.
you know? if you're switching now, sometimes you get those kills, you get those headshots, but You always baiting me, so I'm always the one to die.
I never bait you ever.
I don't stay live long enough to get baited. I just go straight down
That's
this
a
lobby.
tough game.
Oh my gosh.
I hear you. Me
Forget
too.
about it.
Me too.
Eli, we see some stats on the screen right now. Obviously, the eyeball test as well. Talk to me a little bit about that game.
I mean, that game, it felt like Shopify were correcting a lot of the mistakes they made in the Slayer yesterday.
Yeah.
So yesterday they lost to the same team in Slayer, and from my eyes, yesterday it felt like they weren't really awarding them enough respect. They were kind of like getting lazy, and that's not like a shot at Shopify. It's just like we expect more from them, right? Like we know what they're capable of. They went 7-1 in Slayers on LAN at Arlington, the best Slayer team statistically. And for them to lose a game of Slayer, it's almost like they went in a little bit too confident, and today they've corrected that to where you see the way they're moving around the map. There was not a single 1v1 fight on the map because they are positioning themselves so that they always have multiple sight lines on all parts of the map at the same time. You saw the way they were flowing around the map together. Two guys would be P-side pushing in the fridge, one's going through the courtyard, one stays top mid. It was an ebb and flow that they just moved around the map so flawlessly whenever they had advantage state.
I love that we actually had the player cams on Shopify Rebellion at one point, because even after, fairly dominant win 50-33, you still saw Suppressed talking, fairly energetic, fairly passionate. And maybe it was just, one play that maybe just didn't break down the way that they wanted it to, but still, they want to make sure that they correct those, I would imagine. I'm not a lip reader. I didn't actually have a speaker there, so I don't know exactly what we're saying, but I'm assuming maybe just one play, maybe just one instance where like, hey, I thought you were doing this, so that's why I did this. What was the thought process there? Is that maybe what was going on, or am I just crazy?
No, I'd assume so. I mean, we heard in the listen-in, we heard Best Man in the comms too, like trying to coach them along, like small talk better, little things like that can go a long way. And I think the small talk really is the difference between like these teams playing their best and them maybe not playing so great, is like what's the quality of that small talk. I'm right with you. He's one shot. I'm taking cover. I'm one shot. If you miss one piece of the equation, your teammates have less intel to make good decisions, and that just makes the game harder for everyone. But Shopify seemed to clear that up.
Well said.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen
Well
two
said by
games
Eli.
go in favor of Shopify Rebellion so far. But obviously a very close game number one, and in game two, maybe you left a bit on the table there. Game three, Forbidden capture the flag, a much different flow, a much different maybe play styles when necessary, and that might favor Kraken on their way to trying to get their first win here and maybe pull off a reverse sweep.
Shopify are pissed. That's what I'm going to say. Shopify are upset, right? We talked about, Renegade talked about this. If they believe in themselves, they can win this whole thing. But it's all about that belief. And right now, they're moving with a little bit of pep in their step. That being said, it's 3 down for Rebellion.
Good start for Kraken.
Mental, the last
and then
player
one of them
alive,
falls
has
off the
snipe
map.
inside of his nest, and he's going to try and play his life as much as possible. But that's the OS for Kraken.
Rebellion were 3 down and breaking shot fell off the bat. Wait, how did this happen there? I need to watch the film on that one. Meanwhile, I want to watch some more film on Reclximer with the sniper. You know you're about to make some stuff happen. Like you always say, Tim, it's all in the
hips. It's all in the hips, baby. And, Gunny really wants this. The guy has been working, and he's been grinding.
That's just flank.
He wants this bad. And the question for me is that enough to bring him through here? He's got 3 other players that have to want it just as bad as he does. We'll see if that can carry them through this game. It's 2 down for the side of Rebellion. Gunny with that snipe in his hand once again. We'll see what he's able to make happen with this. And that's exactly what he needs to do. The snipe on the soul snipe and the push as well. Gunny popping off is what you need to see for this Kraken roster to wake up a little bit.
You give any player in this lobby 7 bullets to work with that S7, they're gonna make some magic happen. Just barely finding the angle to Rebellion to take him down, but things could have gotten dangerous if Gunplexion held on to that sniper. This time Suppressed. He has 4 bullets to work with here, and an overshield about to come up.
Yeah, giving up a 4-bullet snipe here is not good for Kraken, because Suppress is going to be able to watch all angles of the map. Gunny gets a kill, though, in the feed. It gets traded pretty quickly. Some great angles there by Leader Ness and Red, though. They're going to take top control here.
Red's going to play towards that snipe street side, get right into the sniper. The opposition long-range shots, forcing Soul Snipe and the crew back. And with that overshield coming up, it looks like Red wants to wrap back for it. Psycho wants to challenge him. It ain't gonna happen. Heads up play by Red. You earned that overshoot.
Yeah, I love this by Ret, right? You have a rough game number 2, and honestly, it happens to the best of us. You know, only Tony's a robot, but the rest of us, you know, we have bad games every once in a while. Ret starting off this game really strong, 6-2 thus far.
Can't do much
See
with that
what
OS
else he's
though.
able to do though. Catches Cycle off guard
Unfortunately.
here. That's it. This last shot, Cycle making himself such a difficult kill.
Oh,
I can't believe you just called me a bot.
Come on, brother.
In front of everybody here. I've been nothing but nice to you all
That's a
weekend
lie.
long. As of right now, Complexion may not be nice to the opposition, not with this sniper in hands.
There's a listen in with Kraken that I want to hear though. I want to hear what the energy sounds like. What do they sound like in the comms? We'll listen in with Kraken.
One shot our window. Like, one shot their back flag. There's a guy in their back flag. Trying to get the snipe. Got me. One more to main, man. One more to main ramp. Got me. Snipe down.
damn.
He's sniping their hut. Yeah, I'm not playing. He's sniping our window. Yeah, he's sniping our top. Weak. Live. There's a guy above. One running it. One kid up behind us. One kid main ramp. Our window. Yep, keep living. One top flank. Keep pulling. One behind me. All good. Yeah, sniping our hut. I get 2 shots. And there's our window.
Are they coming? Hello?
Well, I want to go into listening with Rebellion now. We've heard the side of Kraken. Let's
don't
go
know.
in with Rebellion to see what they're
I
saying.
assume there was an error because they were like dead silent. Unless these brothers are just tilted off the face of the planet.
He was their snipe side mark.
Yeah, there's snipe still.
Watch your left, guys, and watch out.
Dude, there's snipe to the flash. Johnny has a 3. One shot.
Oh, one shot there, little snipe too.
Ooh.
He's in their snipe still.
Little snipe, just in there.
That was
He's behind
nice.
the paper. Trying to shoot over you.
Window, long haul. Oh, I fucking damn, bro. Holy shit. I'm winning rat.
I'm at, I thought I saw 3. One's not mid. Yeah, sniper, chest shields.
Yeah, on top of me, guys. I'm dead.
One snipe. Do you guys have a little snipe?
Yeah, yep, going.
I can see what they're doing.
Nice.
One still nade from the back ramp, slow snipe.
Dash from their pistol to top right.
Bro, I think a couple of them are. I think mental and suppressed are.
I'm like.
One shot backside.
So has to do that.
On the right. Right jump.
One shot on me.
I'm looking at right jump to the top side jump. Jump right back. One more.
He's on our right. Jump, going out tempo right now.
At our snipe. Top snipe. Our top. Top left for one thing. Need it.
Snipe, don't forget about it.
Still got our snipe.
Yeah, he's on the pillar.
And their back flag. Pillar guys expecting you to drop rat.
Yeah, we got to try back base, but I think we're good. Last time.
Good trick.
Interesting.
One's on their snipe, I think. Bro, you're the more going to low snipe right now, person.
Shoot their snipe. Shoot their snipe, I'm dead here.
Make push.
Yeah, I can't. Nice, and they got a snipe.
There's tough snipe, one shot.
It's all you, Preston.
They're snipe again.
Their snipe weak.
Really
Their
good.
snipe.
Back snipe. There was 2.
Love you guys. Brett was weak, yeah. Doing their snipe. Complexion, one shot.
One shot leaderness.
OB5. The top left.
Just might come with a nade.
In the top left. They're doing push from snipe now. Their snipe, one shot. OB,
Ugh, bro.
backside. Yo, one getting their snipe right now. Look at OB. Green shot's going for OB. 2 on OB, guys.
You're gonna have it.
We have eyes on him.
Hey, stop him all. He's one shot snipe flat.
Damn.
Snipe.
Sniping.
1-0 lead, still in
In
favor
no ways.
of Rebellion at the moment. There's some clear, concise comms coming out of Rebellion, making sure that every bit of the map is being watched and dealt with. And it's making it very hard for Crash to try to find any weakness within the defenses of Shopify Rebellion.
Well, we see Cycle on the screen, right? one of the hardest kills in the HCS is what's been touted to his name, and I think that I agree. Like, this guy stays alive for periods of time where you shouldn't, right? It should be a cleanup kill, an easy one shot. We saw it right there, but he's still out, jumping out, doing damage. Now it's Gunny with that snipe in his hand. Does he hit the shot? No. Mental takes him out. And honestly, Tony, something about the comms that I heard on the side of Kraken, at least, the energy a little bit low. And when you're playing a team like Shopify Rebellion, that energy has to be up. We saw it with Bound. We saw what they were capable of when that energy was high. And right now, I'm not seeing the same energy out of Kraken.
Gonna be tough. You know this is your final opportunity here in this
bro.
Here in this tournament right now. You find yourself down 0-1, 3 down go Kraken, and Rebellion have already started a flag, which could be the dagger.
Yeah, I mean this.
That is a dagger. That's a grenade, Tony. Suppress gets a nice.
This is probably over.
The
It's gonna be a second cap.
Kraken. He's gonna continue to pressure. Look at this. This is beautiful out of Suppress.
How is he alive,
Off
bro?
the spawn, still maintains that space so that they can potentially pull another flag.
Did he release an apology video? That's incredible. Holy shit, Suppress is going
Suppress
insane, bro.
23-9, one of the more underrated players in the league. And we are seeing him show off right now here in the main stage, a main damage dealer. And Rebellion looking to put in the final flag. Soul Snipe over shield pop. Reversal. Complexion not able to stay alive. That flag sits towards the mid-map, but now you're seeing Rebellion start to quickly move in position. They want to keep this flag alive, especially with Overshield. Get the kill first, and then relay it forward.
Great job on the touch there by Rebellion. They've got to clear out a couple more players, though, in that HUD side. It's going to be 3 down for Rebellion, though. Breaking Shot tries to do his best to maybe take some space on the map, maybe get that return. But there's only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, Tony. Being down 2 caps here for Kraken. And Cycle somehow continuing this flag run.
He does die, though.
It could be the final one. At least here for Kraken. Soul Snipe with some excellent shots across the map. Red drops down for the return. Nobody in sight for Rebellion, so we do see that return come in, and just a little bit less than 3 minutes on the clock. You do have time. Not that much, though, Kraken.
That flag being relayed that often, that many times, I should say, there's so much time that's off the clock, and you need as much time as possible here on Forbidden. 2 minutes and 45 seconds is all we have left. They do get 3 down for the side of Rebellion. Mental's the last player alive. Gunny's got the snipe in his hands.
Love the sniper in the central position on the mid side. He's gonna have a lot of angles to have on Rebellion. Body shot, double shot. Suppress goes down. Now his location has been found. Gonna reposition just a little bit. Watch
Got the fat ass reticle.
A flag is started for Kraken. Multiple going down for
That one's
Rebellion.
good.
This might be exactly what
Oh
Kraken
my
needed,
God.
but Soul Snipe has a sniper, and you know he wants to make a clutch play. He has sniper in his name.
We'll see if he's able to hit the shot, though.
Whoa.
Great shot into Complexion. He only saw his toes, but he still gets the kill, the shot on him. They get the kill.
Team nade.
Flag is still there.
Oh my God.
It's up to Soul Snipe.
Oh my.
Stop it.
Oh.
Was that quickly? If it wasn't, it was close. 1 cap goes in for Kraken, but the counter cap is about to ensue.
Yeah, they might get countered.
The star is lining up for Soul Snipe right there. But as Kraken punched that one in, they do give him so much resource in order to do that. And Rebellion look to counter.
Yeah, Mental got that OS. This should be over.
Could be it. Rebellion, Mental with the double kill, uses the overshield. Soul Snipe already has that flag in. That's 3-0.
GG.
In the series.
In the series, a 3-0 for Rebellion. They are starting to believe, and that's the first step to getting that revenge in the grand finals, which is where we will see.
We got a rematch of the winners finals
Shopify Rebellion
for the
now
grand
have their
finals
rematch versus GBX, and I'm going to be honest with you, that is going to be a very different series than what we just saw out of GBX and Shopify. Shopify looked very different. What did you see out of this Shopify Rebellion roster? Would you say they look different than they looked previous?
Absolutely. It seems like after they went down 2-0 in that Recharge Hill game, there was a switch that was flipped, and ever since they have been a very different roster. You can hear it in the comms. They're very calm, cool, and collected, but they're prioritizing the right targets. The way they're moving around the map together. There's never a single player that's able to get through the defense of Rebellion. Everyone's accounted for at all times, and if you're on the other side of a team like that, you just feel like you're being suffocated. There's just nowhere to go. And then on top of that, you've got your man Suppressed dropping, what did he finish that game with, 25 and 11? Something like that. He was, when this man is winning every single gunfight, like, how are you supposed to win the game? Like, he literally won every single 1v1 engagement
And I feel like when he's playing his best, he can absolutely take over the game. Then we see Soul Snipe doing what I feel he does better than almost anyone, which is hitting those quick, like jumping flick headshots. Like that sequence at the end there when he gets the headshot and then gets the quickly through the player. The second shot hit the body, but I mean, that kind of damage output is very hard to play against.
Yeah, I say it all the time, man. Suppressed is the real deal. I go through these stats like crazy, and one thing that I always see is even the games where Suppressed does have the most kills, even the ones he does have the most assists, somehow he still tops his team in damage time and time again. It's not just one series here or one tournament. It is consistent. What have you seen out of Suppressed yourself that makes him just such a damage deal on the map?
I mean, he plays with insane confidence, and why wouldn't you, right? I mean, he's got one of the smoothest shots that we've ever seen. The way he aims reminds me of Snipe Down back in the day. Like, straight up, it's just very smooth. It's not twitchy at all. It's very calm. He's always positioning himself to where he is the wall that the enemy has to go through to get through the rest of, to get to the rest of his squad, and he is an impenetrable wall. Like,
and it has turrets on top of it.
He's got 2 turrets on top of the castle, and he's just raining down fire on everyone. Plus, he's very good at controlling power weapons. This man is an absolute beast on the map.
The 2 turrets just says left and right thumb. That's all it is. When it comes to aiming, man, he's just sick with it. Tim, you said something that I want you to elaborate on. You said, obviously, Shopify Rebellion going into the grand finals, which will be coming up next year very soon, I'm sure. But you said this gonna be a lot different. Than we're seeing a different Shopify Rebellion. Talk to me about that a little bit.
I mean, I got to give credit to Eli because he saw exactly what I saw. After that 2-0, right? There was a switch that was flipped. They're a completely different team. And all it took was what Renegade said about belief. You come in here and yes, there's a lot of pressure. Like, okay, we can't lose to these pickup squads. Like, that's not good, especially going into London. This can't happen. But then you see Suppressed gaining some confidence. You see Soul Snipe getting the same type of confidence. That's what I saw. It's a different roster. They're starting to believe in themselves, and this will be a very different series. I promise you it will be.
Well, based on prediction, we know I believe in them. We know you believe in them. We know Eli believe in them. But we're going to find out if Rebellion believe in themselves here in the grand finals. It's GBX going up against Rebellion after our break.
Let's go. Should be a fun finals, man. I'm looking forward to this. Speed is crazy. This beat's taking me out, bro. Damn, son. Toronto's still playing FaZe and COD. Alright, child. I'm gonna go 1-1. I thought it was 2-1. I think they're in game 4. Alright guys, I'm gonna go check on my dogs real quick. I think I'm the only one home right now, so I'm gonna go check on my dogs real quick and make sure they're all good. And when I get back, we will have some finals to watch. Yeah, give me just a second.
Welcome back to the grand finals that's just about to start. But before we can get to that point, we have to do a pick and ban of the 7 maps that we will see in our grand finals. Joined with me is Renegade from the Winner's Advantage side of GBX and Mental from Shopify Rebellion. To guide us through these picks and bans is Eli the Ninja. Eli, can you go through and explain how these picks and bans are going to work?
So essentially, so we have picked the game type order. So it's going to start with CTF. Game 2 will be Slayer. Then it goes Koth, Strongholds, Oddball, CTF, Slayer. So for each game in the lineup, the first player will ban a map, and the other team will pick a map. So starting off with Game 1 CTF, Renegade, it's your veto.
I'm going to end up banning the only CTF they're good at, Aqua.
All right, so Aqua's off the table for Game 1. Now you get to pick from between Argyle, Pit, and Forbidden.
I think we're gonna go ahead and pick Pit.
Pit. All right, so Empyrean, CTF, Game 1. All right, now for Game 2, it's gonna be Slayer. You get to veto a map.
We're gonna have him veto Plaza.
Solitude is
Solitude,
off the table.
And then I think we'll end up picking... I think we'll pick Recharge.
Recharge, Slayer, Game 2. All right. Game 3 is going to be King of the Hill, Renegade. Which King of the Hill map do you veto?
Recharge.
Recharge off the table. So you can pick between Solitude and Livefire.
Yeah. We'll play Livefire.
Okay, Livefire, King of the Hill, Game 3. Game 4 is going to be Strongholds. Veto between Interference, Livefire, Recharge.
We'll ban Interference.
Okay.
We'll just pick Livefire.
Livefire. All right, so Livefire, Strongholds, Game 4. Back-to-back live
You have a
fires.
chance to do the funniest thing possible.
Yeah, and
You could get 3 live fires in a row. I just want to point that out before we go into this next one.
so Oddball is the next one. John, what do you ban?
Streets.
Streets Ball has been banned.
Yeah, we're gonna head and pick Livefire.
All right. Best map we play right now, potentially, for at least for those modes. All right, and then CTF, what do you ban? It cannot.
What the
be,
fuck is
you
this?
can't
What I just
do
come back to?
another pit
First of
flag,
all,
so
best of sevens.
banning between
Secondly, 3 live fires in a row, followed by 2 Aquariuses in a row.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Aqua.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, he banned Aqua.
Oh, true. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we'll
Oh,
ban,
there's vetoes.
We'll ban Forbidden.
So I guess that one's going to
Yeah.
default to Argyle.
Yeah.
And last one.
Oh my
John,
God, they're doing the
you
vetoes
get
right
to veto
now.
a Slayer.
Okay, wait, I'm locking in, I'm locking in.
We'll veto Street Slayer.
Streets has been banned.
I was so checked for a
and
second.
pick one that's not Recharge
Or Solitude.
or Solitude.
So what are the last 2? Okay.
Oh, but it is 3 live fires in a row.
Could go Livefire here. What's my other option? I can't think. So we got
Aqua.
Aqua, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll go live fire.
All right.
That's a lot of live fire, baby.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're playing 4 live fires in the best of 7. Love to see it. I mean, I don't. It sounds crazy, but I mean, it's what you guys wanted, so that's what we're gonna do.
I'm down. That's a bang out series, bro.
We gotta get these boys up on the main stage, ready for.
I'd rather 4 live fires than
But before we go,
4 Argyles.
You got any words for your
That's actually lit.
for your mental?
I mean, I think they got lucky the first series. I think we're going to bring back to another veto system here on the couch after this first series, and yeah.
All right, hey, he's saying he's seeing you back on the couch. What about you, Renegade? What you got to say?
Don't get 4-0'd.
All right, we'll see the 4-0s on the table. We'll be right back. When we are back, you'll see some Halo action on your screen. Do not go anywhere.
That's funny as shit, bro. That's actually so funny, bro. You're right, though. You fucking right, though. Oh, and Ultra sending it to a Game 5 in COD. That venue finna fucking explode. Bro, if Toronto wins, that venue's actually gonna explode. As in noise. He said don't get 4-0'd, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. Crazy shit. Also, bro, we got some Chipotle on the way now. I'm so up. I'm gonna watch this last series. Gonna get some food. And I think we got basketball tonight. They might already be playing. I think they might be. Yeah, Pacers and Knicks are already playing. Oh my god, the Pacers are up 20 in the second quarter. What the fuck? Yeah, and Nuggets Wolves is tonight. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, bro. I also see people bitching in the chat about the ads, dude. Like, my brother in Christ. They're not even playing. It's the break. You're only missing the map set. Yeah. What's up, Tooth? How's it going, bro? I mean, you righties. It just still gets me every now and then. Yeah, where Catalyst at? That's a good question. I wish we were still able to watch COD on Twitch, man. That was so much fun last year. Being able to watch party all that shit. Especially on a day like today, bro. We could just be bouncing back and forth, watching Halo and COD. Instead, I just got it pulled up on my other screen. Stupid ass exclusivity. Yeah, did hear about that. I certainly hope Inside the NBA doesn't end. Like, that would certainly be unfortunate. I'm sure they would probably keep doing something in some form or fashion, but that version of the show that's existed for 30, 40 years, however long it's been. Obviously, it's only been the four of them for 10 years or so. But yeah, that would be so whack, bro. I agree. Looks like they're warming up. Shopify getting a little snack in before the finals, bro.
Get free
We might be in this break for a minute, bro. Hopefully not too long, but we shall see. Oh, the food's on the way though. That's a dub. We got a renegade appearance. Yo, what are these fucking Mars ass space sound effects, dude? So let me check on this game 5. Ooh, 3-3. I don't even know shit about that Rio map. I never played it or anything. Toronto finna go apeshit if they win, bro. Alright. We're sitting back down. I believe these brothers are gonna start warming up. Means we're heading towards getting started here pretty quick. Interesting. Yeah, I've kind of been wanting to hop back on COD ranked recently. I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. I'm sure it might be terrible. But I might hop on and like play a few games next week or something. I got Halo stuff for the next couple days, but maybe one day next week I'll hop on for a minute. We'll see. I think we're dropping frames. We were actually dropping a shit ton of frames for a second there. Alright, I think we should be good now. For the moment, anyway. We all good now? Oh, LVT chat has resorted to copy pastas. Whoa. We lost our cams. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. My food's almost here though.
my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the
Draza emptying a mag into Draza's body. I assume he means scrap. Oh, wait, it's 4-5, or it's 5-4 phase. Hang on. Repeat this. What is this fucking... What is this shit, dude? What are we listening to, man?
Watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights.
Wait, are they going 5-5?
Seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like this is my time.
Oh my god, they're going 5-5.
This is my time.
And my food's about to be here.
Shot clock goes tick-tock. Haters wish that I slip. No, I don't miss. MJ all hits. Watch me pop off, I'm the king now. Moonwalk to the ring now. Keep on wondering how. Let that choir sing now. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than all of the lights. Cause when it's game time, seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind, beating the buzzer like this is my time. This is my time. This is my time.
This is some shit right here, man. Oh my god, and Toronto wins. What the fuck? Bro, did that come down to a 1v1? Holy shit. Ha! Good, my food's here. Alright, hang on, y'all. I gotta go grab my food. Give me a second. Yeah. All right, I'm back. Has Scrap gone rogue in the interview yet? Ha, what did he say? I knew he was going to say something. Damn, that's insane. GBX is currently trying to remedy an audio issue. Appreciate your patience. We are waiting on the players. Okay. Oh, hang on, I gotta go grab something else from downstairs. Give me just a second, yo. Hopefully, we should get going soon here.
Hello and welcome back. Grand Finals is just moments away. But before we get to that, I want to talk to the man that made most of this possible. Roger, you're the owner of Orlando Esports, the facility that we're in here today. You offered up all these PCs in the space. Can you talk to me about what your vision was for this space and why you decided to throw on a Halo event?
Well, I mean, this is the vision. We've been operating and doing this for a couple of years, and we were in smaller venues, smaller locations, and we're really kind of getting our feet wet in what was needed to be. We had an opportunity to come into this space here where we've got
All right, we're back.
lots of room. We've got
What's
lots
going
of
on?
space for that. We have the ability to bring all of our PCs in and set this up so that we had the opportunity to be able to work with 2050 and create these events. And this is what we want to take this and expand and grow it and to be able to do these, you know, as often as possible with this, because we know the venue will support it. We actually didn't really get into the fact we do have a full liquor lounge and all, and the kitchen here. So there's a lot of things that we have as support for what we're doing here that goes along with that. And, you know, our vision is to take this and just multiply this and grow this, because we know the esports communities, whether it be Halo or any of the others, are so important to what's going on out there, and its growth is going. And this is the only space like this in Central Florida and probably in Florida itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic venue, lots of open space, lots of PCs, which I think is the important part, right? It's been a while since we've had an open tournament with all PCs. And the other thing is, like you said, that lounge area in the back, I have a feeling that this venue is really going to be popping in a while. Now, I want to say, you know, coming in, did you know what to expect with all these gamers coming here for Halo? And what has been some of your best moments so far from watching the event?
Oh, well, I think some of the best moments is just seeing the excitement, seeing the energy. You know, and that's what you're seeing with this. I grew up in sports. I was an athlete. I own another company, or a part of another company called Sports Thread, and that helps youth athletes kind of get to the next level. One of the most underserved sports, a part of the app, is esports. So I wanted to kind of bring in and show people exactly what esports could do. Seeing the people here, seeing the excitement, seeing the energy, seeing this is like, I mean, this is better than going to a lot of, especially any professional teams that are local here, to go to and watch them compete and watch them do it. The energy, the spectators, what's going on with it. I mean, it's very, very powerful to be a part of it, and it gets me excited to start seeing where our future and the vision of where we're going to go with that. So it's going to be a great thing.
I'm not going to put you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but, you know, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot. You know, we're almost done. We're going grand finals next. I mean, can we count on the venue once again for another Halo LAN in the future?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you want, we can go ahead and set it up right now.
Yeah, let's get the contract signed, right? Because I'd say next time I want that bar in the back. I want that thing open.
It could have been open for any of it. I mean, it's literally the way it's set up. We just call them and they bring them into it. But you know, I wanted to make sure that we tested and see. But I know we can have that set up. We can have kitchen. The way it is with we can literally set up our PCs and order food.
Oh, wow.
So it's a great setup for even just the casual gamer that wants to come in and play, sit here and really be catered to right there. We can bring drinks and food and so forth to you. So it's great. But yes, we would absolutely love. You guys have been great. It's been long days, long hours, but well worth it. So very excited.
Well, and this is a big production that we're having today with like lots of PCs being used. But I would love to see a local Halo scene kind of spring forth from Orlando, locals from Orlando coming here. Big thing for that is how can people find the venue? How can people get set up to come here and have game nights?
Oh, that's great to know. We are located, and we have the advantage here as being right on International Drive. So we're here for tourists that may be in here, or for the local, as you're saying. Yeah, I mean,
everything's on International in Orlando.
Market. And it's great for these tournaments because we've got so many hotels around that we can work with to get deals with, but we can also become that space that Orlando really needs as a destination to bring people in, other than just Universal or Disney, which is usually the ones that do that. But you could go to our website, which is orlandoesports.gg. And there's tons of information you can see on that. You can also on that reach out to myself. My email is very easy. It's just roger@orlandoesports.gg. And I will, you know, I respond to it pretty quickly. I get back to everyone.
Yeah, righties.
Because that's what we want. We want to create that community. I think Orlando is
just there right in the middle of all the shit.
Great for the gaming community.
I mean, to be fair, like,
community,
whenever we went to those UGC events, like St. Louis, we were not in St. Louis. We were in fucking Collinsville. You know what I'm saying? I talk about that venue all the time because we went there so many times.
Socially, grab a beer, grab a cocktail, come over here and just socialize with like-minded
Like, nah, they're just in the middle of all the shit.
people. And that's what we.
Everything
that's
I've
what
ever
we're
gone to
here
in Orlando
trying
is on
to
iDrive.
create with Orlando Esports.
Well, folks, if you are in Florida, I'm not even Orlando, in Florida, I'd love for you guys to be meeting here once a month doing LANs. I have something very similar at Las Vegas where I go and have my own LAN center. And honestly, it's one of the most fulfilling things that you guys can do. So if you are a Florida Halo player, and I know there's some in the audience here listening here today, let's make sure you guys get set up and start doing some monthly LANs and, maybe even weekly if you have enough people.
I would love that.
Yeah. I mean, guys, get it through. Like you said, your email is roger@orlandoesports.gg.
Yes.
Where can we find you on the Twitters and on the Instagrams?
It's also very simple. Our social media is pretty much the same. It's Orlando Esports 24. So Orlando Esports 24 is our Instagram, Twitter, and all with that. So very easy to find us. Absolutely, everyone go on, follow us. You'll see things that we'll be putting out there and posting as we're getting more and more involved with the whole community as a whole, but also on a local basis.
But I mean, no bullshit. Like,
wants to come
if they
in,
start
wants to be
doing,
a part of it.
If they start doing LANs, you got to get out there, bro.
I know everyone kind of noticed it. We're on International Drive, and
bro, if we had like
Drive,
monthly shits in Nashville, I'd be there.
Soda. We wanted to keep all of our refreshments at a very inexpensive price so that we're giving back to this community. So you get a water for $1, you get a Coke for $1. You
bro, if we had monthly shits
and make it and really kind of give back to this community,
or something.
and that's not going to change once we build this community up and so forth as well. We'll
I'd
keep
do
our
that.
drinks on the lounge side at an affordable rate so that everyone can come and not worry
I would drive a
about,
certain number of hours
I'm going to International
to go to a LAN
Drive,
every
I'm going
month.
to spend more money. Well, no, you're not. You're going to come to Orlando Esports, and we're going to take care of you.
Well, I will say, I saw someone coming back to the LAN center. They had 7 waters, a Red Bull, and like a Monster in their hand, along with a Butterfinger. And I was like, bro, what are you buying out the place? He said, this was only $15. I was like, hey, if it's $15, I understand. He had a mountain of drinks next to him the entire time. I will say, before we end this interview, me, Louie, and the rest of LVT Halo, we've been here from doors open to doors closed, but there's only been one person that's been here longer than us each day, and that's you, Roger. So thank you so much for being a gracious host. You let us come in, and the first thing you said, whatever's mine is yours. Like, use whatever you need to use. We appreciated that. And, hopefully we'll allow you to get some sleep. I know you've been coming in at like 8 o'clock, leaving at like 1, 2 a.m. We're going to try to help this man. But if you guys support what you've seen here today, come check out Orlando Esports Arena on International Drive. Guys, tomorrow we're going to Universal. We're having fun. Like, there's hotels everywhere. It was really cheap to be here, and everyone's been having a blast. Up next is our grand finals. Roger, before we go, do you have anything you want to add to the chat here today?
I just want to say that it's been my pleasure to have you guys here to work with it. And like, as you just mentioned, we're here to really support you in the best way possible. When you're at Universal, let them know that Orlando Esports brought you down here. So, but there's so many great things to do in Orlando, and we want Orlando Esports to be known as one of those great things to do in this area.
All right, guys. Up next is our grand finals. I want to see as many W. Rogers in the chat. Go give this man some love. Right around the corner, GBX and Shopify Rebellion. When I say around the corner, I mean 1-2 minutes. We'll be right back with some more Halo action.
Thank you very much.
Go. Also, sorry my cam's not back yet. I'm still kind of going crazy on this food.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to
Mean
the
the
Titans
fuck out
of
of this Chipotle,
Orlando
bro, I'm not
LAN
gonna lie.
tournament. Your grand finals are set. LVT Halo joining you from Orlando
Shit going
Esports.
crazy right now.
It's been an incredible weekend, incredible matches.
I got the chicken
And
bowl
I think everybody
with the
was
rice,
shocked by
with
that
the
winning final
veggies,
team. You had a
and the
chance to
cheese,
cast it. What were
and
your
the
thoughts,
salsa, bro.
especially in that game one Aqua
Green
Aqua
salsa.
CTF? Maybe one of the best CTF games of all time.
I have to agree. It was definitely one of
Shit
the best
bussin'.
CTF games of all time. I really thought that Rebellion had that, but it was just honestly the energy out of GPX that just carried them through, and the confidence, right? You have nothing to lose. That's what Bound said. You're coming in here as a pickup squad. But I'm going to be honest with you. Rebellion look really different here coming into this grand final.
I have to agree with you, man. Ever since they were down 2 hills in that recharge King of the
There you
Hill,
go.
something
Bang.
switched, and they said, we are not going to continue losing. How about we just not? You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you just got to say that to the team, and they
Let's
have
go.
really brought it together.
Finals,
We went through
finally.
the whole
Finally,
veto
finals.
system to get where we're at. We're going to start with Pit Flag. Later in the series, we're going to have the Live Fire Gauntlet to just determine who the best Live Fire team is, absolutely. But for now, this is an exciting one to start with, Hunter.
Yeah, Pit CTF. I always say my favorite game one, my favorite way to start a modern day Halo Grand Finals is with one of the best classic Halo game types and map combinations. Pit CTF is live, and before we even get a chance to take a breath, Mental's already ripping
It's
faces.
live!
Bound taking an interesting route there. He went straight under bridge, and with the timing, Mental maybe predicts it. They get 4 dead. I think that OS might still be down. I don't know who killed Soul Snipe bottom OS, but clearly a very strong opening strat here from Rebellion.
Setting the stage for this epic grand finals on land. Rebellion were swept in the winter final, so GBX have that token in their back pocket, but Mental is looking much different than he was in that winter final. Absolutely frying here. A couple of headshots, a couple of no-scopes. Now just looking to stay alive, but Renegade doesn't push. He must expect some help through the sword side. I see Legend pushing on through, but no, he's more so with Tusk than anybody else. Mental knows he has to prioritize Renegade. He's the highest threat, and now he's got some help.
At the same time, though, the longer he just holds Renegade bottom runway, how is Renegade going to make an impact on that flag run? Ultimately, that run does get stopped. Cycle, though, gets a double kill, and they're still in GBX's base. At the same time, though, it looks like members of GBX are also in the base of Rebellion, so Mental wisely going to back up and just make sure he clears his side before he moves forward.
Mental looking at 90+ seconds of continuous life. He's the only member in this lobby that has not gone down just yet. Now he's the only member alive for Shopify Rebellion as another flag gets pulled. Mental peels another wig, and that gets shut down immediately.
Still got 2 bullets left to work with. I mean, it's already gotten 4 kills with this sniper, only expending 6 bullets of the snipe, so highly efficient, and I don't think there's any snipe ammo left on the other side, so if he can convert a couple of headshots here, this could mean Rebellion could potentially move into GBX's base,
Whoa.
get another flag out.
Bound, pushing aggressively like we're so used to seeing, and
Came
he
out of
finally
nowhere.
takes Mental down. But he goes down shortly after. 3 go down for Shopify Rebellion. Just 1 Bound for GBX. Now they get 2 more as Renegade gets a double kill, and this is looking like the pressure you need to pull not only the flag, but get a good run out of it.
You're exactly right. Both teams are pretty even in slays. It's actually GBX right now with more slays. Hard to notice that from just watching Mental so far, but GBX really putting on a clinic so far, but can they get a flag actually out of the base? We'll have to see.
Bound looking to occupy that space on the sword side. If he shuts down the sword side, it prevents an overshield pull. It looks like he's going to grab it instead. Could this be the power-up utilization they need? Mental does a spot Bound, and that could have been big there, right? Mental could have gotten a couple extra shots to whittle Bound down to normal shields. Instead, he's got a little bit of that overshield left to work with, and he puts it to good use, taking down Soul Snipe, and now Renegade baits and waits with the rockets inside flag.
Look at the patience coming out from Renegade. They actually pulled that flag before Rockets and OS came up. I think it was all a distraction so they could guarantee themselves OS. The members of Rebellion have to stay focused on their side. That's going to open up a lot of time and space to get the items. They put the items immediately to work and get the first flag on the board.
I love Renegade running flag with the rockets. He's going to pull attention towards himself and likely take one down, but no suppress. Despite taking a rocket to the mouth, survives and takes down Renegade. Tusk picking up the remains of that
Bro,
flag. And if there's
these
any
Rebellion brothers
run
better
in
not
it,
get
Eli
4-0'd.
gets Legend, but he's got the snipe instead. It's his job to protect this run, to potentially bodyguard a run through, but GBX, it looks like they'll let that flag run die, settle, and content with the 1-0 lead.
Really interesting to think about. How often do we see Legend with snipe? It's not that often because he's usually paired with Stellar, Bound, you know, these guys that are very good with it as well. But I mean, when he has
Yeah,
the
okay,
chance to
dude.
pick it up, this man
Or
does
my mic
not
was
miss
muted.
many shots. I feel like almost he should pick it up more.
Does not disappoint, especially so on land. So cool to have Legend here across the pond. We're going to be heading across the pond as a Halo community to HES London here in a couple weeks. But right now, the action is on land here from Orlando Esports. Soul Snipe with the first run here for Rebellion. And with numbers dwindling for GBX, if you can just get it through the long haul, this could be a tie game, 4 up for Rebellion. But Soul Snipe with the flag and the snipe has to get one more. Gets a body shot to help earn an assist, and this is looking like a tied game. He's looking behind him, though. He wants to make sure all of his corners are checked. You do not want to miss the opportunity to score here. You might check out early if that's the case, but instead we have a 1-1 tie.
Love that teamwork right there, too. I mean, Suppress, known as a Slayer, but in that moment, he's like, nah, bro, turn around, go pop off with that snipe. I'll run this flag in. Renegade, though, is going to steal the Rebellion sniper. This is a big deal. If they can also secure their own sniper, this could be problematic for Rebellion, but I think they've actually flipped the map here. It looks like members of Rebellion were on the side of GBX, at least momentarily, but they're going to come back to stop this flag run.
Renegade on the competing side with the competing snipe. Misses his shot and uses the repulsor there. I thought that might not have kept him alive, but it does. And now dwindling away that last repulsor resource to grab a full overshield. We've seen Renegade with a couple of these, and that's been a part of not necessarily the win condition, but it's allowed Rebellion, or I should say GBX, to keep Rebellion off of that overshield as Renegade has a little bit left to work with. Rocket comes through, and there's a rocket connect. My God, looked more like a sniper as Sniper goes down. Renegade previously had
Oh
it.
no,
Just the last
Slime.
player alive, and he gets a big frag there.
Renegade, clearly the high priority target on the map, and why not? I mean, he's Renegade, first of all, but he also had OS snipe, so you see a rocket, 2 players barrel towards him, make sure they shut him down immediately. Good on Rebellion for that. That could have become a problem real quick. But we're back to really even across the board. Next important note in the timeline is in about 10 seconds, we've got both snipers respawning once again. I think both these teams are going to ensure that they at least guarantee their own sniper.
Halftime here, 6 minutes on the clock, and anytime it's tied 1-1, it might as well be 0-0. Both of these two teams vying for a lead and control as we approach the end game. Bound approaching the sniper side of the map. He's the last player alive for GBX, and on his side of the map, it's especially important that he earns some defensive positioning and posturing here as he holds the snipe, top snipe. Always reminds you of snipe down in Ola and Halo 3. What can Bound do with it?
Suppress the one with the sniper for Rebellion. Going to be a bit of a standoff here. Both teams just fighting for mid-map. Don't want to overextend. First players to fall usually gives a lot of openings to the other team. Look at this. You see him thinking about shooting that plasma nade. Legend finds his way all the way through the needle side. Soul Snipe, though, as soon as he takes him down, have to think that Rebellion might decide to push up here.
Rebellion's goal there was to clear their side of the map. Once they have those members down for GBX, the green light means go as Suppress takes his positioning on the 50-yard line. Sword snipe.
Ooh.
Oh, but he goes down, and Bound with the repulsor gets back up top. I believe the audio cue would be enough to alert Cycle, but no, Cycle's too far away. Cycle in the mauler. This is where the pitch spawns could occur as Bound starts to look back, look forward, repulses to the sky, looking for a montage trick shot, it feels like. And Renegade has another snipe. This could spell trouble for Rebellion.
What I'm noticing from both teams is when it seems like the other team is
my
starting
God.
to get control, the opposition is just pushing into their base. They're making it difficult.
Oh my
to
God.
Push up, but Renegade is hitting snipes. He's making it difficult to even stay alive right now.
Perfect centering there from Renegade. He saw Suppress slide through, and as soon as those knees started to bend upwards, he had the reticle lined up. Perfect timing there from Renegade, but now it's an overshield in the hands of Rebellion. They take down Renegade, and I still wonder now, does Bound still have that snipe?
I'm sorry, whose
Bound
knees
set the
are
rockets
bending
instead,
upwards,
nothing to
bro?
use in the tubes, and he goes down. 4 down for GBX, so Rebellion are going to win back the mid-map control and set themselves up for this next poll.
I don't know if Suppress.
I'm not sure what
needs
Suppress
to
was
lift
doing right there.
Seemed like
That
kind of
was the
silly
most burger
time
shit
to
I've ever
lift,
seen,
but
respectfully.
Maybe thought he had a timing to finish a player off or catch somebody off guard. He goes down quickly, though, which means Rebellion kind of have to wait.
Does FaZe have beef with everybody?
Kind of aggressive action.
You mean in COD?
Corners of GPX
Yes.
have pushed up. Renegade got that one bullet of snipe ammo left, puts it to work.
No, I don't
Legend
think the
might be
body
in a
shooting is
position
serious,
to pull
but
this flag, but he's got to get this kill first.
I mean, they do kind of have
Again,
beef with
more
everybody.
perfect reticle discipline from Renegade. It allows him to use that shotgun in close proximity like a bulldog here in Halo Infinite, and we are officially in the end game. Less than 4 minutes to go, still tied 1-1, but there's a dangerous flag run occurring on the long haul. And like we see so often, if it can just get through the long haul, it might just get through to a score, but Cycle shuts that down. The double kill, the reset. We're back at square one.
Did you see Soul Snipe sneak through the first BR? So in that situation, you know the other team is going to run it long haul, right? But you spawn court. What are you going to do? Usually you have to go someone on the team has to go all the way back through the flag to the first BR. And Bound was predicting it, but Soul Snipe snuck through when Bound wasn't looking, ultimately stopped that entire play. Huge heads-up awareness from Soul Snipe.
I always say Soul Snipe, the best flanker in HES, and everyone's like, Mikowski, what's the best flanker mean? Exactly what we just saw there, Eli. Thank you so much for breaking that down. Bound looking to break down the shields with that no-scope body shot attempt, but he misses. Now he's down to no shields. Oh, excuse me. I should have never questioned Bound's ability to land a no-scope in tough situations, as it looks like he does get enough damage to earn the assist, earns the high ground, has 5 shots left to work with. Quick scope on his Soul Snipe doesn't connect, but after 3 go down from Rebellion, only 2 for GBX. That's going to give them back the map control we previously saw Rebellion have.
Renegade and Bound have the 2 at 3 o'clock snipers. Was it spawned at the 3-minute mark, and if these guys can push up, they can absolutely put Rebellion in the blender, potentially convert this into a flag cap. How does Rebellion play in this situation? You really don't have many options when you got 2 snipers looking at you like this.
This has been so difficult, Rebellion. This could be a reason why they look back after the match and say, we gave Bound and Renegade way too much sniper control. Often they both have it simultaneously, flag out, but Suppress shuts it down. We previously saw a huge double kill from Cycle. Now it's Suppressed, icing up, less than 2 to go.
This man single-handedly playing defense for the squad. Not only that, but also secured the rockets. Steals the sniper back, gets the rockets, puts them to work right away. And with the T-squared combo, rockets and sniper stays alive.
What the hell is going on, son?
And everything does now swap it out for the plasma pistol and bandit combination. But this man doesn't care what weapons he's going to use. He's going to find a way to kill you.
From T-squared combo to noob combo, Suppressed has the plasma pistol in his back pocket. And I'm wondering if he's going to pull it out here to diminish some shields, utilize the bait and switch here, puts it back. Goes for the slay, needs a just body shot here. Tusk is absolute, and Suppressed earns it. Earns the killing spree, but he goes down shortly after. He's the only member down, though, for Rebellion. They are surging through the GBX base. Bound, last Spartan standing. And can he clutch up? He has that plasma pistol now, but Cycle takes him down. This is looking like a good opportunity for the Rebellion.
So much tension right now. 1 minute remaining, but you have to imagine this flag going home should seal the deal for Rebellion. He gets it through the long haul. 2 dead on the side of GBX, and I don't know if anyone's here to stop this. Despite being no shields, he knows that he has that safety, so he's just going to go straight in, and Rebellion take the 2-1 lead.
40 seconds on the game clock.
2 miraculous
What's up, Fiverr?
in mind.
How's it going,
with
bro?
less than a minute to go. They only need 1 this time, though, Eli. So it's not the 4 they were staring at previously on Aquarius, but now 2 staring at the respawn screen. Only 1 for Rebellion means they have the edge in the end game. Less than 30 seconds left. Legend has to stay alive. You lose any more members on the Rebellion side of the map, this match is over.
Look at his survivability right now. There's at least 5 grenades being tossed at him. He's still alive. Finally,
should be game.
Cycle's going to shut that short.
Should be game.
4 dead for GBX. That is going to be it. Rebellion are going to take game 1.
Impressive regain. Rebellion don't necessarily start off strong. Previously, we saw them even in that lower finals against Kraken go down 2-0. In the King of the Hill, they go down 1-0 in this one, but then score the next 2 to get the win. A Game 1 victory, and an important one there for Rebellion, because this is their first win against GBX in this tournament, which is kind of unbelievable to say.
You're exactly right. What an intense game that was. It went back and forth.
We just chilling as well, Fiverr.
We're gonna bring
this is just a LAN event. This is like
a
little... It's like a 10K LAN event in Orlando.
Difference for Shopify to pull out the victory in the end there.
I think they just look different, and what's crazy is...
So it's more or less just kind of like a preview for London. Not even like a preview, because not even a lot of those teams are here, but...
You still are able to stop a flag cap.
Kind of a for fun event.
But then you come back, answer
These
back.
are the 2 best teams that are here. We're in the finals.
I mean, it is impressive to me. Like
but
I
these
said,
are the only like 2 pro
changed.
teams,
you
really.
hit the timing exactly right. That's when I thought they changed as well. And it's just a whole different roster. My question now is, obviously, it's going to be Rebellion coming from the lower bracket, so they're going to have to win 2 best-of-7s. And yeah, can they withstand that much pressure that entire time?
You bring up such a great point, Tim. We're staring at 14 potential matches, but it was Rebellion and SSG. We got half of them here in this grand finals who played 30 matches in 24 hours, right? In tournament online gameplay here, though, we're on land, so this is even more intriguing. It feels like a series that's going to go the distance.
If these brothers go 14 games in the fucking finals, I'm going to throw up.
We've got the live fire gauntlet coming up after this recharge Slayer game. We had a pick and ban system for anyone just tuning in now, where one captain would ban a map for that game type, the other captain would pick a map, and as it turns out, they all.
I still hear people yelling, bro. They're probably playing Money Ace or something in there.
What were some of your key takeaways during that veto process? I mean, that is such an interesting strategical conversation. I missed when we got to veto in matchmaking, but here we're vetoing in the grand finals on land. How do you think that tends or guides this series, Eli? Like you said, we see a lot of live fire.
I thought it was kind of interesting in the first one for CTF.
Who needs 14 games? Hopefully not Rebellion.
Because he said it's the only CTF that Shopify are good at. Whereas,
but
if you recall, in the winners finals, they had that crazy comeback to win it.
Yeah.
At the same time, they had to completely lock down the map for those 2 minutes to make that possible. So, for the first 14 minutes, Shopify were the better Aquarius CTF team. So maybe Renegade, just understanding the situation, he's like, they have a good chance to win that against us, even if we did play it again.
Yeah, at any point they could have closed that out. They play a little bit more confident.
2 feet.
Yeah, it's literally so close. So I actually like that ban. I think that's really important. And unfortunately, on Iberian,
London's in 2 weeks, Fiber.
Rebellion once again, but guys, we're going to game 2. Why don't you guys take it away? As long as we don't have any.
That's the next HCS major.
Hard enough to win one game in such high-level competition, and maybe GBX felt like.
All right, I'm gonna hit the Pine Park, and then I'm gonna turn the cam back on.
Question.
All right, I literally just got done eating.
That veto ban, but hearing Eli and Active so eloquently break it down, it makes perfect sense because you're right.
2 weeks until London, and then they just announced the dates for Atlanta finally. So Atlanta's at the end of July. Salt Lake City is in September, I believe, and Worlds is in October again.
But again, I feel like this one goes at least 6 or 7, if not a bracket reset. So
I'm excited, bro, because I just booked a trip to Boston in August. So I have
these guys are cooking on the main stage.
After this month, I have a trip every single month for the rest of the year, pretty much. And most of them are Halo events.
A believer, or at least what I heard.
And then I'm going to Boston for a Red Sox game, and then me and my brother are going to a Ken Carson show. And then I'm probably gonna smoke some legal weed and go see some history shit.
Because if you think about the opening, like if you win
that great
opening, you've got 2 snipers and an overshield. You're probably going to cap a flag in the first 40 seconds.
I'm excited to get back to traveling, bro.
Also at the 6-minute mark
it's been a minute. I took that one big trip with my cruise in, I guess that was at the end of March.
To like who wins those fights, which could be either team.
And now it's been a couple months of sitting at home.
Really
so I'm ready to get back to traveling, ready to get back to going places and shit.
To add to that, Tim, that question you asked, I think just by looking at the series layout, familiarity seems to be the narrative of it, especially with 4 live fires. This was the map that we were playing in beta, and I think you could only play live fire. So I think these players, these professional Halo players, are choosing familiarity, and they've got more time in on Argyle than they do Forbidden. Maybe that was part of the process in vetoing that.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to live fire, like, yes, we did play it in the beta, but I think it's just a really good map, and I honestly truly think the QT made it even better.
Absolutely.
I feel like I know
I will say, Fiber,
he was saying,
even if you don't like baseball, and look, I'm biased. Obviously, this is coming from somebody who grew up playing baseball and going to baseball games. So baseball is very like nostalgic and romantic in my head. But baseball games are just like the vibiest sporting event you could possibly go to.
But especially in the objective modes,
I feel like.
Because think about it in strongholds, you can go and you can cap.
Because like there's other atmospheres that are like electric and like there's different types of vibes and shit. Obviously you go to like a playoff football game, like that should be crazy. Look, he got the Chipotle too.
Now you have the oddball in A.
Mental just like me for real.
So then you portal back to block the spawn. There's just so much creativity that the QT
and they not
allows
playing.
these professional players to make.
Oh.
But no, there's few things like a baseball game of just like chilling, nice weather. Hopefully, sometimes it's cold or it's a summer day where it's hot.
While we have a quick reset, let's re-rack.
Usually like
talk about something that we're doing.
Nice sunny day, bro. Go to a springtime game or maybe like an early fall game.
In many ways, we want to share
nice
that.
weather, chilling outside, good vibes, getting some
so
food.
We had Formal on the podcast last week. The episode is now available live on my YouTube now. I think we have a clip actually from that if we want to run it back.
Your re-entry into Halo was, I remember, almost like a break the internet kind of moment. Everybody saw you as an Optic lifer. Was it always kind of understood internally that you'd be taking one of those 4 roster spots?
Me, Joey, and Tommy went out to eat at like a Thai spot. They literally asked me like who I wanted to replace. It was like just up to me if I wanted to replace Brad or Ola. I felt more comfortable teaming with Brad.
Damn. That's an interesting little snippet.
There you have it, a tease as
Cool.
to how that
What's up,
Halo
Rockwin?
World Champion roster was formed. It
Oh,
sounded
sick.
really
Where
simple,
where
but
at?
You really need to watch the full podcast to get Formal's full perspective on why
Yeah, Fiber.
they chose
And like
Brad
obviously those are things you
over
do at
Ola.
like
Tim,
all
what were some of
sporting
your thoughts
events, but
watching that
like
clip, or maybe the podcast,
like baseball.
First of all, the podcast
Baseball
is
is a
awesome. I'm
much
really glad
more
you guys
low
are doing
key,
that. It's a lot
especially
of work
on
to
any
do a
given
podcast, cast,
regular
and content
night, you know,
create
in a
yourself.
regular
So
season
props
game.
to you guys for being able to do all that. We tried and
It's not a
it was
very
too much for
like
me to handle. So
high heart
props
rate
to you guys for that, but just to see the
sport.
insights of some of these, like that is massive. You have that much power as a player.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, that's
coming out
kind
from
of sad to
COD,
hear.
Coming back
for
to
Ola,
Halo,
but
they knew the talent he would bring, and they gave
that's
him
an
the
interesting
power
little
to choose.
bit of behind-the-scenes
What are you
information.
gonna do? And you know what's crazy about Formal? There's no relationships. It's business.
Yeah,
right?
I saw
He just makes a
Optic took map one off of
decision,
FaZe
and
in the
I love
COD
that.
shit.
I respect the man, and crazy to see the inside of it.
No, you're exactly right. I even asked him, I was like, I mean, like, what was the more thought about it? He's just like, there's no thought. I just thought the team would be better. So that was the decision.
I love
like,
that.
There's no
Champion.
personality, no friendships. If the team's going to be better, that's the decision he's going to make. And I mean, that's just how you win championships, frankly. And the podcast has been a lot of fun. Thank you for giving us the flowers. It would not be possible without our editor, Kills in the Night. Shout out, Kills. He's also a moderator in the chat here. And he's got another episode.
They just
coming
played a
up right
snippet of
now.
Eli and
Already
Mikowski's podcast.
recorded.
He's
Somebody on the main stage.
where they had
Could it
Formal
be,
on, and they were basically
are we
just asking
bound
like
to
how
see
he
that
got on
might be next
Optic,
week?
and Formal was talking about how he basically just had a talk with Crippy and Lucid,
awesome
and they asked him like who he wanted to replace.
Bound was, I think Bound was
And
one
he
of my
chose
favorite ones
to
so far.
Oh my
because
God.
to
he
team
said
with
it was the first
APG
podcast
over
he's
Ola.
ever done.
Renegade too.
Yeah, and it was which is surprising, right? Like, how have you guys not asked these guys to come on your show? If
Yeah.
you guys have a show, like,
Yeah.
kind of ask these guys. And Bound was like really funny, personable. You know, you see him on stream and he's like raging.
No, Rock, when baseball is
but
absolutely baseball.
Totally different personality, like taken away from the game. And I think he really enjoyed the opportunity to like share. who he
We go to
is,
minor league games all the time as
outside
well.
of, like,
Well, I say
streaming
all
and
the
gaming.
time.
I see a lot of people saying
I've probably
please
gone to
have
more
Walshy on
minor
next.
league
Guys,
games than
Eli
your
and I have
average
been talking about
person.
this podcast for 2 years, which is why I really want to swing it back to Kills in the Night. If it weren't for Kills in the Night, producing, post-producing, graphics, editing, if it weren't for Kills in the Night, we'd probably still be talking about
I've been a
it
Braves
this
fan
year.
my
It's
whole
like,
life,
oh,
so
it'd be
we've been
cool to do this podcast.
we've been
There's
to a
so much
bunch
history to
of
talk about.
Stripers
What do you think?
games
Yeah,
in
but like, we
Gwinnett.
just
Go on and on.
We just had so many other things we're doing. Like, there's no time in
into
my schedule to like
bunch of
sit down
Sounds
and edit.
games
So to
It
have
wouldn't be
somebody
possible without Kills.
that has the passion
They're
that Kills
the,
has
I think
to
they're the
like
Brewers
pick up that torch for us
AAA
is amazing.
affiliate.
Yeah, so I saw a lot of people in chat. Please have Walshy on next. So at the Halo World Championship, I think even in Season 1, because again, we've been talking about this forever, I went up to Dave and I was like, hey, Dave, me and Eli are thinking about doing this podcast, sharing and documenting the Halo history. So rich is the Halo history in this game and in this esport. Would you love to come on? And he goes, I usually have a rule of thumb. I don't appear
Yeah, it
as
is
the
a tough
first
choice
guest
these.
or one of the first guests, but once I feel like a podcast has legs, it's something you guys are serious about,
And
you
it's
guys
an
are for real
interesting,
about,
like I said,
I'll
it's an
come on
interesting
then.
little
So we're
bit of
we got a
information
couple more
that we
episodes
didn't
in.
have
We
before.
got, who else do we got coming on the podcast, Steve?
We've already recorded with Austin McClearly. Hey, say his name for me.
McDonald's?
You're close. Say it again.
McWin.
There it is. All right. He actually said it right, guys. Can we get a round of applause for Mikowski?
Hey,
It took
McWin.
an entire podcast of us just yelling at him. The entire 2 hours of the podcast is us just yelling at Mikowski how to pronounce McWin's name. But no, that was a great one.
Win.
We dive into like the game dev side of things. So his
cool.
experience with 343. He was a lot of fun to have on. We've got Collect on the books. Hasn't recorded that one yet, but Collect might be on there. And few other people we've been talking to. I don't want to leak the whole story, but definitely
Oh, dope,
use that
Rockwell.
QR code that was on your screen earlier, and that's going to take you straight to the playlist.
I got
Hills
to
will
go
probably
see
put the playlist link in
a
chat as well, but all the existing
a
content
Braves
on-
game.
Yeah,
at
it's been a lot of fun. And Tim, going back to you,
I
we
got to
really
see the Braves
appreciate
play the Twins
props
in
on this,
Minneapolis.
guys. Also want to just
Obviously at the Major League
reset.
field.
We're resetting the server right now, making sure that everything is in the
A
clear.
few years
for a
ago, this is
competitive
probably
and
2019
fast
or so.
Grand Finals. So going back to Tim, what you mentioned, just the appreciation and support that we've gotten with
Yeah.
the podcast has been so
Minneapolis,
it's been
actually.
overwhelming, honestly. And
Cool ass city, man.
It's not just the hour that we record or the hour or two that we record. We spend, and
I enjoyed my
Kills
trip there a
is
lot.
included in that, hours in pre-production, creating a timeline and a narrative for how we want to discuss the past, present, and future of Halo. So I couldn't be more excited with the response to it. The formal podcast is absolutely surging. We have already tens of thousands of views on this podcast in the first week. I'd say first
Check out their
month. It feels like
podcast
it's
if
been a
you're
week.
interested.
We've been recording so many episodes with so many people coming on. But hey, if you're a top-level Halo professional, you want to come on the podcast, let us know. If you're a content creator in the Halo community, let's go. I want to have Puckett on. I want to have Sundance on. I want to have maybe some of the artists and composers that worked on Halo on. I mean, there's so much in Halo. It's really like a Halo and all that implies type of podcast because Halo is the epicenter of,
Yo, chat, should I hit him
for
up?
a lot of people, their love for gaming.
Right, I 100% agree. And if you
Should I-
guys
should
don't
I try
know
to go
how
on the
use
show,
QR
man?
codes, like my man Tony over here, who didn't know how to use a QR
Who's
code,
hosting this
you
man?
can pull out your phone
2050
and
and
just press the camera
LVT.
button, you put it over, and then you press the thing that pops up.
2050, if you guys
Tony
remember,
now knows how to use a QR code. He's gonna
hosted
be
some
like,
Halo
"What are you
5
talking about
events
before?"
years ago.
He looks even more confused than before you started talking.
But yeah, so yeah, pull out your phone, pull out your camera, and
Like
get these
years
guys some love.
ago.
Because, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Tony and I tried it. It's tough. I got
And
kids,
I
obviously,
believe
content creation.
it's also
It's a
the
lot of hours,
venue
and, you're balancing
was
all these things, so
Orlando
again, mad
Esports.
respect to you guys. I love it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and at some point we'll probably have everybody from LVT on the podcast. I want to hear the origin stories of
So it's kind of a
LVT
collab
as
between
well, right? I mean, Eli,
3 or 4 different
active-
parties.
We were started off as fans of LVT, and then now we're on the team, part of the family, I should really say, our gaming family. It's been such a blessing to find these guys and find our home. Eli, I know we were kind of searching for a little bit for one, and it's been really special to have these guys welcome us with open arms.
Could not be more thankful. We would not be sitting here on this couch if not for every one of you viewers in chat, though, as well. You guys really keep this thing alive. Thank you for your patience and watching the ads and subscribing, all the gifteds. You guys are absolutely incredible. Could not be more thankful. If you guys got that Prime sub, you can actually sub for free. Don't want Jeff Bezos to have an extra $2 in his wallet. You want to support the stream? You want to not watch ads? Just click the subscribe button. Check if that Prime's available, guys.
All right, here we go. And after the server reset, these two teams have had a chance to reset. So a little bit of that end game momentum from Rebellion probably isolated and out the door now as we have a fair fight
Fiber.
off the start. 2-2, but that's no longer 2-4 after Rebellion
Definitely.
win the opening break.
Opening pretty important on this one. Camo and shock rifle are the most important items to play for on the map. Tusk with some movement tech. I don't know if I even want to call it that, but strong side jumping his way. Uh-oh. Attempting safety, but look at the counter push from GBX. They were like a wall just waiting for Rebellion to push through.
Yeah, not so sneaky when you put 3 players on the sneaky, as GBX are able to avoid those GB grenades, it looked like, and survive to live and fight another day. 5-7 now, that 2-kill lead sticking for Rebellion, but now they're starting to grow on it, looking for a multi-possession lead
I
potentially,
mean,
but
I
GBX
certainly
brings it
didn't
right
hate
back
the
to 2.
BR as
Renegade
the ranked starting
occupying
weapon.
that sneaky space. Fairly
And
interesting.
like, I
feel
definitely
don't
miss
really
that gameplay
have
loop
much action going on there. or
every
see
now and
much
then, but I think
of it,
the Bandits
as
is
it's
better.
usually the periphery of the map, the middle of the map being worked through.
I think
as
it
now Renegade makes
has
his
its
move
own
from the
problems,
sneaky into the
and
C
it's also
platform,
it's
trying
still
to
not
take down
perfect.
Cycle, down to low HP. Tusk looking for the cross, seeing if he can draw Renegade in, but
But,
Renegade goes down nonetheless, but it's
I think it's
Legend on
better.
the other side with a double kill.
And the shock rifle, completely full shock rifle from Tusk. Gonna land that first headshot on Suppressed, and I feel like a lot of people kind of overlook Tusk. Like, yeah, he's not the other 3 players on his team, but he can keep up with these guys. He plays 8s with them all the time.
What a
but
guy.
At the same time, he knows what Renegade is capable of. Almost anybody that plays this game would probably drop the shock for this man, and he's been popping off with it this weekend already.
Is that not an instant boost of dopamine before you even hit a snipe to have a teammate say, here you go, bro, pop off with it? I feel like you get a little bit of extra aim assist when your teammate hands off that sniper rifle, as we see Renegade put it to instant work, headshot off the rip, and now GBX have a lead, but that's not for long. We're tied in the early goings, 14-all.
I think you're exactly right, man. If I just pick it up off the pad, I'm like, I'm not going to be as jazzed up, but my teammate drops for me like, you believe in me. I cannot disappoint you. And then I just go into Super Saiyan mode and hit the clip. Famously, Soul Snipe, you seen the clip where the guy drops him snipe on pit and he gets one of the most
That clip is disgusting.
kills I've ever seen in my life. So Soul Snipe, no stranger to that either.
And Soul Snipe now might have the snipe, but no, he goes down shortly after. An ultimate trade out in the feed between those two, but it's a +1 net outcome for Rebellion here.
I probably
Slayers,
have more time playing with the
We've
BR
really only seen a 2-3
over single shot Halo as well.
Massive +1 net outcome there for Rebellion as they look to maintain positioning on the gold side and possession.
I think I probably just prefer single
Look
shot.
at the way Legend is peak shooting right there. He's just baiting the shots to come out from Mental, just making him waste his ammo. It's so hard to like time the headshot in that
I don't
moment.
know. You just
so
really got to
Legend
earn your
knows, like, if I
kills.
just do this,
You
I'm just gonna
gotta
miss
work
shots
hard
and
for
burn
him.
ammo. Very
Some
smart play
cases.
there, but ultimately, 4 kills trade out, and no one's really built any separation here.
That was Bound's POV we were on, but it looked like Bound flying in through with the slide, but that was suppressed.
I don't think either
instead.
way is
Both
wrong,
those two
though.
players trade out, and it filters down into the feed. 22-all as Tusk positions
Like,
himself on
had
the
we
half
ended
wall.
up playing with
Anticipating
BRs
response
for the
for
entirety of
Rebellion, looking
Infinite's
to
life
put the
cycle,
clamps on him, but great cross
I
shots.
would
They
have been
get
okay
through
with
the
it.
glass. They push through to
I would
gold.
have probably
They get the shots
advocated
on
for
Tusk.
a
They don't
single
take him
shot
down
gun in the
right,
next
but they get
game.
enough damage on him to send him back. That allows Rebellion to push on through.
And like specifically Infinite's BR, Infinite's BR was a little too
filters
easy.
down to the scoreboard. It's a 1-kill game.
Wow, I mean, on this map, the A side of the map and gold, they kind of go
Yeah,
together.
I don't really
like
care
two
that much.
puzzle pieces. They have sight lines that work well together. You've got that position in Whirlpool as well. So if you're the side spawning at C and you've got to make that push, you're kind of playing uphill. So yes, they did make the push very well, but it's still a disadvantageous position. As I say that though, they're doing another push, and this time
Okay, but what does
they've
that
got a
mean, Fiber?
3-1 +2 net outcome, at least for now.
It's not enough to get kills. You got to get kills at the right time, right place, and the timing
Like
of those
to that
two slays
point,
for
like the
Rebellion.
Infinite
Equal
BR, I guess,
possession
was
of
trying
the
to be
camo
the
mental.
Halo 3
Now looking to
BR,
put it to
but
good use,
failed.
find some optimal value. Plenty of chase grenades going to come through on that.
What does that even mean?
door side of the tower. That's why he's going to reposition himself, and it looks like he's going to play for a long flank. 2 going through gold, 1 through the needle side, Bound down to low HP, but Mental gets taken down quickly with that camo. Very little value out of it. GBX regained the lead in the 30s.
This would actually be a huge map for
Cycle
GBX to win.
suppressed. Now, once again, trying to push through to glass. You have to imagine they have other members maybe trying to make their way to white, but no, Soul Snipe spawns in A. He gets split spawn
Like, I
out
mean,
on his
yeah,
own.
so
he finds a kill, but he's going to get taken down shortly
the
after.
Infinite
Renegade's gonna
DMR
be here to get back
is
into that
is
A and
nowhere
B
near as good as
setup.
the Halo 5 Magnum.
Rebellion.
But also, like to that point, we have had
performance on LAN at HCS Arlington. Can they do it?
we
in
have
Orlando?
had
Down by 3
how
now.
many different
Renegade
BRs? Halo
has
2,
the
Halo
shot.
3,
This
Halo
could spell trouble.
4,
Soul Snipe does not want to peek there. I know
H2A,
for
and
sure that he
Infinite.
knows Renegade's on the other side. Maybe he does it. He gets pulled out. I don't know.
Like
if, that was
if
through
we get a
bait or
weird
not
goofy
being
ass
aware that
BR,
Renegade has the snipe. Eli,
like an H2A
that's
or
someone
something
you
like that,
gotta recognize as a player with the snipe.
like
He's
the
the
freest
top
shit in the
priority,
world. You can't
and
even
it didn't
possibly
necessarily
miss
look
with
like
it.
there for Shopify.
They
Wow,
kind of
that's
forced
so
his hand,
unlucky.
though, right? I mean, the player swings into his face from the top of the doorway. He's not going to be able to avoid that situation. Has to chow that player. The Renegade's ready for it. Like you said, he's just got that snipe looking over his
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like you
Great
could say that
teamwork
about
coming
anything.
in from GBX. Rebellion doing what they can, but so far they've fallen behind. Now GBX take a 5-kill lead. 3 do go down. Now just a 4-kill lead, but with this camo in 20
And
seconds, the next couple fights are going to be important.
Like, regardless of, like, I agree it's not as good. It's nowhere near as good as the Halo 5 Magnum. But I think
it's a clean 3 sweep. All
I think it makes the game more difficult. Or maybe not more difficult. Maybe that's not the right word.
Could put the same clamps on that we previously saw from GBX.
But it makes the simple action of getting a kill more difficult.
Rebellion not occupying enough of the map to force an advantageous spawn situation.
And I think when you
for
have to
themselves.
work harder
Instead,
to earn your
GBX
kills,
get solid spawns
I think
that
the
work
more
well
skilled
together.
player
They're not hesitating
is going to come out on
to
top
take
more often
advantage
than
of the
not.
situation. Rebellion spawning at the C side of the map. That trade's only going to favor GBX. They only need 3 kills to close this out.
The Infinite BR was easy. I don't know if it was
It's almost like a parting gift.
Yeah, higher skill set.
All he needed was a melee
Yeah,
there and
I mean,
take it
you
down with
get what
the
I'm trying to say.
collateral damage.
I'm
Another
struggling
trade
with
on
how to
the
word it
exact
because I suck
same
at
spot. So the
talking.
strategy
But
could not be more clear. GBX are trading for the win, almost like trading a Bulbasaur for a Charizard.
Seems like an unfair trade to me.
48,
to be
45.
completely honest with you, but we've got
But again,
just 2 kills to go.
I
here.
say all
Renegade's got
that.
the snipe.
I'm arguing my
You've
case.
got to
I don't
get
think either way is
several
correct
kills here
or
for
incorrect.
Rebellion without trading out. Got to stick together. You see,
I
Mental
also
gets suppressed,
really like
working
the
together on
BR.
this long haul side. You've got Cycle
Ugh.
and Soul Snipe on the other side.
Oh,
but when
timing.
Cycle gets sniped out. Now Soul Snipe's on an
What the
island.
hell is this play?
GBX know that they're going to collapse on him.
Oh, Renegade almost gets drawn out like a fish on the line there. Gets taken
Oh.
down, but it does not matter. It's all bait. It's all plays for the trade as GBX take game 2 and tie up your grand finals at 1.
Damn.
Great stuff, man. I mean,
Damn.
it just felt like it could have gone either way for so much of that game, but then as soon as GBX took that lead, everything, they just held on to it until the very end. So we're going to bring Tim back in here, active.
I agree.
What did you think about that one?
Don't let Renegade pick up the shock rifles. Please don't let him. Like you know, Soulsnap, I believe was.
I mean,
he said
he must have thought that guy with top gold was like chasing him or something.
On taking him out. He's like, you want the scrims answer or do you want the tournament answer? I said,
it's like he probably knows that Bound and whoever else that was were collapsing on the brother that was going tower. Soul Snipe, he was running at the end.
Making sure he gets taken down, making sure you stop him on his routes. And Renegade was able to find new routes there. You saw he was consistently.
So he was probably like, I'm just gonna try to
his direction
avoid getting killed by the guy behind me and do damage on that
guy. That was a very highly contested close game, Eli. And I go back.
It looks goofy though. It looks like he's just jumping out in the fucking middle of the map.
When he had it over at the tower.
49, 46.
Soul Snipe position himself sort of towards the bottom side of Gold Stairs, not wanting to give up that head peek, head glitch to Renegade.
Yeah.
But the push came through. I think Legend presented himself at the gold door and kind of pulled Soul Snipe out a little bit. It felt like at that moment, GBX had the control they needed to trade out for the win, and it feels like that's exactly what they did.
I think you're exactly right. It also felt like when Shopify did have the shock rifle, GBX was playing in a way that didn't really allow them to get any value from it. Like you saw Legend just peek shooting top white over and over. It's almost impossible. The way
and
aim
Optic
assist
goes up 2-0 against FaZe.
You try to hit the shot, but then as he gets behind the wall, your aim assist tracks into the wall.
Yeah.
So he's literally forcing Mental to shoot the wall right in front of him, just kind of playing in a way that. I mean, it's why jiggle peeking is considered overpowered by a lot of players right now. It's like you can kind of just not even hit the guy. You're going to just put all your bullets into the wall because of aim assist.
Yeah.
Tim, on mouse and keyboard, is the jiggle peek as strong? Are you employing that strategy on?
Oh, it's extremely strong.
It might be even stronger, right? Because you have no variance like you do on left stick with going across the axis. So.
There's also friction instead of aim assist. So instead of it pulling us to the wall, we just slow down over the target. So if the target's not there, we're not going to be slow any longer. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit of a different mechanic with the mouse and keyboard. But I would say shock is a little bit harder to use on MNK, at least for me. But I'm bad, so maybe other people it's easier.
No, I think Wujum said the same thing. He hates using the shock rifle.
It's that burst.
Yeah, it's because it's it requires the burst. Even though it feels instant, there is a delay between the first of the 3 bullets and the last, right? So if you're not on target throughout the entirety of the burst, it's not going to land as a kill. And it's even more inconsistent online.
All right, here
I mean,
we
that's
go.
fair, Rockwan.
The stage is set for the
You
live
are definitely allowed to disagree.
Gauntlet. Might as well just reset the series at this point. Oh, it feels like it, right? After 2 great games from 2 great teams, we're tied 1-1 ultimately. But here we go, 3 games of live fire in a row after the veto system. It seems like, Tim, both teams pretty comfortable with live fire. What are your expectations? We're getting set for a 2 hill-based game modes back-to-back on the same map. This could really be an intriguing way to witness a grand finals.
Well, to be honest, we had an interview yesterday, like I talked about before, with Soul Snipe and I believe it was Best Man, and we talked about a veto system. As I asked them, do you want a veto/ban system in Halo Infinite? And they said, heck yeah. It just brings a whole nother level of strategy to the game, and it makes it interesting, right? So shout out once again to LVT for coming in and showcasing that this is possible. This is something we can do.
When I saw Mental and Renegade coming to the couch, I'm like, okay, typical interview. This will be fun to watch. But then when I saw we were doing a veto, I leaned all the way in. I was excited to watch Eli do the veto as I would to watch you cast the grand finals. Talk us through what that was like, because I know you created this veto system. Talk us through the big brain mindset.
I mean, they just came to me and they're like, you know how to do vetoes? I'm like, kind of. Figure it out.
I was trying to hype you up, man.
And no, Nighty Night showed me what another tournament had done in the past, and we kind of took what they did a little bit. I think that if we had more time with it, we can definitely improve it in a way that maybe we don't have live fire, the live fire Grand Prix. But as it stands,
the live fire Grand Prix. I like that.
With the way that it currently is, like, it does create the possibility for the same maps to be played. But I think it is interesting that the teams opted to go here. I think it is kind of fair. I mean, live fire feels like a fair and balanced
They're taking
map.
like an hour
I feel
in
like
between
there's
games.
not like of all the complaints
Holy
you see.
shit.
How often are people complaining about these game types right here? I feel like it's probably the best oddball game type. It's probably the best strongholds map, and it's probably the I don't know. King could maybe be an argument. I think Recharge King's also quite good. But, Live Fire King, not a bad game type either.
One thing. No one in this lobby is going to be bad at live fire after this series. They're going to go to London absolutely prepared. Both of them, I mean, the Shopify Rebellion as a roster, and of course the individuals of GBX as well.
Think about it even from a right here, right now perspective. By that live fire round 3, I can't imagine how on fire everybody's going to be. So much of first-person shooters, arena first-person shooters, comes down to that map knowledge and awareness. It's how you have great reticle discipline, is by knowing where to line up those shots. By game 3 of this live fire Grand Prix, like Eli so famously called it, we're going to see, like, I don't want to set the table for a guaranteed, you know, each player going to drop 40 kills, but I feel like it's going to have that level of frag out mentality where everybody will be fully warmed up, fully prepared for what to expect around those corners as players. It's going to be really hard to get the jump on an opponent with how much familiarity they're going to build with each other on how they like to play live fire.
Exactly right. I mean, these
it's just par for the course with Vito's.
Each other though, right? Like in King, for
it's what the
every
players picked.
King, like every individual hill, you have to play different parts of the map. There's different optimal setups. There's different ways to break the setup. In Strongholds, there's like maybe a couple of configurations that are really good, like BC or BA. And they kind of know how to set up around those. But it's
not even they picked these;
fast,
they just vetoed the other
style,
ones.
I would imagine between these two teams, like these are some of the fastest players in the universe. And then Oddball, totally different from the others. It's kind of like you pick where the hill is and set up around that, and big brain rotations across the board. So we're gonna see every type of way that you can play live fire from the best players in the world. And I mean, take some notes, guys. If you struggle in live fire, you can probably learn a lot watching these next couple games.
I was talking about this
I mean,
with
sure,
Tony, and you know, something that an established team like Shopify
that also
Rebellion
means the
or
better
any team
stuff
that's
just
come
rises
through,
to the
Sion
top
is
more
another
often.
example that wasn't a pickup roster is starting strats, right? I think it's really important to get that first initial 4 dead, and something that we're going to see out there in these game types and these maps with live fire is the starting strats are going to have to, there's going to be a little mind game there. You have to think about it. Even though the game types are different, I'm sure you would agree the starting strats are similar when it's live fire. So now we're entering a mind game. Hey, they like to do double push top center. Hey, they like to throw their nades top center, then get the nades on the bottom of tower and throw those as well. You know, there's going to be a mix. That's the thing I'm interested to see when it comes to these maps.
It's a great point, Tim. I think one of the, you know, resets are never fun, but they occur in all competitive FPS titles. It's part of life. But one of the most intriguing conversations that comes from a reset is, are they going to try the same strategy that the other team just previously saw? We're going to get to see that 3 games in a row, and then there's even a live fire after that. So the head games are going to be so crucial. And Eli,
sure, that's just not how it works in practice, though. You still end up playing 4 recharges in a row. There's 18 game types, but 6 of them are on recharge.
There is no coach, but they have the player coach in Tusk. How is that going to impact this grand finals where you got one of the best coaches on the other side and Shopify Rebellion's best man?
I mean, Tusk is just a great player all around.
I agree you need to be good at everything, but I also need to be able to veto recharge.
He's just got
that's all I'm getting.
A pack of rabid dogs around him that are just going to
on the flip side of that,
run at you at 100 miles per hour and rip your neck out. But Tusk is just sitting back like, all right, let's go to this side of the map now. Like, he's just kind of directing traffic. I mean, don't get me wrong, the guy's got an incredible
especially
gunning,
holy fuck.
Hang with all
you remember a
guys
couple
he plays
seasons
games with on a
ago
regular basis.
when they first put in fucking
But I just feel like when
Forbidden
you're
and it was
Renegade,
every other
Bound,
map,
and
man.
Legend, what else are you gonna do but like hold parts of the map and try
Oh
to
my
IGL
God.
a little bit?
He's like the Pokemon master. Go Renegade! This was the Renegade
I choose you, Bound. Really does feel like it a little bit, right? And we've got, like Eli said yesterday, max stat value players. All 8 in this lobby are arguably 8 of the best in the world. You've got Shopify Rebellion. They're surging in that 4th spot in the HCS, looking to break through into the big 3. But like we heard with Renegade and Bound recently in our
holy
interviews with
shit.
them, Eli, they don't think that's the case. They think Shopify Rebellion have to do it on land.
Did
This
we
is so
get
exciting.
into
It
the
feels like a
next
preview to
game?
London, where sure, it's
Holy
not the
fuck.
big 3 going up against them, but 3 out of the 4 players are on those big 3 teams. 2 out of the 4 players are on SSG, who holds the #1 spot in the world right now. So what better competition?
Bro,
in
it's been like
practice
2 hours. We played
Shopify
2
Rebellion
games.
could possibly look for. I think that's again why they're here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to them on the couch here a little
Jesus.
bit, and Bound and Renegade both said we have nothing to lose. We're a pickup roster that's coming
Good
in
question,
here.
Fiber.
And they're right. They have all
Fucking
to gain.
beats me.
Shopify are the ones with the massive pressure on their shoulders to make this reverse sweep happen. We saw their dominance online, and yes, they did get 4th at that Arlington event, but we're going to see what they can do in this series. I think we're, why don't you introduce, I think we're joined by somebody here.
Speaking of one of the best players in the world, we're going to get his mic set up first.
Fucking
Sorry, I got
factsies.
really excited because
No,
we just
yeah, we
had
both
Manny join us. Manny, welcome to the broadcast couch. How we feeling this weekend, man?
What's going on? Just chilling, guys. Feeling good. Feeling good. Crazy matches today. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, absolutely. What's it been like competing in your? I'm sure maybe back in the H5 days, you went to some local LAN, some grassroots Halo tournaments. More recently, throughout Halo Infinite, it's been all major LAN competition. Is this your first grassroots in years? And what's it been like to be a part of a grassroots Halo tournament?
It's honestly cool because I mean, you can just hear like the trash talk and like when they get hyped, like you don't really like normally hear that like majors and stuff like that. So
yeah, the sound
cool.
canceling is like 75%. So you hear mostly the game, but you get just enough to hear if another player pops off. What's been your most memorable moment from the weekend so far?
I mean, it's probably that 4-1 like Aquarius. Like that's actually insane. Like Bound living in the flag right there was actually just like mind blowing. And then like, I mean, they had 2 minutes left.
I mean, sure, but also on average, Rockland, with the better shit,
They're like actually speed running.
On average,
like that's,
the bad maps are going to get vetoed more, right?
For flag caps, it's got to be.
Because the people, the ones that people enjoy more, are going to be the better ones. That's just how it's going to work, right?
To Bound and Renegade about LAN, right? With that network update, what do you think about LAN? You get to play the free
Like I agree
that
that it sucks getting the same thing over and over again. That's the same problem I had on the other side of the argument.
It's definitely different. Yeah. I think like I feel like Jiggle Peaks are kind of different and like.
But if I'm gonna get something over and over again,
more like consistent, you kind of have to actually like.
I would rather play good maps on repeat than shit maps.
You can just spam it.
Yeah. But also,
I don't know. I feel like it's more consistent now.
There should be a system. Now that we're talking about this, there should be like some sort of system that just ensures that you can't play
as to how
maps
we utilize your big brain
multiple times in a row.
But for now, the game is live, and GBX are already.
But I know that's like wishful thinking because the population for Halo probably just wouldn't support it. There's probably just not enough people playing the game.
Sniper and camo to the opposition. That's exactly what we see here.
I don't think you can really pick and choose your matches. I think you just probably got to go with whatever the best connection is. Holy audio.
Pretty massive. Not sure if that camo was up or if anybody
I think I've determined that I don't know what the fuck the answer is.
And
now I'm even more pissed.
Unpredictable route so we can put the sniper to work.
GBX instantly prioritized the hill off the start, and they're rewarded with the sandbox too. Only 3 seconds off the clock in regulation, and GBX already have a 1-0 lead, but just let's say that 3 go down, and now Rebellion have a nice setup over here on the snipe side.
Rebellion have to hold on to this well, though, and GPX are going to try to figure out a way to break in. I don't
Hey, it sounds good, Fiber.
Tusk is all the way up on the Nest side, but
yo, enjoy that shit,
Slime.
Slime.
Going to take him down. Legend's still alive, though, and if he can win this 1v1 against Mental, potentially get the hill back, but no, I like this. He's going to use the skill jump, buy a little bit of extra time for his squad to show up, and now this fight is even more in his favor.
So impressive. He's playing loud and fast and still finds the back of an opponent. I think that's impressive. Despite going down, his Renegade looking to take down Cycle does just that. See the jiggle peek, the jiggle strafe, the crowd strafe. I mean, you're seeing some new opportunities to stay alive, but Renegade, he's doing his best job to
but
make
a
sure
lot
you
of
don't
brothers
fall
are
alive.
on
Takes down
Skyrim.
2, gets shots on 2. Now he's taking on a 1v2, and you're just holding your breath like, when will he die? But he seems to stay alive for so much longer than you'd expect.
He got so much more damage than just about any other player could have possibly done there. The 2 jiggle
Shit,
shots.
I might be on Skyrim
one
soon, bro.
shot to
You
get
never know.
The next 2 players with 2 shots in each of them, that's just going to slow down Rebellion. They're not going to feel comfortable enough to push. Just buys extra time and space for your squad, and that's the 2 most important resources in Halo.
Shit, I've been on fucking.
But it's time and
shit, y'all know what I've been on. I've been playing Hogwarts.
Giving the other team just something to think about. And when
fucking
Renegade's
COD
frustrating
campaigns and
you,
shit.
might even infiltrate some
Goofy ass shit.
disadvantage, right? Comms, the mental, so important in Halo. It's not always about X's and O's and positioning and what your shot accuracy looks like, as Rebellion have the lead on hill number 2 at the 80% mark. GBX are in the mix, though. They're close enough to where if they're able to break through and regain control of the hill, they could absolutely steal it, make it a 2-0 game. But for now, Cycle steals the camo, gets up to the top of Snipe, but bounce spots him out. Cycle goes down to low HP and gets nothing out of that camo.
Damn.
Couple kills trade out, but it's 4 dead for Rebellion. GPX going to comfortably sit in this hill. Problem is, Rebellion just need one good push to win this hill, but I don't know if they're in position to do so. They're pretty far away. I think they've done the math in their head and decided this is an uphill battle. Let's just set up for next.
They're setting up for A. They're saying GG's go next, but I don't know. We just saw the double in the feed. They're going to last second rush it. Mental gets a foot on the hill, but that's bait. 2-0 lead for GBX. 4
Wow.
down for Rebellion. What a play. GBX likely, if Tusk could just sprint his way through to A, is going to block those spawns, but no, Suppress gets it instead, despite how close Tusk is with the reticle lined up in Suppress sights. But I think others split out, maybe on the B side of the map. And it looks like now they are breaking through from the B side into A. What a play there from GBX. And do you agree with that, Eli? It looked like Rebellion was maybe between two decisions. They looked like they had the GG go next in the comms, but they didn't necessarily play for it.
Very interesting. It almost looked like they were faking setting up for A and then tried to hit like a blitz style, like let's just rush when they don't expect it. It could have worked out. I think that had they just landed a couple kills during that situation, it would have been absolutely the point for them, but GBX just ice up.
Icing up indeed, and in a crucial game 3. Not as crucial in a best of 5 series, but this is the separator. This is the splitter where you take a lead going into game 4. Tied 1-1 for now, but not in this particular match. It's a 2-0 lead for GBX, and not a lot of time off the clock. 2 minutes for 2 caps, so about pacing as normal average. Especially so after you consider only 3 seconds were used to capture hill number 1. A lot more time. Evens things out a little bit here, but Rebellion need to even out the lead. You can't give up 3 hills because with the clock situation, looking at 2:30 left on the clock, down 3, that's not enough time to come back. This is a must-have hill for Rebellion, but I don't know if they have the lives or the resources.
This is looking real bad for Rebellion.
It's going to be 3-0.
On top of that, they've got to play this map a lot more right after this. They've got to figure out how to get around this map and get around GBX, or the next several games are going to...
I don't know. Regardless of what everybody thinks, I like talking
Suppressed.
about Halo, like debating Halo. So
build some momentum for his squad. Does get one pickup kill, gets another. That's a killjoy, though. That's going to shut down Legend. This is exactly what they needed. This is not impossible. I do think this King of the Hill map
we all just nerds about the shit.
One that you could potentially reverse sweep and win 4-3.
Well, in life, you got to take the good with the bad. I guess the good thing about GBX being so efficient, icing up on the end of hill number 3, is that they gave Rebellion 3:05 left on the clock. So if Rebellion play perfect Halo, they're still in it. It's not that must-have hill scenario like we thought it was previously. But look at that. Rebellion go 4 down. Legend is back in the hill. 50% occupied for Rebellion.
And they're going to go for the 4th cap.
Unbelievable.
Too much
GBX
time on the
was
clock.
4 dead 20 seconds ago, but they are in a full perfect setup off the hill. They're playing off their spawn so efficiently, taking the right space, doing it quickly, disrupting the flow of Rebellion, and they're so close to capping the 4th hill already. Rebellion do have a lot of time on this one as well, so it's anyone's hill at this point, but if GBX can win the next fight, they might just close out the game.
Renegade with the snipe, and 7 shots left to work with. And it's at that point in the match where GBX don't have to force themselves into the hill. They could actually start to bait and force Rebellion into some overextension situations. But for now, GBX 1 down, Rebellion 1 down. Renegade looking to change that, but he gets taken down by Suppressed. And that's huge. Cycle and Rebellion have the hill. Suppressed has the snipe.
Oh yeah, is he no longer the CEO? Is he ousted?
Look at this, GBX spawning in the garage side. Tusk gets taken down for some nice body shot into headshot, and with Rebellion suddenly on the board, things could change in a hurry. And now rotate
Yeah, there's still a good amount of time left. Not over.
He can get top tower with this. He can shut down multiple lanes that Rebellion want to take.
Great job by Renegade's teammate there on the mud, forcing Mental a little bit further out on the C platform, allows Renegade to get a rather free kill, especially all things considering with how talented he is. Now it's that top mid mosh pit hill. A lot of clock usually bleeds off when you've got this hill top mid. Eli, ooh, more bleeding from the nose as Mental takes it to the face. Renegade with another snipe.
Look at that. He also predicts the jump.
Beautiful.
He knows that these players are lurking, trying to make their way back tower.
Good kill.
If he just predicts what Rebellion are going for, he can shut
shots
down
by
their options systematically.
Are they playing time now?
Does so pretty well, but does get taken down. Soulsnipe's going to get a kill. That's
they're all dying.
Dead on the side of GPX.
Ooh.
Camo, I think, is still on the ground.
Camo
there,
should still be down there.
Stay in the hill for now, and they need somebody in the hill to prevent this clock from burning down.
Rebellion earned 3 hills in a row. In the
oh, don't get shit on.
This was against a Kraken roster, a great roster, but or no GBX in that sense. So can Rebellion do the exact same thing against the best players in the world? Some of the best players on Kraken, but you got 4 of the best here on GBX. It's going to be a much taller task, but Rebellion look up to it. And most importantly, Eli, the clock is in their favor, but starting to get a little antsy in the sense that every second that ticks away in regulation makes it more and more likely that GBX take a 2-1 lead.
Whoa.
GBX can just play this in a way that makes it almost impossible for Rebellion to win it. If they just keep killing the hill player and burning time off the clock, I mean, down by 2, you've got to play perfect Halo with not much time to spare. I think that's exactly the strategy of GBX right now. They're getting the slays, but staying out of the hill, and they know that Rebellion need multiple hills in a row. They're going to make it extremely difficult for that to happen.
90 seconds left in regulation, and GBX are looking to burn all of it. Renegade, shields get burned. He goes down to 1
Good
HP.
damage, though.
But with this, I love when
Legend is also
rotate,
23 and 10. I didn't even
reset,
realize.
Reposition and reshield. You're kind of killing 3 birds with 1 stone despite not killing anybody on the map. Great plays there from Renegade. His bound now pushes through. Mental trades out with him, and like in a Slayer Eli where you're up into the 40s, trades are going to work in GBX's favor.
Now GBX elect to get into the hill, maybe understanding they have so much map control, and if they can hold on to it, they can just close the series or the game out right here, right now. More body shots come out from Renegade, just dealing so much damage.
Double kill.
Now they're not in the hill once again, though. Maybe just not enough numbers around it.
Legend goes down, and
and they're spawning in front of him.
I think that's what you're alluding to, Eli. Would Legend have stayed in hill if he didn't die? It's a question for a later date now. Rebellion have to question themselves as to what we need to do to break through, what we need to do to take Renegade off of that snipe tower, and that's exactly the first priority. Previously on that recharge Slayer,
it's a good break. Wait, this is a good break. They're going to cap this.
Could this be the catalyst to coming back for them? They're going to make it a 1-hill game with less than 1 minute left. 55
Hang on a second. Here comes the rotation.
Rebellion have life.
This is absolutely doable for Rebellion. They just got to force this overtime. They got 53
Oh, the
seconds
huge kill right there.
Question is, will GBX play
huge 2 from
overtime?
Legend,
Like
3 from Legend.
He's going to play for a triple kill.
Camo's up, QT is up, 40 seconds on the game clock.
He is the gatekeeper. He will stop you.
This is kind of the last hit for Rebellion.
He's got eyes on it, and it's going to be very difficult. Good news for Rebellion, though, is
Mental's
they do have
fucking
this
up
camo, but
jumps.
if this push doesn't work, it should be GG's.
Mental's fucking up melees.
Game 2 Slayer. That's what GBX are playing now. Playing for Slays. They will not step foot in the hill the rest of the game unless Rebellion tied up at 3, which they could do, but they need to make sure that they have numbers advantage. 2v2 for now, and Legend still staying alive on the Nest side. Unbelievable that he's able to stay alive.
Legend are still alive. 10 seconds on the game clock.
Be a part of why he's still alive, but I'm
this should be it.
The fact that Legend hasn't gone
GG.
down.
They can't even get there.
Gatekeeper for a full minute, hasn't died on the Nest, and he's not going to allow them through the garage door.
Wow.
As GBX take it, led by Legend with the triple kill, possession,
Beautiful.
domination, I should say, of the Nest location, and it's GBX with a 2-1 lead.
Legend 27 and 10 that game, absolutely popping off. We didn't go to his screen very much, but this man is an absolute unit on the map, so difficult to play against. And we're going to bring in Manny back in here. Love to have you with us. Thanks for taking time out of your day to join us, but I wanted to pick your brain on that. I mean, what do you think it was that made this win possible for GBX?
I mean, honestly, I think the pace that GBX was playing was pretty, it's like pretty fast, and Shopify really couldn't get like a footing, I guess, on the map and take control of spawns. I mean, eventually they did it in the second half, but I mean, GBX had like a good lead, so I think that's why they won.
You bring up a great point, Manny. You said that word. It's like a keyword, a buzzword for Shopify Rebellion in recent weeks. They've been dominating online, getting to the grand finals because of their pace of play.
Yeah.
Are you two seeing that same feverish, frenetic pace of play that we're used to seeing them online? Are they doing it on land? What do you think?
I mean, I think they're trying to do it. It's more of just like GBX is kind of just like beating them to it and kind of just like they're not like matching their timing basically, but I don't know, like Legend and Bound, they're pretty fast, like SSG, you know, so like they're kind of just, I guess, bringing the same like play style into this GBX roster.
Do you think that transitioning from online to LAN makes it harder to play fast because maybe you take more damage? Like there's just like all of the bullets are actually registering. I mean, granted, you know, maybe not all, but a lot higher percentage than online. Do you think that plays a factor in adjusting from online to playing LAN?
I think maybe for sure. Like you might get away like a few like you might get away with like a few. You know what I'm saying? Like you might just get like joked or just like shot behind a wall, or like you might get away when you're not supposed to, and like it could be like a factor for sure. But I don't know. I think with these guys at the highest level, like they play at the highest level, I feel like it's not really It's not really a difference. It's mainly just like if they're playing fast and if they're actually doing what they do online.
I think another thing, Manny, at least just from my perspective, having competed 100 years ago and just watching a lot of professional Halo, it feels like on LAN, the pace of play actually slows down a little bit in the sense that there's a higher level of consequence. There's HCS points on the line. There's tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line.
Yeah.
How do you feel that pace of play switches up, and do you notice a little bit of a crank down and a crank up at different moments? It feels like it's more of an ebb and flow. What are your thoughts?
I feel like the way the meta is right now, I feel like whatever team is kind of just like playing at the fast pace and just like whenever they have control, just like not pumping the brakes, just like holding forward. I feel like that's like what's like dominating. I mean, look at SSG. I mean, they literally just run at you constantly. So I feel like that's like what the meta is right now.
Makes sense. It also makes sense why, you know,
Was that a Discord sound? What the fuck did I just hear?
I think Proton comes to mind. That team is extremely fast, one that you were a part of as well.
Oh my god, it was!
I think that's what makes you such a strong player. You play very fast yourself.
Yeah.
That was on the broadcast, by the way. That was not my Discord or anybody else's.
And just talk
that was on the stream.
Playing the clock. Do teams
that was not my Discord.
That you've been
my Discord,
on, like
anytime my OBS is open, my Discord's in streamer
Tony
mode.
said if it's like 1 minute per hill to catch up, then that's when you play it. I thought that it depends on which hills they are, because some hills are easier to lock down than others. What's your take on that?
I definitely think you're right on that. I definitely think
that tweaked the shit out of me though. I thought it was my Discord.
Too many hills that like are like next. Like I wouldn't play.
Bro, if we take an hour between every game in the finals, oh my god!
I feel like it definitely just depends on which hills are like the next two hills, or like the next hill.
I'm gonna fucking
right, like,
rage.
I feel like on recharge, like the C plat and the bottom.
I know, right,
hill,
Jake? Same.
Or like the bottom middle
like
hill
looking around
and
shit.
Batteries Hill are like pretty difficult to cap. So like if those are the next two hills, maybe you're more likely to go for time in that position.
I actually feel like it's the reverse. I feel like those are like money hills.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
okay.
I feel like the Batteries Hill is like a really big money hill, and like playing time on that is like not really
like
smart. Yeah, nah. I'd rather just like get in the hill and just like fight.
That's true. It's pretty easy to just kind of like dodge grenades and stay alive in there, especially if your team has like batteries and glass.
I feel like bottom mid is like, I don't know, it's kind of like, it could be either or, you know, it just depends on like where you're spawning and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's very interesting insight that I feel like a lot of people in chat might not have.
I know, that probably tweaked everybody, bro.
Before, but what's your take on the series layout here? These guys did the pick and ban structure and wound up on live fire in 4 out of the 7 games. Does that surprise you, or do you feel like live fire is like a balanced map that most of the players are comfortable on?
I feel like it's due to like the fast pace, like I was saying. Like, I mean, live fire, you can just kind of just like run around, constantly just rotate the map really fast. And I feel like both of these rosters like kind of like it caters to their playstyle, you know. So like I feel like that's why they picked it. But
that makes sense.
I don't know. I mean, me personally, I like live fire, so I'd rather have it, you know, like 5 live fires or 4.
Like I think back to all the, you know, everyone's got opinions on the game types and like what game types are bad or good, but you never really see anybody complain about live fire. Like I think it's kind of like universally probably the best map that we play right now.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Very cool. Do you have anything else, Hunter?
Speaking of competition, we got HES London coming up in a couple weeks. You guys are in that pool with Woodham. You got Monster on your team on mouse and keyboard going up head-to-head, toe-to-toe. What's it been like adjusting to having a mouse and keyboard on the team?
Holy
Has
fuck,
it
what's
adjusted
Manny's
your
roster
playstyle,
again?
or is it more just something that is just a factor on the map that you don't really necessarily think much about? Talk us through that process.
I mean, I
Who
don't
you
really
playing
think it's
with,
like
bro?
necessarily like a
Playing with
factor,
Monster and
but
who else?
I do feed him sniper because I mean MNK snipe, that's pretty insane. Yeah, no, that's like.
What about things like repulsor, right? Because you can do that quick look down. It looks, especially after the network update, you get more juice on mouse and keyboard with the repulsor. Would you even try to maybe cycle a mouse and keyboard player to use things like the equipment more often?
I mean, maybe for sure, yeah, because there's definitely like things that like MNK players could do that like controller players can't do. Like you said, like the repulse. I mean, like there's a clip. I think it was like Game 5 against Cloud9 where Wutum was literally like top mid, and he literally like repulsed the ground and like went up like really fast, and like I don't think a controller player would be able to do that. So
there's that, and then like because I mean, even if you play 5-10-10, like the max sensitivity on controller, you're not even close to the max sensitivity on mouse and keyboard, right? So the repulse, like normally if a controller player has repulse, they're either using it to repulse a player away, or they're using it to like get height or like repulse a projectile.
Well,
right?
360 maybe movement tech to get across the map.
But if you are on mouse and keyboard and you activate repulse and you look down and flick up, like you can do multiple things at the same time. Like you can simultaneously get height and repulse an opponent away And that's something that controller players just straight up can't do. So I think that's like a secret buff of MNK that doesn't really get talked about. Plus, like the grapple, you can do some crazy stuff with the grapple. You can look like Pathfinder from Apex Legends and like launch yourself around.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's the equipment is definitely I guess the biggest buff for MNK in my opinion.
Yeah, talk to us about your team, Manny. Who are your new teammates? We know you guys got a new squad, still qualified. Big up to you guys on making that through to London. Talk us about your new team and how you guys are preparing for that competition in a couple weeks.
I mean, it's me, Nick. It's me, King Nick, Rami, and Monster.
Thank you. That was my question.
Our pool is Shopify, Foe, and then it's an open bracket team. We don't know yet, but I mean, yeah, we're excited. I mean, it's gonna be a good event. MNK versus MNK, that's pretty cool. And like Shopify, I mean, I'm watching their VOD right now, so I mean,
I was about to say, you're scoping them out, getting a little intel.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna definitely steal some of their shots, but yeah, excited.
I imagine there's probably no bad blood between like ex-teammates. I know that like you, Soul Snipe, and the Fung. What are you guys?
The Fung 4.
Fung 4.
Yeah.
You guys kind of like came up together in H5 and then have some success in Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
Is it cool to see Soul Snipe have as much success as he's having right now?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's good to see like him just doing his own thing. You know what I mean, and just like still having that success. I mean, I kind of didn't. I don't know the words for it, but. Like I expected it basically. Like I mean, he has that talent. Yeah, it's not surprising. Yeah, there you go. It's not surprising. I mean, he has the talent. I always knew. So I mean,
he's insane. Like I feel like he doesn't get talked about enough. Like he's one of the most individually talented players in the game for sure. Like
yeah, really underrated.
He
honestly.
does, and like it's in the name, Soul Snipe. But I've seen him do unbelievable things with the sniper. Like his reaction time, I think is. Like we should actually do that. We should like reaction time test a bunch of pros. I feel like if you look at his POV, his reaction time is like off the charts. It's just from the eye test.
Yeah, it almost like under credits, you see the Soul Snipe in his name and you think that's all he can do, but far from it. I think he's one of the best at positioning himself on the map. What have you seen in that? And talk us through the importance of having someone who can flank at the right time, right place on your team.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's like a really good flanker, like you said, and he just has like a lot of OBJ timings like in his head that he just knows on the map, and he just takes those advantages whenever he sees them or feels them on the map, you know? And I think he's like really good at that.
I like the way you said that he feels them. I think that like an average person, that's like maybe something they miss when they play is like there's just kind of like feelings that you have when you're good at the game, like the respawn timer. Like you can feel a split spawn happening because you know roughly when the last two players died. You've seen how people have moved around the map, so like you can feel a split spawn coming where it's not something like it's something that I struggle to teach in my coaching sessions because it's not really something you can like verbalize. It's really something that just comes with like time in.
Well, it's like it's weird because it's like math that's got a feeling to it, and math is just cold hard facts. It's 2 + 2 = 4, right? But in this case, there is sort of a feeling to it. You could almost make it a, whatever equation you want. You're kind of writing it. It's like
the scoreboard can help you too as well. Like a lot of people scoreboard in between deaths, so like they can see when a player spawns up and kind of like know when a player's gonna hit a route and kind of like play off of that. Yeah.
Every single Frosty clip I see not only includes an overkill at least, but it includes him checking that back button, especially on maps like Empyrean. Are there certain maps that cater more towards checking the scoreboard and checking that timing?
I mean, I would say like Pit, for example. Like if you have a player in Sword Snipe and they're spawning S1, like you're kind of just staring at the scoreboard and letting them spawn. You know what I mean? So
yeah, because it has the line of sight check. You can't just stare at it.
You
like
can't
you did
stare
in
at
Halo
it.
3, like spawn killing on narrows.
That's right. You deduct -5 spawn points from Courtyard if you stare right at it with the scope.
So you have to like not aim at it, backboard until they spawn, and then you peek and headshot. You remember that Collect clip? Would Collect get like a Killtrocity on Catalyst, and he's just like sitting main ramp and just like holding the back button. As soon as one spawns, he just peeks headshot, holds the back button, peeks headshot, like for each kill.
I remember when he was on the top.
Yeah,
no, I remember that.
What did you think about Catalyst? I felt like it was gone too soon.
Hell no.
Honestly, kind of fun. I feel like it was kind of fun, and it was like different. It was really.
I
different.
hated that
It
map.
was more of like a kind of like a classic style Halo map, and then like the way it looked and stuff, it was pretty cool.
What are your thoughts on the sandbox? It feels like we've seen less and less of the sandbox. I understand that we're trying to get some of the cheese out, but thinking and speaking of a map like Catalyst, you had things like the skewer on it. Are you a fan of the skewer? Fan of more sandbox, less sandbox? What are your thoughts on the current rendition of Halo?
I mean, I feel like the current sandbox of Halo is like fine. I feel like things just kind of need to be adjusted in like different areas, you know? Like I feel like Plaza Strongholds, for example, like if there's like a repulse maybe in blue, like that would probably help with the trip caps, you know? I mean, like because like people are just bum rushing into yard and just dying to nades. But like if you can repulse the nades, that kind of like gives you some type of like, I don't know, like outplay ability, I guess, or like you can kind of get out of that like that spawn trap. That's, you know.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think
That's
there should
been
be more thought. Yeah.
That's been the most common thing. I think every pro that we've talked to in recent weeks has said.
Oh,
switch
I think
the
these
thrust
brothers are
rate to
loading
something
up.
like a grapple or a repulsor. Maybe even add and keep the
Someone's
thrust.
yelling in
add
money
the
aids.
repulsor more towards the window side of back A and put a repulsor there, and you might have a little bit more of a chance because it feels like of all the spawns in Halo Infinite, the most disadvantageous has to be that back A spawn, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, for sure.
Especially in that game type. I mean, you spawn so far from all 3 strongholds. You don't really have many options. You either run out in the open down the blue ramp, which is a death trap most of the time.
Oh my God, we're starting. Oh my God, we're starting.
The yard, which is your best option, but they're just going to nade.
I hate to say this, but I hope.
Manny, it's been so fun having you on the broadcast. We're going to keep you on the desk.
Found a
if you
Legend
don't
and
mind.
Renegade
But
in Tusk.
let
I hope
people
these
know in
brothers
the chat,
win.
Where can we find you
4-1.
on socials? How can we support you guys?
Respectfully.
My Twitter is MannyHCS.
Sorry, bro.
And I
This
also
shit
stream
finna take
sometimes,
5
but,
years.
Yeah, I mean, you can just find me there. I'm always streaming and playing. But.
Make sure you guys support these
We go 14
professional
games, I
players,
might
not
die.
only in their competitive endeavors,
Might
but their
actually
content
die.
endeavors as well. Content is what strings the gap between these epic LAN tournaments that only happen once a month. But Manny, guys like you are popping off every single day, so check him out on socials. Support these Halo pros. Support the Halo grassroots community. Titans of Orlando, powered by LVT. Halo live from Orlando Esports. Here we go, Eli. Game 4.
Back on live fire. This time, very different game type, though. We got strongholds. Like we said, these are some of the fastest players in the known universe, maybe even the multiverse. Not sure, but right
LeBron
now,
James and Bug Bunny pop out. There's Bugs Bunny.
Here we go, Legend. He's got the sniper. He's trying to take down Cycle, but we've talked about it before. This man is such a hard kill. I played him in matchmaking the other day. I'm not sure if I killed him one time.
Woo!
So you're starting to see why. Legend unable to get that one.
I think this is big, Eli. Especially as a team of 4, a set team of 4. You've got the opening strats that you've discussed now for months. GBX, they don't even have a coach. You have to assume they have some opening strats, but they're not as well thought out as Rebellion. You want to see them win the opening break, but just as I say that, GBX look like they have a trip cap working. 3 points on the board, no less. And that's starting to roll here. So Rebellion are able to get 17 seconds, but you could argue maybe wanted to see even more time than that.
Yeah, I think Tim made a good point, though. It's like when you know that you're about to play live fire this many times, like you're probably going to switch up the opening strat per map, right? Like you're not going to do the same thing over and over. This makes it too easy for your opponent to counter you. So then it becomes like a prediction game. Like he thinks that I think that he thinks that I think, and how many levels deep do we go? But it's kind of, like you said, they do have the benefit of best man behind them, but I mean, these guys on GPX, they're smart guys too. They can figure out a good counter strategy.
Like the deadliest, most psychological game of rock, paper, scissors. As here it's A, B, and C for now. B and C in control of GBX. Rebellion, though, trickling on that C cap point, but see a couple of players go down. Cycle and Mental in the feed, but they trade out. Mental now the last player alive, so that scoring going to continue through B and C for GBX.
GBX looking good right now. Bound just trying to hold this top tower side. This is definitely part of that BC setup. BC, I think, the strongest configuration of strongholds for sure. You can really lock down that half of the map, but Camo is on the other side. Renegade saying, oh my God, as
Renegade's screaming at Cycle.
I think they're trying to get in Cycle's head.
I like seeing Renegade in these grassroots tournaments. I feel like he talks more shit. Hopping on board here.
I really think it's player dependent, though. I mean, if you know your opponent is like maybe nervous or like shudders at the fact that you're yelling at him, like you should probably yell at him more. To be honest.
I love it, man. It's my favorite thing about the classic grassroots Halo competition is, yeah, you got these like closed headphones, but it's not totally closed off. You can still hear and maybe even more so feel the roars that come from these players on the main stage when they have a pop-off moment. Renegade previously having one of his own, but it's Rebellion getting back on the board, control of A and B, and that's important. Don't let GBX see the triple digits, 100 plus rolling instead. They get to 33, cut this lead in half, and have a little bit more fight left in it, but Legend has the camo.
Looked like they were predicting a player to wrap through the rat tunnel, end up burning 4 grenades down there, but no one was there. No one's home. Now he has less resources for the next fight.
Such an annoying death to the camo guy.
Maybe a bit of a misprediction leads to now a Rebellion hold momentarily, but I'm just going to say it right now. We're not going to be able to keep up with who's got what hold because it's going to change so many times throughout this game. These guys are going to be all over the map, hitting curb slides across whenever they possibly can. But once again, it's GBX with back in that BC hold that they've already had some success with.
It's interesting. I actually like the BC hold. You have this high ground to C, you have the elbow fulcrum of B, and you force those back A spawns. We talked about Solitude previously. Maybe there's something disadvantageous to all the A spawns in strongholds. It feels like that, at least for now, as GBX have a 59-46 lead. But like you said, Eli, there's going to be no telling as to which cap is going in which direction. You see trickle points going through for both teams, but Rebellion even out. And just as I start to say they're scoring, just kidding. GBX get into B. Who's going to win it, though?
Like I said, you might as well not even try to keep up with how many score positioning flips are going to change here. But Cycle rotating all the way through it, back B with Mental. Watches his teammate trade out right in front of him, has a sniper to work with, but he's going to be heavily pressured. Great grenade coming in from Tusk. This pillar location so important if you're going to push this B side.
Yeah, one of the reasons it's so difficult to tell which direction these cap points are going to go, Eli, is more often than not, all 3 cap points are occupied by players in the hill. As we see Tusk moving into the A cap point, looking to flip that into his favor. And this could flip the first trip cap of the game, and it does. 79 and rolling to 47. Just as I say that, Eli, I should listen to you more often.
I'm the IGL here, brother. Like, don't even try it, all right? Like, now there's
a Rebellion.
Getting a trip
that
cap
could change
for a
too. So
yeah, exactly. It's all changing. These guys are so fast. It's not going to slow down anytime soon.
Unbelievable. Bound. Ooh, speaking of unbelievable, Bound with a snipe. He's got 2 shots plus 1 in the chamber to reload. 3 in total. Earns the assist with that body shot. Instantly cleaned up. Another body shot. As that one takes a little bit longer to clean up, Solsnipe makes it away. He's known for flanking in his positioning. It's no surprise that he's able to find the reset, find the reshield, reposition, stay alive, and now regroup with Suppressed on the sandbags.
Holy shit.
Renegade with Passion Pit, open bracket, as trash talk, takes down Rebellion once again, and he is letting them know about it every single time.
I told you there's a common thread here. It's when Renegade kills Cycle. Young
Is
kid.
that because he's the youngest?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, this is a rite of passage, guys, all right? You come into the scene, you're the new guy on the block. You're probably going to get trash talked a little bit more. They're testing him. And this is what I want to see, though. I want to see how does Cycle respond to this test. I know he does really well on his tests in school, but like we're not in school anymore. How does he do well on the main stage test? That's what I want.
This is your welcome to the league rookie moment, if I've ever seen it, as Rebellion came into this tournament as the clear favorite. If we did a poll in chat, I feel like 99.9% of the community picked Rebellion to win it, but we talked to Renegade, we talked to Bound. Until Rebellion do this on LAN, until they win a grand finals on LAN against members of the Big Three, it doesn't count. These guys are the Big Three, and they're on the other team, GBX. So despite this being a pickup team, Rebellion are going to have to pick up the paces.
And they are yelling at him, bro.
Exactly right. And right now, the pace is being firmly controlled by GBX. They've now got over 130-point lead. Tusk with the sniper. It's just going to make life difficult for Rebellion. They're trying to cap both B and C at the same time. Looks like force out of B for now. They do flip C, but this fight for B is going to be what matters most because that's how they're going to get scoring position.
Tusk looking to position himself on the pillar side. There we go. There's a 3
Interesting
down
play
for Rebellion as Renegade, the last player alive, doesn't want to press his luck, press too far into that big door as he elects to back up to A, get the group spawns. And you actually see one spawn out on the camo, so that's because Renegade works his way here to the key door. Now, flanking through the bottom mid tunnel system, and I wonder if Rebellion expected.
Ooh, look at that. Suppress gets the back smack on him. Looked like he was going to try to jump top tower, get that high ground, but Suppress is already there, and rightfully so. Most important part of the map to hold, especially if you're overlooking that seaside. And suddenly Rebellion have life. They're looking pretty good in this moment. They've got a few extra points on the board. They're also flipping
Triple
A,
cap
3 down for
cheese.
GBX. Looks like a potential trip cap opportunity. Renegade's got the camo. He's going to try to make a play with it.
Expecting dummy door spawns here for GBX after the A, B, C trip cap in hold for Rebellion. We saw a previous trip cap for GBX, but that lasted a nanosecond, and this one might just last a couple seconds as GBX
oh my God.
a trip cap of their own. Unbelievable. A, B, and C momentarily were flipping in favor of them, and they immediately take back map control, Eli. Immediately take back control of this lead, heading into the 200s.
Great play by Renegade.
We saw in King of the Hill, right? It felt like when Rebellion were getting map control, GBX just coming off spawn so fast and just hitting some shots, hitting a timing, finding their way into the parts of the map that matter. And Rebellion have not had a significant hold yet in the last couple of games.
Nothing's been able to stick. Even the spiker throws they're landing, or excuse me, throwing, are not landing, not sticking, as Mental has the QT to work with. Could get out of dodge, but no, he elects to play for the trade. And another massive pop-off there. Not sure who exactly it was in the feed. I think it's Renegade once again. This has been fun to listen to.
I mean, he's statistically doing the best in the lobby. 17 and 13, 8 assists to his name as well. Everyone really putting up solid numbers.
What nade is that?
Not having a struggle of a game so far.
Wow.
And it's not something we're used to seeing from him. I think that if he kind of gets his footing and gets more comfortable in this game, that could be even worse for Rebellion. Right now, though, they've got a trip cap. They've got a few kills as well, but how are they going to apply pressure to the spawner so they can maintain that scoring position?
Yeah, what would this game look like if Bound was 14 and 17? However, Bound doesn't necessarily need the stats in the top left or right of your scoreboard to have an impact on the map. He draws so much attention, so much respect. As a little bit of oohs and ahs there. The trade reversal goes through. 3 go down, make it all 4 for Rebellion, but GBX have a numbers disadvantage to worry about now, as it's now an even 2v2, 3v3 as things reset.
Wow, that shot was so lined up, but suppressed. Or I'm not sure which player that was. Player in B hits Renegade out of scope just in time to save his life. Right now, Renegade gonna just chill top tower for now. Wants to get map control. This lead has started to dwindle
it's
away.
getting close.
Rebellion have come back. He doesn't want to overextend, give away the sniper, and potentially lose the game for it. But as he sits top tower, his entire team dies.
Camo.
He's unable to have an impact on the map at all. He can now protect Camo, but he's going to miss those shots, and it just feels like all the resources are dwindling. He will take down Suppress, but not without trading out, and Rebellion look good to come back.
This all started with Cycle, the one who Renegade's been targeting with the trash talk. Cycle makes the heads-up veteran decision to not push for the camo that looked to be for free. Instead, he pushes out onto cuts, gets some shots, some D-scope shots onto Renegade, allows his teammate for
big
Rebellion
kill by
to grab
Tusk.
the camo instead. And Rebellion, they might just re-grab this lead. Only 20 seconds back after previously being down 130.
Wow, Suppress with a huge double kill as well. It's now 4 dead again, and they're going to go for the trip cap. They're going to force these spawners to spawn over at the OS turbine, camo turbine. And this is not what you want to be if you are GBX. They are able to get control of A, but for how long? Mental is approaching with the sniper and doing heavy damage. Despite flipping A, Rebellion take the lead and control of the map.
That's huge. Mental, if he goes down there, it's 3 down for Rebellion, only 1 down for GBX. Instead, he finds a way to find an even 2v2 gunfight, and now that trickles down. The fork in the road splits, and 3 go down for GBX. Shopify,
They flipped the
Rebellion
trip
have
cap,
stolen
though.
this lead. Will they steal the match?
This is unbelievable stuff. This was a huge lead for GBX, but maybe that trash talk woke Rebellion up a little bit because they are suddenly playing so much better.
Oh, he team kills. Oh, no.
Massive double kill, though. And if he can
3
go for
dead.
B and put his team back in scoring position, but it's Cycle.
Wow.
Cycle.
He said, yeah, you
Big
can
nades,
talk,
but
how
somebody
about
else
this
finishes the
grenade?
cap.
Letting his frag do the talking. Love to see that from Cycle. He's going toe-to-toe.
Oh,
with
no.
One of the best Halo players of all time, but he previously
That was
goes
a
down.
huge fight.
Couple shaky shots, maybe overheats after getting the kill on Renegade. There's
Mental
this
gets
emotional
2.
element here in Grassroots Halo on land. You love to see
Shopify
it.
trying to
3
push
go
the
down
triple.
For GBX. Only 1 for Rebellion, and
GBX
this could
should
be
flip
the
A.
finishing touch on a 2-2 tie series.
This new sniper goes straight into the hands of Renegade, and if he can put it to work, this could be what they need to come back. They've only
They
got
have
10
1 push.
seconds of
Legend gets
Rebellion
1.
scoring time to work with. Legend getting a kill
They're
is
on
massive, but Cycle
C.
takes him down. 3v3 on the map momentarily. Renegade needs to find a way into the action.
I don't think
And a
they can
body
get
shot,
there.
but it's not going to be enough.
Oh! Wait, they got to get on something.
Bound gonna
They
clean
got to
up
get on
both
something
of
else
those,
as well.
and Renegade
Because
trying
A's
to
getting
take the
flipped.
game into his own hands.
Only Renegade could get you out of your seat.
They got to get on B.
With a couple assists.
Oh my God!
That's a kill, a full slate, no scope, another no scope, the third no scope we've seen. 246.
Dude, no way.
And GBX
No
with a
way.
comeback of their own.
They're also pushing the trip.
Here, it could spell trouble for Rebellion, and the complexion of this series changes so much from 3-1 to 2-2.
Oh, but 3 dead.
Rebellion
That should be game.
and they do. ANC
Oh,
in
that's
favor.
huge.
It looks like with Soul Snipe, he'll shut the
Dick
door
from
on
Soul
a Game
Snipe.
4 victory. We have that
Wow.
2-2 series tie, Eli, and what a difference that makes. You go down 3-1. You start thinking about the reset. You got to win 4 games next. You got to win 3 in a row. I just don't.
Wow,
think
what a
they can
game.
do
Holy
it.
shit.
Now
You've
it's
got it
anybody's game.
backwards. GBX would be on the brink of winning the tournament.
Excuse me, GBX on the brink. So Shopify would need 3 wins in a row, but they start
Yes.
thinking about winning the 4 games in next reset. You get ahead of yourself a little
Holy
bit. As did
piss.
I. And now we
What's
have
up,
an
Fergie?
entirely different,
What a
serious,
game.
active. What did we just witness?
Honestly, I think it was a mixture of a couple of things. I think an uncharacteristic game out of bound. You know, I think he started to hit a couple shots towards the end there, but I believe he ended 11 and 24, 13 and 25. So not something we're used to seeing out of him. I don't expect that to continue in the next game. And then when you start to see Renegade with that snipe hitting the shots towards the end is when things became a little bit more possible. So I think it's a mixture of that, but got to give a shout out to Rebellion. They were very confident in that game. They looked like they were firing all cylinders at all times. They were always pressuring. You saw they were always pushing forward. I think they showed a little bit of
also,
confidence there.
Look at the damage disparity, Eli. 2 players.
If
with
they would have made that
7,000
like last
plus
second
damage for
comeback
Rebellion.
after them
Nobody above
crazy ass no
65,
scopes,
6,600 for GBX. Was that just a
Dude,
mathematical factor? Or
that would have been
was
fucking
there something
insane.
more to it?
I mean, damage output is absolutely a big deal, especially in strongholds. I mean, you get a guy weak, he doesn't feel comfortable to stay in the stronghold, so maybe Suppress and Mental just forcing GBX out of the play a few times here and there.
Hey, appreciate it,
makes
Fergie.
the
Much
difference.
love.
But I mean, can we talk
Thank
about
you.
how big this comeback was? It was GBX.
I mean, shout out to LVT obviously for running the whole shit. But, but I do appreciate the love.
Shopify gets control and they just ride it out to the end. What did you see that maybe Shopify was doing differently between the first half of the game and the last half of the game?
Honestly, it was just a lot of aggression, right? I think that Shopify, being one of the fastest teams in the league, they tend to, you know, again, like we talked about, not believe in themselves.
And in this shit right here, man.
You don't have that confidence. You're not really pressing forward. You're maybe sitting back on a couple plays that you should be taking space, and you're not, you know, necessarily capitalizing on the damage that your teammates do because maybe you think that you're exposing too many angles, or maybe you're not trusting the communication. But in this regard, you saw right there at the very end, it was Soul Snipe with a triple. I truly think that he looks good, or it looked good that entire game, at least as the comeback happened. And if they can continue on that type of confidence in themselves, I think we have a good match here. There was a lot of talk on that main stage. You know, a lot of hype talk from Renegade, and it was Rebellion that shut it all down in that game.
What a series this has been, tied to all and tied in the Livefire Grand Prix 1-1. This Livefire oddball.
Yeah, much love,
could go
Fergie.
the
I appreciate
distance,
that.
and the winner of
Okay,
this, you
thank
could
God.
argue,
We jump
has
right into the next
the
game.
winner's edge towards taking
Thank
this
the
grand
Lord.
finals, and it's on again.
That's the
Shopify
shortest break
Rebellion
between
to
games I've
reset
seen
the
this
bracket.
entire event.
GBX
Let's go.
Famously, after that emotional victory in game 1, 4 flag scores on Aquarius in 90 seconds to come back when Shopify had the flag on the flag stump 2 feet away from scoring and riding off game 1 that probably wouldn't have even been talked about afterwards. Instead, it's something we'll be talking about for a long time, and even plays into HCS London, right? I mean, talk about that headspace, Eli, going into a LAN tournament. A little shaky having a loss like that, but we got no time for talk. It's time to start shooting. Tusk with shots through the main middle of the map. Cycle takes the high side of Snipe Tower, and I didn't know how I'd feel about 3 live fires in a row. I'm kind of liking it. The games have been incredible. Here we go. GBX win the opening break, though. But Mental gets a double, potential triple to reset things. No, GBX will get that oddball, but you already got Cycle pushing through the tunnels. Repulsor sends that grenade back. Legend cleans it up, grabs the snipe, but can't prevent Soul Snipe from grabbing the camo.
Enemy has the ball. If you recall, the player that sat up here and decided on both the first and this
Brother has
third
no
live fire
bullets.
was Mental. Mental said, yeah, let's do a live fire oddball after we had already picked 2, and you see why. I mean, this man is super confident with that S7 sniper. He's confident in his teammates' use of the S7 as well, but tell you what, man, on the other side, if you give this sniper to Renegade, Bound, Legend, literally any of these guys, Tusk is also a phenomenal sniper too. If any of these other guys get the sniper, you start to regret it, but so far, Rebellion do have the early lead. The ammo of that S7 has been burned out, and now both teams are just going to try to fight for space.
Soul Snipe trying to teach you the lesson to checking your corners.
And he fell off.
Soul Snipe falls off the map, and I think I heard a very loud expletive after that. Soul Snipe not happy with himself, but happy with this lead that Rebellion have built off the start, 33-5.
It is a little frustrating. I feel like I've been in that exact spot, and I feel like I'm like an inch away from being able to clamber. And I'm like, game's not going to give me a clamber? Like, please, let me stay on the map. But finds his way off. But I feel like if he doesn't move the way he did, maybe he doesn't win that fight. So
good point.
Could have been a trade either way.
13 and rolling now, 15-16 to 33 as GBX have cut this lead in half. Legend, previously we saw him on the Nest side at Eli. That goes back to that conversation we had at the beginning of this grand finals where by game 3, these guys are going to have their spots picked out, where they like to play and where they like to play their best, as we see that from Legend. Goes down on the cuts, but now for helping trade out another 2v2 even gunfight. And this is where the cream really rises to the top. When it's an even gunfight 2v2, who's able to find the OBJ efficiency? For now, it looks like Rebellion.
Rebellion then decided to play the ball, so they actually milk a little bit of time at the same time that they reset the situation. They've got spawners that have already made their way across top middle to apply
Rebellion
extra
does get away with
pressure.
ball.
And look at this. Mental, the multitasking that Rebellion is doing. They're simultaneously going for the ball. At the same time, they apply pressure to other parts of the map so the ball guy can get away. And so far, Rebellion just playing most of these situations a little bit better than GBX.
I think Mental heard the communication in his headset that Renegade had made it away
going on
with
here?
the camo on cut. So Mental looked like he was setting up for that skill jump to get up to sandbags, maybe work the oddball into A and then B, but now
Nice.
instead on the other side, it's Legend with the triple kill. Great flank, great shots as he takes down 3, and wonder almost if Mental should have just let Renegade go with that camo. Would have had more oddball time, but instead it's GBX with more of it and the lead.
I like this play from Legend. So he gets 3 dead, immediately decides to just crouch next to that turbine, knows that Rebellion is likely to spawn in A and try to rotate out of A. Now that he doesn't see anyone coming on this side, he's going to now flank the roof sandbags as Tusk has the sniper top tower. Like I said, don't forget about this guy. He can also snipe with the best of them. And
He does get it off.
chucks it off the map as he gets taken down. That's going to deny
Pause.
one of those performance parameters on the side of Rebellion.
Guys like Ryan, guys like Tusk seem to instantaneously, there's no hesitation in, do I want to burn snipe? Am I going to maybe try to hit the shot? No, play the smart play. Play the numbers. And we see exactly that from Tusk. Had a lot of shots left, so you give that up, and that could be, it could spell trouble. But Rebellion for now, don't have the snipe, but they do have the oddball back in their hands. 56 tied all, but we're going to stick with it. All right, tied 56 all. 3 go down for GBX, make it 4. If Renegade can stay alive, he elongates his life, but that actually might force a split staggered spawn for GBX. Rebellion can pounce on this opportunity.
Yeah, they've also located the first set of spawners, so rotating and applying pressure to those players. Suppressed.
A lot of damage.
One player gets
Holy
an assist,
shit.
making another 3 dead. Suppressed. Back on a heater. This man, when he starts to heat up, I feel like he's borderline unstoppable. Finally does get taken down, but that entire play leads to so much ball time for Rebellion. They've almost closed this round out.
Big win there for Renegade, but was it big enough? As the last Spartan standing, he takes down 1, but needs to find 2, 3, or 4 for Rebellion, as they only need 12 more seconds. GBX down by about 20 or so. An early oddball grab there from Soul Snipe allows Tusk to grab it, but you could argue Tusk did the same. Now it's Mental with it. Can he get into A? Yes, he does. Renegade now has to overextend and push and press. Doesn't matter what the number situation looks like, but he's got the camo, and you almost wonder if that delayed the push that he needs to make. 92-56.
Rotation is perfect from Mental. This guy is
that should be round. No. Okay, there it is.
It stays on the map. So excellently played from Rebellion first round. Like I said, GBX made a lot of good plays, but it just felt like Rebellion was barely outplaying.
And brother's got to hit the vape in between rounds.
Oh, man, do we have a heavyweight slugfest here. Unbelievable series so far. Not only has the series been back and forth, but every moment within the games themselves feel back and forth. As GBX had a lead, everybody had a little bit of a lead there, but Rebellion ultimately take round number 1, now looking to win. The opening break is Cycle, works his way through the tunnel side, stays alive, reshields at the perfect time. Now suppressed on the cuts, has a full snipe to work with.
I think he must have heard bound here. Turns hits him with the no-scope headshot, and Suppressed heating up, almost hits the quick scope on Tusk. That would have been unbelievable, but ultimately that sniper is still on the ground unless Mental is grabbing it. You have to think he's probably going for it. Nice melee into QT combo, but yes, Mental did pick up the snipe, and he's got the camo to make it even more effective.
Mental sees that QT from Legend as a second opportunity, but Legend works his way back to the small door, makes a big play, has the snipe back in his hands with 3 shots.
Oh my fucking lord, dude.
Legend with the play of the weekend. Oh my god. No shields, quick scope to the brain for the X term. This guy is unbelievable. Are you kidding?
Oh My God, that was sick. Unbelievable, but Legend goes down shortly after.
Fucking looked away after the third shot, too. I gotta see the replay.
Montage clip. We'll take the win, noob.
You've heard that before, huh?
Yeah. Sorry, that was personal. Ogre 2, I love you, dude. Legend now working his way right back to the small door. Unbelievable previous quick scope for the over. That's going to be played over and over again. But for now, we got a game to play. Legend with another double
Now he's surviving nades. Wait. Oh my God, dude.
Takes him instead, but Legend is on fire.
Can you fucking imagine?
2 overkills in a minute? That would have been completely insane. I don't know if we've ever seen that, but they do finally take him down.
Can you fucking imagine, dude?
It's burning around Legend right now. Get the fire extinguisher out, because this man is insane right now.
Look at him step jumping.
Positioning. Makes himself the most difficult kill, just wastes so much of Rebellion's time. And despite all these heroics from Legend, you'd think that GBX should have some more ball time.
At least past the 30-second mark. I know we're close at 25, but every inch, every second, every slay, so critical here in the grand finals. As we rightfully switch back to Legend's POV, but he goes down shortly after. And there you go, Eli. There's a little bit of that fire extinguisher coming off a heater. You got to now prioritize Legend, but there's a lot of priorities you can take for this GBX roster. You don't want any of these guys to pop off. But Rebellion, just like you talked about, mitigate that insane over into triple. And now it's Rebellion who could be looking at the lead instead.
Yeah, just great oddball rotations, honestly. They're taking it to the safest part of the map time and time again, winning the fights that matter around the oddball.
Well, for all the Legend is doing, the rest of them are kind of getting slammed.
Gotta be able to convert that into some ball time. So far, Rebellion have converted, you know, just a few double kills into significant amounts of ball time. So,
I'm not sure what that was.
Awareness and IGLing on that side.
Cycle has been playing so well. Even if he's not positive, he's getting the most
His brother's a
assists for this
psychopath.
Rebellion roster, really opening up opportunities, time and space for guys like Mental and Soul Snipe to take advantage of. And don't forget about Suppress. 2 down on each side for now as Tusk looks to work his way through on the nest. He has 2 to worry about, though, and in that 1v2 does not have the numbers he needs. Suppress takes him down. 3 go down for GBX. And Rebellion do, in fact, have the lead, Eli. Wow.
Insane stuff. It's got to kind of hurt if you're Legend right now, right? Like, how much more do I have to do? It's just, the guy's going insane right now. Mental. He's got a sniper of his own.
We're not gonna let that slide, right?
Does he drop it for Legend at this point? I don't know.
Bound with his best Legend impersonation. Like we saw there from Eli, love that. But 4 go down, and this is unbelievable. You would have thought all the momentum, all the energy, all the slays were on the side of GBX. But now the lead has doubled for Rebellion. Now they need a Killionaire from Legend to get back in this, it feels like. Rebellion are playing so objectively efficient.
Crazy.
Exactly right. Bound here in a war with Shell from the Portal series. Mental gonna try to stay alive.
Oh,
misses the melee, a little bit of T-Rex arms there.
Baby arms.
But GBX are still fighting. They do have the ball currently, a couple slays to their name, but they need an airtight setup. It seems like when they do get the ball, Rebellion are just speeding their way into the engagement. As we see reset.
Damn it, man. All right.
I think we may have just lost Rebellion. No
well,
big deal. We'll get things reset.
Run the replay,
re-rack.
man.
We could maybe use that new feature from 343, Eli, where we get to just take whatever the score was at the end there and.
I looked away after the third shot of the fucking over. I need to see it.
Almost. This is Tim. This is great for us because I need a breather. I stood up. I lost my S when Legend went on that spree, and if he would have hit back-to-back overkills, I might have just. I don't know, combusted internally. What did you see?
I mean, he was on a tear, but I think you said it best. There wasn't a lot of ball time that came out of that. When you see Renegade with the most ball time in the game, I mean, something's up. You know, maybe he's got to pick it up because he's always in position to do so. But
that's such an interesting point you make, Tim. Yeah. Maybe that was a factor of not playing your roles, not playing your 25%. Remember, Dead Zone was previously on this SSG roster, which now has Bound, and obviously on GBX, Renegade and Tusk. So not the full SSG squad here, but you got half.
Right.
And so that's a great point. Renegade is the main slayer of this pickup squad, is arguably the main slayer of that phase squad. And he's playing OBJ, and then the OBJ in Legend, again filling in for the comp role of Dead Zone, who previously played OBJ for SSG, playing main slayer with the montage. main stage montage. So that's a great point. Playing your role, playing your 25% so important. And it felt like, based on your comment there, GBX.
We see the highlights, man.
Yeah, it's good though. I mean, at this point in the game, back when we're old, so back when we used to compete and play in the likes of Halo 2, there were solidified roles. I would say it was more prevalent then. You'd have the Slayer, the
Brother
support,
went crazy from start to finish in this game, dude.
Players so good is the fact
and it wasn't
that
even
they
a full
can adapt.
game.
And Renegade doing that is great. Honestly, it's good that he's able to understand the situation where, okay, I gotta get 60-something seconds of all time for us to come back in this game. But I think Eli also put it really well. Shopify, once again playing the fundamental game of that rotation. Always making sure to rotate off of the spawns of GBX, not allowing them to stop that rotation, and then, at the same time, even though these slays like that one come out, it's just not enough. And you see some ball time coming out of that as well, but, Shopify are really good about coming off a spawn and just completely breaking anything that any setup that comes through for this GBX roster.
God, Legend was making it look like a money 8s or even a matchmaking lobby at one point, but this is the 4th best team in the world in full force. Shopify Rebellion, my God. The most impressive moment from this incredible weekend. Titans of Orlando, grassroots Halo land powered by LVT Halo, live from Orlando Esports on International Drive. And you know what? That's fitting, Active, because we've got the international competition. You got Legend out here. You got players who came to compete and spectate all the way from Canada, no less. So got to really be kicking yourself in the butt if you didn't make the drive down the East Coast to this event, because this has been everything you want in a Halo competition. Eli, welcome back. Did you get a chance to reset? Did you get some water, dude? All you have is a Red Bull, or are you okay? It's empty too, man. What?
Where's Tools at?
Can we get Eli a water, right? I would do it, but...
Oh, it definitely will, Fergie. We were talking about it a few days ago.
That's good to know.
But bro, just thinking about, like...
yeah, I mean, this has been,
obviously, the big three are all looking good.
Shopify.
But outside of that,
we'll
you have a new look Sentinels with Precision, new look Complexity with Sparty. Obviously, the Shopify team's been legit. You still have Native, Flow, Quadrant.
He's not done yet.
I mean, like,
that was a scrim.
could name.
Yeah,
there's probably even a few other teams that I forgot.
I think of my hero, Eli the Legend, casted by Chris Bucket.
That was my claim to fame.
Like,
second on the ESPN
dude, the top 8
all-time list for Halo
is so
3.
heavily contested.
The scrim with Ambush. That's when I was still teaming with Snipe Down, dude. Our team was insane.
Was that the same ESPN where I got destroyed? I forgot by Lunchbox, and Puckett said, Active E, that's embarrassing.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'm
awesome.
sorry.
No, I mean, hey, you know what? At least we're on the ESPN top 10 together.
I guess the E at the end standed for eliminated.
Yeah, pretty much. That's
or
funny.
Stood for.
That's funny.
It's bad grammar.
It was a little bit easier on when I did it though. 'Cause it was Onslaught CTF, and you guys remember how much the spawn trap was, right?
Oh, that was fun.
I'm just top middle, and I've got Snipe Down, Gunshot, and Silent like team shooting every spawner with me, and I just get back-to-back overkills. I mean,
that's so sick though.
Arguably not as impressive as, I mean, dude, the guy was one shot. I didn't even get shot, I don't think, in my back-to-back overkills. He was one shot. Do we have the clip right here?
We got some replays here.
Here's a replay.
You know what's funny is that if
So
you
Legend
don't
gets-
get shot...
Yeah, already got a kill here. Picks this up. Enemy has the ball. Oh my God! I wish we could.
What was? I think the sickest part about this clip wasn't even the quickscope overkill. I might get flamed for that because that was nasty. Love the ragdoll physics there from 343. But I think the coolest part about this play.
Proton, thank you. I was forgetting Proton.
Legend got that initial damage
New Proton
on the
team with
turbine.
Collect.
QT back to the QT spawn point and then worked his
There's
way
so many
through
good
down a
teams,
path
bro.
of destruction back to the small door. Woo! That was an unbelievable play there from Legend. We could, if we ever have a reset again, can we just play that back and, throw some like Linkin Park on it and just like imagine that we're making a montage? Because that was it. There we go.
Oh, we got it from his POV. This is
the other triple. This is the other triple.
Oh, this is the triple. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, look how close he was here.
Look how close this was.
Props to Suppress for challenging us.
You have to. You got to do it, man. You got to.
Oh
you
my
said
God.
it best, a fire extinguisher. That's what Suppress was playing right there. He's like, this is a really big fire.
There's literally a fire extinguisher on live fire right where Suppressed was. So I think he actually shot him with the fire extinguisher instead of the DMR.
Imagine if it was like a item you could pick up, like beat people over the head with it, or
the
like
flamethrower was a classic.
could, like,
it'd
be like a flashbang, but you cover their visor.
Also, if this goes to second series, I
What's the windshield
don't
wiper
think
equipment getting
we're gonna be able to watch it, bro.
That's the first thing I did in Halo Infinite is shoot that.
This shit is taking forever, son.
Oh, yeah. This is so cool.
Oh man, we're having a fun time here in Orlando. Your Titans of Orlando grassroots. All caps grassroots, man, because this feels like what it was like back in the day.
It does, man. I don't know. It's so cool just meeting people from all over.
Maybe
a lot of people have been
Fergie,
watching
but
LVT the last couple of years, and
it
just
might
feels like
be
we have
easier. I don't know,
insane
but
support from the community. Like everyone is.
But
happy to
I
see
think there
us,
definitely
and,
are
it's a good
way
feeling.
more
I don't
competitive
know, I
teams
feel like
than Halo 5.
I couldn't be more thankful to even be part of this team. I mean, I'm the most recent
Halo 5,
addition, I feel like,
for as much as
and,
I love that
still
game,
receive
was
just
usually a
as much,
toss-up between
you
one
know,
or two
love
teams
and
winning,
support
and
as
usually it
much
was
as
one
you
team winning.
You're good at what you do. You both are, and I love.
I mean, that's not a knock on Halo
I would
5.
agree. It kind of takes me back.
As much
we
as
heard the pro players talk
I think
about
that was
it
the
too.
nature of the scene
in
at the
HCS,
time.
For those that don't know, there is they wear
Because I think
earbuds,
part of
and
it is the
everyone's like,
game,
why do
but
they wear
also part
earbuds
of it
and headphones?
is
well,
like
the earbuds are for
there's just
the
more
sound of the game.
competitive
the
teams
headphones
these days.
actually play white noise.
Sometimes
And
there's more
you
competitive
wouldn't expect
teams, and
white
sometimes
noise
there
to
aren't.
really cancel things out, but I was able to get on that main stage and try it out. It's crazy.
And I think
It-
specifically
you
now,
don't hear much.
you know, year 3 of
hear
Infinite,
murmurs if there's a big roar, but you can't.
we have
make
some of
out
the
specific words
most
being
competition
used.
we've
and that's
seen
just
in
due to the fact
years.
that all of us are really loud mouths, and they don't want us saying "Camo's over there," and then
Right.
the play gets broken up. So
Yeah, no, I got to stand on the stage, as the coach at G1, and even the coach has to wear those. I don't have any game sound to listen to, so it's just white noise and the sound of my
That
team's
sounds
voices.
menacing.
It was oddly,
Interesting.
meditative, I guess,
Therapeutic.
until certain players started talking that, maybe had some weird things to say at times, but it was still a pretty interesting experience. But yeah, you take those things off, and it's like all the sound comes flooding in, and it's very interesting. But here, you can hear the guy's 10 feet away from you, and he's yelling that you suck.
Yeah,
you got to hear every bit of it.
And they do a good job just to kind of like reset the competitive integrity. There's a loudspeaker behind us so that all the fans here at Orlando Esports can enjoy the commentary and the gameplay sound, but it feeds out towards the fans. And it's at the perfect volume level because the greatest part about this tournament, and my favorite part, is that we've gotten to play on the main stage this weekend. So I was kind of curious about that myself when I was competing on the main stage in that free-for-all. And I knew Tools was talking shit, but I didn't know what he was saying about me, right? So that was really that was good to know that you can't really, even on the main stage, you can't necessarily hear the casters. But even when they pick up things like Camo, they're like, why is Mikowski whispering? Well, I want to make sure to ensure competitive integrity. I want to make sure to ensure the best
This is
possible Halo is
crazy.
being played. So I think it's also
I
fun
thought,
to
bro, and the thing is, I
close
thought
to
we
the
were
big, get a little
safe,
sneaky
man,
when the
because
players
they've been
get
doing
sneaky.
these
So,
like long
perfect competitive
ass
integrity.
breaks in between
Huge shout out to
games.
Orlando Esports for the perfectly designed
And I thought we were
venue. I mean,
finally
this has just
safe
been,
the one time we load immediately into a
Can I
game.
ask you both the question?
And there's a
What
fucking
does
reset,
it feel like to
dude.
compete again, each of you? I mean, we got a little bit of time, I think. So obviously, you guys competed back in
It's
the
actually
day,
unbelievable.
in Halo 2, Halo 3. What is it like to get that competitive itch again and be able to scratch it this weekend?
I mean, to be honest, I feel like it was a scratch that just made it itch more. I'm like, dude, I just want to compete again. I didn't do as well as I should have. I learned from it already. I'm like, I started to figure out what I did wrong already. Like, I'm thinking about, man, if I just could make a squad, like, it kind of sucks to like have that come back, but it's also like, and don't get excited, chat. I'm probably not going to compete again anytime soon, but it does make me want to do it again.
I totally resonate with what Eli just said. I had my opportunity to win on the main stage, on the broadcast, everybody in the LVT Halo community watching, and I failed. I let go of the lead. I was up by 3, 4, maybe even 5, and I went to sleep with nightmares, just like replaying all the assists I got in my head. So I feel a lot like you, Eli, where it's like, man, I played well, but not well enough to like what I would like to. But we got to remember our purpose in this. Maybe it's always been in content and casting. We were the original 2 montage kids, the first 1 and 2, I believe, to ever create MLG content, create professional Halo content. So it's kind of fitting that we're on the couch instead of the main stage, but it was fun to have that one opportunity to get back up there. The last time we both competed was 2012. So if we're not doing this for 12 years, pretty happy with how he played.
Wow. Yeah, I agree 100%. I got to do a little bit of playing, and it definitely made the itch a little bit more, I will say. But then I got to take a step back and say, you know what, old man here. All right, we're gonna.
Yeah, when are you gonna turn to old man active in your gamer tag?
Might have to do it, man. Might have to do it. But yeah, it's great that we got to do both this weekend. I'm honestly really blessed, and it's been an incredible weekend.
This is an experience I will never forget. I will take this to the grave, man. I really will. And
Damn it, Ben.
We're only halfway through the grand finals, man. We still got three great games to go through. We got 3 great days of competitive Halo. And man, this is everything that you want in a grassroots tournament. You got the best players in the world here. You got maybe not the best players in the world here, and then you got those up-and-coming players that really.
Sorry, I was
excite
switching
you, make you
tabs.
think,
That's
could
what
we
that
be
was.
Watching the next Bound and Renegade, we had some of those here this weekend. So, huge shout out again to Titans of Orlando, LVT Halo, a little biased in that regard, and Orlando Esports, located here on International Drive. This might be a local grassroots land, but it's got international competition stamped all over it.
100%. I really enjoyed, like you said, a lot of up-and-comers that were coming through, and I honestly really enjoyed Kraken, right? I think Gunny and squad really got to make their stamp. Tony, you're the best.
What a guy. Just hooked it up with some water, and dude.
Good dude.
Are you sweating?
Yeah, it's a little hot.
I'm profusely sweating.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have.
I'm gonna try to.
After this.
You don't stink, so thank you.
Hey, sounds good, Fergie.
You know what?
Much love, brother.
I have a
Appreciate you
very,
hanging. I'll catch you later, man.
You know,
Have a dope rest of your
maybe
day.
the reason it doesn't feel
Yeah.
as much like an
I was gonna say,
NLG
I'm gonna do my best to finish this
is
series.
I'm not walking past and dying
Hopefully the
from
tournament
breathing
ends after
audio
this series.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Actually gonna shower.
Everyone has stayed
But-
clean. Shout out to everyone in the venue for staying clean this weekend.
Yeah, if it goes to another series, I think we're gonna have to call it.
Passing out in the
I got
elevator on the
some
way
shit
down
to do.
the hotel, so shout out to personal hygiene.
Brother,
You
we
guys
are getting
really
milked.
knocking it out the park.
This is insane.
Yeah,
this
has
is like
been incredible.
this
I'm really curious
is
what-
the longest
what's
series I've
happening
ever
with this.
I've
We'll
ever
get you
watched,
guys
bro.
updated as soon as possible. I'm really curious to see.
And we've
how this
seen
will be,
4.5
and
games.
I'm also curious, and I know
It's
I
been
talk
like
about it a lot,
it's
but
been
this
like
is
3
the
hours.
Cool things to talk about is like the momentum. They have Shopify kind of had that momentum coming into this game. Now everything's kind of stalemated. Now
How close
everyone's
it's been.
gonna, yeah. Look at that. That is kind of nuts, huh?
I talk about this with Eli a lot. You know, man, the series layout doesn't actually. The scores don't necessarily reflect how close these games have been. I think the series layout does. 2-1 in Empyrean, where it was a final minute flag run to win, 50-46, 1 possession, 1 team wipe separated the 2 teams. That Livefire King of the Hill, you saw multiple leads. And then in that Shopify Rebellion comeback in Game 4, multiple leads for GBX, but they stole it to tie the series up at 2. And here we go. We are.
Oh my God! Finally.
And ready to go.
I think we low-key needed that break.
No, we
you know,
didn't.
just get rehydrated and
No,
relax
we
and kinda
didn't.
Keep an eye on what's next.
No
But these
more
guys are
breaks,
definitely ready
man.
To play this. They want to finish this game out. I want to see another overkill from Legend.
And in this Game 5, Rebellion have a 1-0 lead on the scoreboard. And I want to see a...
Let's go! Continuation.
3-4-3's new feature where you can start off where you left off, 50-30. Eli, this is so good. I'm not good at math. I would have had trouble counting all this up, but instead we know exactly where we left off.
Look, they're up 1-0, 50-30.
Rebellion have a lead in this round and this Game 5.
And they've switched the sides here just to make sure that the spawns are fair as well. So should we go to a 3rd round, they would be in the correct spawn position. That's important as well. Soulsnipe with a nice no-scope beatdown, trade out with Tusk. And so far, neither team able to get control of the ball, but it's Shopify now rotating it out, but Legend is here to stop it with that camo play.
Oh!
Back against the wall, double kill. How does he land these shots despite being 1
How is he
HP?
alive, bruh?
He's got nowhere to work with on the map. Unbelievable. Legend making plays, play after play, and active. You brought up a great point previously. Legend now with that oddball, that's what he's known for. Not only fragging out, but he's the OBJ mastermind for this GBX and SSG roster. Good to see him get back to his steez as we get back into the action.
Right now, looks like Rebellion looking pretty good here. And this, sorry, GBX looking good in the reset, because they've now brought it back. Started this 20 seconds down, now tying it up. They're getting some extra kills. Suppress, though, getting that trade on Tusk should slow down Rebellion, or GBX at least a little bit. But Suppress trying to stay alive here on the next.
Renegade Finds the fisticuffs reversal for the Slay, and now starting to roll out of control a little bit here. You could blink, and this round 2 could be over. Fortunately for Rebellion, they had the round 1 win, so this would send us to that round 3 that we predicted it would go. All the distance, all the way, as Renegade finds another way to find another Slay, but suppressed on the backside of Mud. Sets up Rebellion for a chance to maybe even up the gunfight. Trades out. That's going to be not necessarily a trade win, but at least an even trade at that for now. Rebellion, though, need to find the 20 seconds GVX previously found, because that's the deficit they're staring at.
Right, I mean, Legend got 45 seconds during that run, so GBX coming out with some fire here. Finally, Rebellion has some control, but can they hold it that long? You do need 38 seconds to close out the round, but you know GBX are rushing and barreling towards them. Nade gonna go wide. Almost hit some
a good repulse
damage, but Cycle's gonna get a kill and wisely back out of this play.
Renegade was very weak after that. So too was Cycle, and he did a great job to disengage, allow Mental to clean up a one-shot Renegade, and now Rebellion are 1 hold away from regaining the lead. Mental trying to stop that push through the big door.
Good
He's got
QT.
camo, and he's able to get away. If he reshields, repositions, curious how much time he has left. It feels like he's within the single-digit threshold, and that might force him to make a play a little sooner than later, but no, he's going to play his process perfectly. Throw the chase grenade, and it's going to take down Legend as the camo diminishes. Perfect play here for Mental.
But
Until
Renegade
that.
does get a couple of kills when they need it most. If they were to go down in that moment, Rebellion could very well just end this game right here, right now, but 3 of them go down. GBX going to get the hold. This new sniper is coming up.
Whoa!
How does Legend survive with the Gandhi hop? Don't see that as often in this game, but that tech is from
no.
2. Shout out to Gandhi.
Is this lockout or live fire, Eli? Because that was incredible from Legend. He was dead to rights. And this might just flip the match. This might just
Cycle
flip
gets 2,
round
that's
2.
a big
Previously,
2.
Rebellion went up with 83 seconds, but now GBX have 90.
Should be a
10
play?
seconds away from a round 3
No?
is bound. Pushes up through the cuts. 3 up on each side
the
of the
fuck?
map. Rebellion closer to it. And GBX are going to need a couple more slays before they retain control of this oddball on the C platform. But 2 go down for GBX. Bound has to stay.
Yeah!
He goes down, and none of the nades take down either of them.
What is going on?
Massive chance for Rebellion to tie things up.
And they just
or
get the ball
regain
for
the lead in the
free.
end game. And if they take round 2, Eli,
What the
they
hell?
get a 3-2 lead in the series.
How did Soul Snipe survive that? He's just jumping up and down, just bounce vertical.
How do they just leave the ball there on C plat?
Find the headshot. But
Oh,
people
GG.
talk about jumping being bad in this game, but these guys are
Oh
just
my
hopping around
God.
like bunny rabbits, and it's working.
What was that?
Unbelievable regain there. Previously, we saw
They
from
just
GBX
trolled.
start up the reset, but Rebellion ultimately take the oddball game number 5 and have a 3-2 lead in this series active.
Wow.
From going 1-3 down, it looked like, to up 3-2. Talk about the complexion shift that we just witnessed.
Honestly,
What?
that last camo from Mental, like, it kind of solidified.
What
that in
word
control.
did he
Even though
just
those
say?
2 kills happened, he was able to get that trade on the big door. That really gave him that extra time in that round. And then, of course, you saw that rotation from Tusk, and at that point, I was like, okay, this is a great rotation. But Bound not cleaning up that kill on the tower quick enough, and then him getting pushed by the second player as well. Everything fell apart at that point, and Shopify Rebellion closed it out.
So impressive, the regain, despite the heroics out of Legend. He got almost 2 overkills and was continually making plays in the reset.
Oh, hang on, I'm getting a
well.
phone call, y'all.
Still unable to find the dub, RGBX. And looking at the rest of the series layout, it's now 2-3 in the Live Fire Grand Prix in favor of Shopify. I mean, there's still another Live Fire on the table, by the way, if they get to Game 7. But the thing is, even if GBX win this, you kind of got to give Shopify the edge going into a Live Fire Slayer. Not only are they good at Slayer, but they're also proving they're good at Live Fire.
Yeah, they won the Live Fire Grand Prix for now, and I guess we head to another location, Argyle, and this is going to change things a little bit. Live Fire, a little bit like the fast track of Aquarius, but Argyle does not play so, Tim. What should we expect as far as that change of pace of play shift that we're about to witness here, going from 3 games of Live Fire where everybody was holding forward, sprinting at all times, to Argyle where things are going to play a little bit longer.
Not sure on the measurements, but I would assume that Argyle's about double the size of Livefire, right? So you got long game ahead of you. You got a long game ahead of you, and then you've got to follow that again, I've said this a few times this weekend, but that fundamental process of like getting those slays, then slaying again. Then
Bro,
slaying
if they
one
push
push
more
it to a
time,
second
then pulling
series,
the
did
flag,
they do
right? You
2
gotta
sets of
slay again.
vetoes?
So
I don't think they
there's a
did.
lot of slaying involved,
If they
and,
push it to a second
I
set,
honestly
are they
look at
gonna have to do
Shopify here
vetoes again?
because I would say they're more of the structured team here. They're obviously not a pick.
Telling you, these brothers are gonna be here all night.
Time. I think they've gone over this game type many times, so we're going to see if they can pull it off. On the other end of things, GBX is a pickup roster, but that also means they're a little bit mixy, so we'll see if they can take it.
Yeah, I think Argyle's going to be the team that snipes better, the team that steals the opposing sniper better, the team that throws more snipers off the map. I mean, it's really going to revolve around those power weapons.
Yeah.
And, you know, we might see some QT plays. I've seen these guys make some insane QT plays, not just on this map, but others as well. But, man, Legend seems to be hitting some shots with the snipe. Usually he's surrounded by Stellar, you know, Bound and Eco on his normal roster, but I feel like he should be picking up that snipe a bit more.
What makes the big three the big three? They're the most
I don't know,
difficult
Jake. I'm getting
players
milked
in
so
the world
hard.
to beat when their backs are against the wall. This is when guys like Renegade, Bound, and Legend lean forward.
I'm getting
Well, I
milked
guess not Bound,
so
'cause Bound
hard.
is always playing up in the face of.
They're
his
loading in
opponent.
though. They're loading in. They're loading in. They're loading in.
Reminds me of Fear itself back in the day. But on a serious note, Tim, what should we expect from guys like Renegade, who we know are so difficult to kill, not only in game but in series especially so?
Yeah, we've seen that Renegade, and we talk about flipping the switch. We see that Renegade, even I would say at his worst, he's still able to match anyone in terms of slays and that KD ratio. When he's on fire, though, when he's going 30 and 12 or 30 and 15,
Come on, man.
That's when you need to worry about him. And the crowd's ready for it. Take it away, boys.
There we go. We've gotten this far, guys. Game number 6.
I had to forget we were casting. I was about to start cheering.
Let's go.
I almost let out a LFG, but
I mean, you can.
Let's fucking go!
There it is. There we go.
All right, here we go. Game number 6 is live. Rebellion with a 3-2 lead in this series. Renegade with the snipe.
Who's got the snipe on the other side? It's probably Mental, right? This guy's known for hitting those snipes, but look at the pressure. Renegade immediately gets shut down. That's a huge victory variable right now for Rebellion.
Why does this map look so orange, bro? Am I faded?
Base that could be even better.
Why does it look so...
And this is huge. He's pushed up to the 50-yard line with 8
contrasty
shots in that snipe. So
sunsetty.
he can either
I
go
feel
on
like
a run
it
here, or if it,
don't
or he
normally
can
look
give
like this.
opportunity back to GBX, and you do not want to do that. Tusk takes down Suppressed. Numbers advantage for GBX, but Mental holds the line and
I don't
holds
know,
the
bro.
snipe.
So smart the
Maybe
way he
I'm
plays
just
the sniper.
faded.
And I think
We've
this
been
is the
seeing it for so
primary
long.
reason that they have him as the sniper is he knows how to position
Maybe I'm just losing my
himself
mind.
to stay alive with it. You know he's not going to give it up for free. Notices a couple teammates are going down, so he's going to back up. Renegade's going to push up with his sniper, which is a bit higher risk but also higher reward strategy.
The dichotomy of two different players. Renegade, he holds forward like a bull on a china shop. Mental takes his pace, takes his space, and lies in wait. And because of that strategy difference, holds onto the snipe just a little bit longer, but Legend ultimately takes him down. Both snipers go down, and the match resets after 1 minute.
He also had stacked the ammo of Renegade sniper. Suppress tried to pick it up, but look at this. Renegade comes right back. He said, "This is my sniper. What are you doing, sir? I'll be taking that back." And what can he do with it?
Is that what he
If he can
said?
get a single spawn snipe, or just, you know, shut down one player. Bound gets a kill on the other side. Add a headshot snipe to that, and this could be a flag out.
Well, we didn't expect much similarity from Livefire to Argyle, but that's been one thing that has remained true. Renegade, after dying with the snipe, you switch to his POV, and he's got it back in his hands somehow. So Renegade, he wants it in his hands. He's confident with in his hands, and you see why there as he lands.
Whoa!
Double kill headshot. That's exactly
Oh my god!
That was disgusting. No shields, no problem. The mid-air jumping headshot, the reaction time needed to hit that as well. That was incredible. This guy out of snipe ammo now, so significantly less powerful, you would argue, but no, he's still going to be raining down fire. Making a killing spree, 5 in a row. Legend gets one as well, but this is the story, right? They're popping off with kills, but only now is that flag being pulled. Have to wonder if maybe they could have pulled it a little bit sooner, that objective efficiency coming into question here.
Renegade working his way towards another snipe rifle. And this is big. Stealing the snipe of the opposition. or at least in opposition with an opportunity to take it. That was Suppressed, but Suppressed not going to have a chance at it. Neither is Mental if he gets a little antsy here and pushes forward. Weak at no shields. Renegade with a chase grenade, but he does not clean up on Mental. Now re-engages. How confident is Renegade? And he takes on Mental. Close range despite having the snipe. It's like he thinks he has a shotgun in his hand instead.
Might as well be, man. This guy is just barrel stuffing his opponents with the sniper, just rotating around the back of their base. Can he hit another? No, they soul snipe with the movement. This guy always going to be one of the harder no scopes to hit, the way he moves his Spartan on the map. But the damage was done. At the same time, there's no flag movement at all. Flag is still comfortably back at home, and
that's Argyle.
Reset the situation. Bound now with his team sniper, and what can he do with it?
Oh, whiplash! No scope! Sends Soul Snipe back to the respawn screen. Soul Snipe had plans to move all the way across the map. Instead, he's stationary for now, looking at a black screen, and now respawn once again, bound with, I was going to say the snipe of the match, snipe of this tournament. I don't know, it still goes to Legend, but that was pretty sweet.
I mean, Bound, Legend, and Renegade have now all hit insane highlight snipes in just the last couple of games. Renegade going to be cheeky with the grapple, but Suppress is like, no, sir, you will not wait.
From the depths of the bottom of hell, rises back up top and has a chance to defend his flag, but he's not going to have to. They took down 2 for GBX, and how did Suppressed stay alive?
His melee momentum must have launched him off, but grabs the grapple off of Renegade's body mid-air and uses it to save himself. I mean, just the presence of mind to recognize the situation and your only option. Massive stuff from Suppress, and look how fast he's got this flag out.
But
the irony,
they was ready for it.
Would rise from the depths of hell like Lucifer, but it's Bound, or excuse me, it's Renegade on the other side, who's the demon in HCS. What a dichotomy of personalities there on display as Suppress gets the better of the demon in this lobby, looking like one himself. Flags out on both sides here, and here's where things get a little mixy, Eli.
New snipers just came up as well, so both teams kind of going to be distracted by that, but as this flag goes in, can Mental put this sniper to work? It's not even going to need it for the first kill.
What the fuck,
second one, that
sniper falls off.
And the flag gets returned. Will both flags get returned?
Could be a counter cap.
Looks like GBX flag is still on
Soul
the
Snipe gets
side
2.
of
Oh wait, it doesn't get read.
Soul Snipe does get the touch. That was so close to returning. And if
Renegade dies, this could still be a cap.
First cap on the board.
Rebellion inches away from both the reset and the first score, and that flag is going to get reset. Bound has a couple of shots lined up, but it's not going to be enough as Rebellion take a 1-0 lead. In this match, and we see another no-scope from Bound, but can
what is going on, dude?
These guys are making a montage in just the grand finals alone. All these no-scope headshots, putting those ragdoll physics to work. Soul Snipe going to see if he can create another highlight. He is known to hit them himself as well. He's currently 12 and 11, highest kills on his team right now.
Soul Snipe with the snipe. Got the QT to work with as well. He could work his way down and then back up to the high ground. That's exactly what we're going to see here. He feels safe to go low. I wouldn't normally advise this with the snipe in your hands, but when you can get right back on top, this is actually a great play. Soul Snipe pushing on through, looking to finish off that damage onto Renegade. And he finds him. Doesn't kill him. And as soon as Renegade started putting shots, Soul Snipe QT back up top. That's a lot of respect.
I mean, it's smart, too. There is a small wind-up time, right? So you've got to push the button a little bit early. I'm sure a lot of you guys in matchmaking will be like, it didn't even work. I clicked the button. Yeah, well, you didn't account for the wind-up time, sir. All right, you got to press it a little bit early.
Chat catching strays on sea, on air, and now on land as Soul Snipe pushes his way through and has a chance to pull another flag. Looking like offense is the best form of defense here for Rebellion.
Absolutely. I mean, how could your opponent pull your flag if they can't even get out of their base? As Rebellion have been applying at max pressure, Mental over here on the pistol side, and if you can keep them pinned, they could maybe even get another flag.
Getting a little ahead of myself.
Baiting
but
the
if
repulse.
we do reset, do we do another veto duel?
Yes.
Oh God, this is so exciting. Something to consider, man. Love all the chances and risks that LVT Halo takes with these tournaments to try something new. Whether it's what did we have? We had not pool play, but it's the. I'm drawing a blink on it, Eli. What was it? The round robin or
yes, round robin
and FFA, and just all new formats, all new rules. Love to see it as the competition still just as stiff as ever. Bound takes down his opponent to
it's a big kill by Soul Snipe.
Gets the better of him. GG's. Rebellion have the lead, and it feels like control.
Yeah, but GBX do have the flag out for now.
Good
Getting a
repulse.
kill right now is a good time to do so. Tusk,
Tusk
can
is
stay alive
getting
with his sniper. He's
fried.
got 7 bullets left as well. Might decide to jump off the map here. He's going to repulse and then reposition. I think yes now decides time for the sniper to go off the map. Wise decision, does not
4 and
want to
14
give
is
Rebellion
tough.
extra opportunities to apply pressure.
It was the Swiss format LVT Halo tried in the offseason. There we go. I just wanted to bring attention to all the cool things that LVT Halo are doing as Tusk. Man, this has been an incredible series. Tusk gets taken down, though, by Soul Snipe in a 2v2 situation.
This brother's
Looks like
getting
they found the
fried.
line for Legend. G slides through, has the communication from Tusk onto Soul Snipe, and he cleans him up.
Great shots. So far, Tusk having a rougher time in this game. Does have 11 assists, though. Can't count that. Can't discount that. Now 12. Bound is going to clean up another one of the kills that he started, but in Bound 17 and 13, Legend 18 and 14. These guys are putting up massive numbers. Renegade 18 and 11. They have not been able to convert these kills into a flag cap just yet.
Legend takes down Suppressed. Nice drop there, stays alive. A couple grenades, you can hear chasing him out, but he's in a good enough spot to survive that. 1v1 with Cycle, and Cycle gets the better of Legend. Cycle, after all that trash talk from Renegade, Eli, dare I say, he's been playing even better than before when Renegade have enough reasons to talk that trash initially.
Impressive level of confidence from the young man. I mean, he's... I can't keep track of how young these people are anymore, man. Somewhere below 20 is Cycle. And he's got a lot of confidence for his age. I mean, he's able to stand up to the bully of the block that happens to be Renegade in this moment. Renegade is a nice guy, by the way. He's not actually a bully, but in game, he kind of comes off that way.
That's why his nickname is the Demon. And another young gun in this lobby that a lot of people don't expect. They feel like he's a veteran. He's already got a LAN championship under his belt. It's Legend, who is 20 years old. So we're seeing some of the youngest and best competition in Halo live on the main stage here in Orlando as Legend pushes on through, spots the left shoulder of Cycle. Legend takes down the other young gun on the other side, and this could spell a potential push through for GBX, but no, Mental looking to mitigate that with the use of the snipe. 7 shots to work with once again, and Eli, this is where he said Mental's at his best. He's not likely to give this resource up to GBX. And this is a great example of it right here. Goes down to low HP and makes sure that he can throw it off into the abyss if he does get pushed once again. But looks like Mental's going to rejoin the fight. Suppressed with a snipe as well. This is looking dangerous for GBX.
Suppressed a little bit of team damage there with the nade, but Soulsnipe picks up 2 without a snipe. So the one guy on the squad that's currently alive that doesn't have a sniper is getting a double kill, and 2 guys around him that have snipes. This does not look good for GBX right now, but Bound finds a way to kill Suppressed. Despite
3 dead.
Body shot, and that's 3 dead. I was just talking about how good the conditions look for Rebellion, and GBX have flipped the whole map on its head.
Soul Snipe was the last Spartan standing for Rebellion, but he does a great job to stay alive. Oh, a little Achilles heel shot potentially for Renegade, but he's not going to get that shot with the arrow. This time the snipe. Legend now with the flag in his hands. Less than 1 to go, and Legend needs to be the Legend we know he is. Takes on Soul Snipe. Takes on Soul.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, but he dies!
With a huge play as again the last Spartan standing.
What the hell?
Legend to go on the run, and if he did, Eli,
bro, Tusk gotta do something, man.
Legend's accuracy and movement throughout that
Tusk gotta do something on the map.
Absolutely out of this world. But you're exactly right. I mean, to shut him down, don't give him a chance to hit the crazy curb slide flag run. We've all seen the highlights. This man runs flags faster than you see.
Oh my god.
The 100-meter dash, but Mental here. Last bullet of snipe has been used. 13 seconds on the clock, and all Rebellion have to do is play defense.
This is for the series. 10 seconds left. Desperation reeking in the air as GBX, you expect them to push on through. There goes Bound, there goes Legend, and
Should be it.
seeing the situation.
Oh my god.
Base in the sleigh, gets the win in your grand finals. #1 active. We're going to a grand finals too.
That is absolutely insane. What I got to talk about Legend there. I am so impressed by
Legend
what
is
he's been
different,
able
bro.
to do in
Holy
this series
shit.
in general, but what is
that
crazy
guy
to
is
me
insane.
is basically, and I want to come to you about this, Eli. What's crazy to me is essentially all of those slays, everything that he was able to do, it still was not enough. And even at the beginning of that game, I talked about Renegade previous to the game. He started off on fire. And again,
damn,
no
bro.
flags pulled. You talked about
that was
it.
insanity.
Not a lot of objective.
All right, man. On that note, we are going to go ahead and call it there. Unfortunately, I am not going to be sticking around for the second series. What's the score? Rebellion only just now won the first series 4-2. But yeah, I'm gonna unfortunately not be sticking around for the second series. I got some shit to take care of. I got some errands to run, and I got a couple things to take care of with the family before tomorrow. But yeah, we should be back tomorrow. I might be back for the graveyard shift tonight. We'll see. But I will definitely be back tomorrow evening because we have a grassroots play date. So tomorrow afternoon/evening, I have a grassroots play date with Eli, Nick, and Real Life Spartan, I believe. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But other than that, y'all have a dope rest of your night. Have a dope time watching the rest of the tournament if that's what y'all are up to. And yeah.